Welcome back, my friend. If this story keeps you company tonight, a like helps more than you'd think. It's how these stories find their way to more people like you. Now let's get into it. The first thing we teach new rangers about lightning is that the mountain does not care whether the sky looks dangerous. A storm can throw a strike beyond its reign, and blue sky can arrive before the ground has finished, carrying the current. Above, tree line, safety is never a place. It is only a series of choices that reduce the ways electricity can reach you. I had repeated that lesson to visitors for 11 summers in Rocky Mountain National Park. I had guided frightened families down from Trail Ridge, treated burns on open tundra, and watched storms build over the Continental Divide with terrifying speed. I respected lightning because it behaved according to rules. Those rules were harsh, but they were consistent enough to save lives. The incident on Long's Peak began in late July, during a week of clear mornings and violent afternoons. Monsoon moisture had been pushing over the Front Range every day. The pattern was so regular that clouds began stacking above the peaks shortly after lunch. By mid-afternoon, thunder rolled through the high country and sent climbers hurrying toward treeline. That day, the storm developed earlier and harder than forecast. It crossed Long's Peak from west to east, dropping hail over the boulder field and striking the north face several times. Our detection feed showed a dense cluster of flashes around the upper mountain. Then the cell accelerated across the plains and left the park under a clean blue opening. At 4:20, the dispatch office received an emergency beacon activation from a registered device assigned to Eli Mercer. His permit listed a solo attempt on the Keyhole route. A short satellite message had reached his emergency contact before the beacon fired. It reported that he had turned around below the Keyhole when the clouds arrived. The location attached to the beacon placed him near the lower edge of the boulder field. It was close enough to the trail for a simple evacuation, assuming he could walk. It was also high, exposed, and 6 miles from the trailhead. The last recorded strike near his coordinates had occurred 9 minutes before his beacon activated. I was at the Longs Peak Ranger Station when the call came. Miriam Shaw took command of the field team. She had spent more than a decade on alpine rescue and moved through broken terrain with the patience of someone who understood what haste could cost. Theo Barrett, our paramedic, checked the trauma kit while Cassia Boone sorted climbing hardware and weather layers. I carried navigation, communications, and the compact electrical monitor we sometimes use during storm operations. The instrument was designed to warn of a changing atmospheric field, not to predict an exact strike. It was useful because it gave us another reason to retreat before our bodies supplied the warning. We studied the radar before leaving. The storm core was already east of Estes Park. No cells were building behind it, and the western sky had opened from horizon to horizon. We still waited until 30 minutes after the last thunder reached the station. Then we started up the trail under dripping trees and a sky turning pale gold. Everything below treeline looked recently washed and ordinary. Water fell from lodgepole needles. Hail melted along the trail margins, and the forest floor smelled of wet bark. The only lightning damage we found was a fresh strip of pale wood spiraling down one pine near Goblin's Forest. At the stream crossing above the forest, Miriam stopped us and checked the sky again. The departing storm had flattened into a purple shelf above the distant plains. Stars were beginning to show over the divide. My field monitor displayed a low, stable reading that should have allowed us to continue with normal caution. We spread out as the trees thinned. That was standard practice on exposed ground because a single nearby strike could injure a tightly grouped team. Cassia climbed first, Miriam followed, and I stayed behind Theo. Our headlamps remained off while enough dusk lingered to see the trail. Near Chasm Junction, I heard a sound like sleet touching nylon. I looked down, but nothing was falling. The tiny clicks came from the radio antenna on my shoulder. They stopped when I removed the handset and held it away from my pack. The electrical monitor still showed a weak field. I rotated it, reset it, and waited for the display to settle. The reading did not change. There was no thunder, no dark bass overhead, and no wind pushing another cell across the ridge. We continued, but I began noticing small disturbances on the wet stones. Grains of sand jumped in shallow puddles as our boots approached. They did not scatter from vibration. Each grain rose on one end, held upright for a moment, then fell after we passed. Cassia found the first piece of Eli's equipment below Granite Pass. It was a carbon trekking pole lying across the trail. The lower section was missing, and the exposed fibers had opened like a black brush. A narrow line of fused grit ran beneath it for several yards. Theo examined the pole without touching it. The hand strap was damp, but nothing around it was warm. There was no explosive damage on the rock, and no obvious point where a direct strike had entered. The fused line was thinner than a shoelace and followed the surface between individual grains. We photographed it, recorded the coordinates, and moved on. 100 yards higher, my radio clicked again. This time every handset answered with the same dry burst, although nobody was transmitting. The sound traveled through the team from Cassia to Miriam, then Theo, then me. The sequence took almost 4 seconds. Radio interference normally arrived everywhere at once. This moved at walking speed, following the order of our positions on the trail. When I stepped to one side, the next burst skipped my handset and came from Theo's. Miriam widened our spacing. The clicking stopped immediately. None of us needed to discuss what that meant. We had entered an electrical condition our instruments did not recognize, and proximity was influencing it. The safest decision would have been to descend. The beacon changed that calculation because it continued transmitting from above us. A person who had survived the initial strike could deteriorate from cardiac injury, trauma, or exposure. We reduced the gear on our bodies, opened the gates on unused carabiners, and left the metal rescue litter cached below the pass. The last light faded as we crossed onto the boulder field. Our headlamps revealed wet blocks, pale trail markers, and empty campsites inside their stone rings. The sky above Long's Peak was perfectly clear. The stars looked close enough to rest on the summit. Then a violet thread rose from a boulder beside Cassia's boot. It extended upward no farther than her ankle, branched twice, and disappeared without a sound. Another thread answered from a rock 20 feet away. Soon dozens of them were reaching from the boulder field into empty air. They were upward streamers, the faint channels that can rise from ground objects when a lightning leader approaches. I had seen them only in high-speed recordings. They should have lasted less than an instant. These remained visible long enough for us to watch them bend toward our bodies. There was no storm left to meet them. Miriam ordered an immediate retreat to the last broad patch of dry ground. We moved with short steps and kept our feet close together. Lying flat would have increased the distance across which ground current could pass through our bodies. Running across unstable boulders would have created a different emergency. The streamers did not follow us evenly. They appeared beneath Cassia, then vanished when she moved farther from Miriam. A second cluster formed between Theo and me. Each filament leaned inward, as though our separate positions were posts supporting an invisible wire. We stopped on 4 rocks with more than 50 feet between each person. The air settled at once. The violet filaments shortened to tiny blue points that flickered along patches of wet lichen. My monitor still displayed almost no atmospheric field. I placed it on the rock and backed away. The reading rose only when I stepped between the instrument and Theo. When I moved outside that line, it fell. The effect did not depend on my height or the metal in my pack. It depended on where I stood in relation to another person. Eli's beacon pulsed from somewhere above us. Its tone was not audible, but our receiver showed a steady directional signal. We could not reach him without entering the streamer field again. We also could not leave a living patient on exposed rock overnight while we tried to explain impossible measurements. Miriam revised the formation. Cassia advanced alone while the rest of us remained separated behind her. When she reached the limit of her headlamp, I moved to her former position. Theo followed only after I stopped. We crossed the boulder field as isolated points rather than a line. The method was slow, but the violet filaments stayed low. Whenever two of us drifted closer, they lengthened. Their branches favored wet seams between rocks and the edges of our boot soles. They avoided open air until our spacing narrowed. We found Eli near a cluster of boulders below the campsites. He was lying on his side beside an emergency bivvy that had been pulled halfway from its sack. One boot was trapped between two stones. His backpack rested several yards uphill, and every zipper on it had turned black. He was alive. I could see the shallow movement of his jacket before Theo reached him. Eli lifted one hand when Cassia swept a headlamp across his face, but the arm dropped without control. Theo approached alone while we held our positions. He crouched on his medical pack, minimized his contact with the rock, and began the assessment. Eli's pulse was irregular but present. His breathing was slow, his pupils reacted, and a branching red mark crossed his left shoulder. The trapped boot had probably prevented him from rolling downhill after the strike. His ankle was swollen, but the joint remained aligned. More concerning was his confusion. He could follow simple gestures, yet he seemed unable to understand where the storm had gone. Theo cut away a wet sleeve rather than pulling it over the burned shoulder. As the shears closed, a streamer rose from the pivot and touched his glove. His hand locked around the handle. The contact lasted less than a second, but it left his forearm trembling. I started toward him. Violet branches rose from 3 rocks at once. They joined in the space between my chest and Theo's back, forming a wavering arc that had no visible connection to the sky. I retreated, and the arc collapsed into separate points. Theo recovered movement and continued without the shears. He insulated Eli with the folded bivvy, checked for spinal tenderness, and covered him with a dry layer. Cassia worked from the opposite side to free the boot. The moment both rescuers touched Eli, his body arched. Blue light flashed beneath the seams of his jacket. Cassia fell backward, and Theo released his grip. Eli relaxed as soon as one contact ended. The discharge had not come from a cloud. It had passed laterally through the patient between the 2 rescuers. Their bodies had completed a path across rocks carrying different electrical potentials. We moved Cassia farther away. She had a small burn near her wrist and numbness in 2 fingers, but her heart rhythm remained normal. Theo's monitor produced a clean tracing when he used isolated pads and kept its cable spread open. When he coiled the extra lead beside the patient, the tracing filled with noise. He straightened the cable, and the noise disappeared. That detail bothered me more than the visible streamers. A coiled cable could respond to a changing magnetic field, but the atmosphere above us was quiet. No strikes had registered near the park since the storm moved east. The field around Eli behaved as if something beneath the boulder field were repeatedly charging and discharging. We searched his equipment without gathering around it. His phone had fused to the metal frame inside his pack. The emergency beacon continued operating because its plastic case had been torn away and thrown downhill. His helmet showed several tiny holes around the rim, evenly spaced like marks from a heated needle. His climbing rope lay in a neat coil beneath the backpack. The sheath was damp, and blue sparks moved slowly around each turn. One spark completed the circle, vanished beneath the coil, then emerged at the same place. I used a dry trekking pole to drag the free end away. As the rope uncoiled, The moving spark weakened. It died when the last complete turn opened into a long curve. We tested the observation with equipment, not with our bodies. I placed 2 wet carabiners on a flat stone using the pole. One gate was closed and one remained open. A violet thread rose through the center of the closed carabiner. Nothing appeared inside the open one. Cassia spread a loop of damp webbing beside them. The material should have been a poor conductor, yet the streamer traced its entire circumference. When she cut the loop with her knife, the light went out. The field responded to a closed path. Metal made that response stronger, but metal was not required. Wet fabric, electrical cable, rope, and human contact could all supply enough conductivity. A group standing around Eli could become a circuit even if no 2 people touched. We had been trained to spread out during lightning because one strike should not disable an entire group. Here, spacing did more than reduce exposure. It changed whether the anomaly could recognize us as connected parts. Miriam sent our findings to Incident Command in short data bursts. The reply confirmed clear radar, no local flashes, and a low field reading at the trailhead. We received instructions to withdraw if the condition escalated. We already knew withdrawal would leave Eli unable to survive the night. Our rescue plan had assumed 4 people could stabilize him, place him in a litter, and share the load. Every part of that plan required rings, buckles, linked hands, and a frame surrounding the patient. The equipment designed to protect him would create the most complete circuit on the mountain. To bring him down, we would have to build a rescue system with nothing closed. The collapsible litter remained below Granite Pass, where we had cached it before entering the boulder field. Its aluminum rails formed long open sections while folded, but locking them together created an oval. I wanted to know whether the field would react before we placed Eli inside it. Miriam agreed to a controlled test. Cassia and I returned for the litter using the isolated movement pattern. Theo stayed with Eli, maintaining only 1 point of contact at a time. Miriam positioned herself halfway between us, where she could observe both groups without closing their spacing. The streamers remained low as we descended. I could see them waiting in the cracks between stones, no brighter than sparks from winter wool. They were no longer random. Each one leaned toward the next person in our chain, although the gaps were too wide for them to join. At the cache, Cassia removed the litter sections from their fabric cover. We carried separate halves uphill and placed them on dry rocks 80 feet from Eli. Then we backed away while Miriam used an insulated avalanche probe to push the rails together. The first locking pin slid home without a reaction. The second completed the frame. Every streamer across the boulder field bent toward it at once. Blue light ran around the aluminum oval so quickly that it looked motionless. The center remained dark, but the air above it distorted like heat. A sharp odor of ozone reached us despite the wind blowing the other direction. The litter began to vibrate. It did not bounce on the rock. Its 2 long rails flexed inward and outward, narrowing the oval with each pulse. The movement matched Eli's irregular heartbeat on Theo's monitor. Miriam knocked 1 locking pin free with the probe. The frame opened by less than an inch. The light vanished, the vibration stopped, and Eli's rhythm returned to its previous pattern. We left the sections apart. No rescue manual covered a patient whose heart could couple to a stretcher from 80 feet away. Yet the litter test gave us a rule we could use. The anomaly required continuity, and even a small break could defeat it. We inventoried everything that formed a loop. Pack shoulder straps surrounded our arms. Waist belts circled our bodies. Coiled ropes, closed carabiners, watch bands, radio cords, bootlaces, and medical leads all created paths. Some were barely conductive, but the wet mountain made them sufficient. We could not strip away every loop without losing essential equipment. Instead, we opened what we could and isolated what we could not. We unbuckled waist belts, loosened shoulder straps, opened unused carabiners, and straightened every cord. Cassia cut the elastic bands from our headlamps and tied each lamp to a short open strip of webbing. Theo replaced Eli's watch band with tape and cut the circular drawcord from his jacket. The zipper had already fused open. Around the burn on Eli's shoulder, tiny beads of sweat stood upright rather than running down his skin. We needed a way to support his injured ankle without surrounding it. A normal splint used wrap after wrap around the limb. Theo shaped 2 foam stays and attached them with several separate strips of tape. Dot. Each strip ended before meeting itself on the far side. The int looked unfinished, but it held. Eli could sit with Theo, supporting him from behind. He could also place limited weight on the good leg. That allowed us to consider an assisted descent instead of a carry. Our first system used 2 parallel ropes. Cassia laid them downhill without knots or coils. We placed Eli on a foam sleeping pad between them and ran short webbing tails beneath the pad. The tails ended separately, allowing one rescuer to pull while another controlled the descent from uphill. No component formed a physical loop. We still kept the 2 attendants far apart. Theo stood near Eli's shoulders, Cassia remained below his feet, and Miriam watched from the side. I monitored the field from uphill. The arrangement stayed quiet until Theo and Cassia each took tension. Streamers appeared along both ropes. They traveled away from Eli, crossed the wet stones between the rope ends, and completed a large rectangle through the ground. We had treated the equipment as the entire circuit. The mountain treated the ground as part of it. Cassia released her rope. The rectangle opened, and the streamers fell. Theo maintained control alone while the pad slid several inches downhill. Eli remained stable. That established the next rule. Only one rescuer could load the system at a time. A second person could prepare the route, but could not touch the patient, the rope, or a connected patch of wet ground while the first person moved him. We began with Theo controlling the upper tail. He lowered Eli the length of the pad, while Cassia waited on a separate boulder below. When he stopped and stepped away, Cassia took the lower tail and repositioned the pad. I advanced only after she released it. The procedure was painfully slow. Every transfer required one person to become completely separate before the next made contact. A hand placed too early on the rope produced a blue flicker along Eli's jacket. A boot spanning 2 wet stones made the field brighten beneath the rescuer. The mountain taught us through punishment, but the punishments remained small enough to survive. For the first few 100 yards, we believed we were learning faster than it could change. Then we reached a shallow channel between boulders, where storm water still flowed. The normal trail crossed it at a narrow point. Water offered the field a continuous conductive path wider than anything we had built. Theo stopped above the channel. Eli lay on the pad beside him, shivering despite the insulated layer. "Whoa, me you are." Cassia scouted for a dry crossing while Miriam and I held positions on separate rocks. The streamers began following the water uphill. They moved against the current in paired rows, joining around stones and dividing again. Where the channel curved, the 2 rows nearly touched and formed a long loop with the water between them. Eli's pulse changed before the loop closed. Theo's monitor accelerated into a dangerous rhythm. His hands were off the patient, but the wet ground beneath both bodies connected them. Theo lifted his feet onto the medical pack. The separation reduced his contact, yet the rhythm continued to climb. I could see the water loop narrowing around them, its blue edges searching for one final branch. Miriam threw an unrolled dry rope across the channel. It landed as a straight line with one end uphill and the other on a gravel bar below. The streamers left the curved water and climbed the rope toward the free end. The line did not carry them away because it was more conductive. It attracted them because it offered a path that did not return to itself. Their light thinned as it traveled, fading before reaching the gravel. Eli's pulse slowed. Theo moved him backward from the channel with short pulls, never allowing a second person to touch the system. We abandoned the direct trail and searched for a route across dry, angular blocks. The detour led toward a shallow overhang beneath a house-sized boulder. It was the only place nearby with dry ground and protection from wind. Eli's shivering had worsened, and the temperature continued to fall. For a moment, the shelter looked like the answer to both exposure and electricity. Then my headlamp showed black marks branching across its ceiling. Lightning current had traveled through that rock before. A cave entrance or overhang could channel a surface discharge across anyone inside. We passed it and accepted the wind. Beyond the overhang, the boulder field opened into a slope of separated granite blocks. The trail markers were difficult to follow in darkness, but the surface was mostly dry. We could resume the one-person transfers there. As Cassie advanced, she found 3 circular depressions burned into a flat rock. Each was the size of a boot's sole. They formed part of a ring around a 4th mark where Eli had been lying before he crawled downhill. No other climbers were reported missing. No extra tracks approached the site. The 3 marks had not been made by people. They were empty contact points, waiting for us to stand in them. We did not approach the burned marks. I photographed them from several angles while Miriam compared their positions with our recent route. The ring was almost the same diameter as the formation we had used when first assessing Eli. Its 3 empty points corresponded to where Miriam, Cassia, and I would have stood. Theo's place was the only one already occupied. The mark beneath him had formed around the medical pack without burning it. When he shifted 2 feet uphill, the dark circle followed slowly through the film of water on the rock. These were not scars from the original storm. They were being made in real time. The field was outlining every conductive contact it needed to complete a circuit around Eli. Miriam moved us farther apart and broke the geometry. The 3 unoccupied marks faded from black to gray. After several minutes, they looked like nothing more than damp stone. The one beneath Theo remained dark until he lifted both feet. I began mapping the field with the monitor and 2 disconnected probe leads. I placed the probes on rocks using the avalanche pole, recorded the voltage difference, then moved 1 lead at a time. The measurements were crude, but they revealed a gradient running uphill through the boulder field. The strongest potential lay near the location where we had found Ali's backpack. Oh. The gradient should have weakened smoothly with distance. Instead, it bent around our equipment and followed our wet boot prints. Every path we crossed became part of the circuit map. Dot. Dot. That explained why the radio interference had traveled through our group in sequence. Our boots had drawn a damp line along the trail. The pulse was not moving through the air between handsets. It was moving through the ground beneath the exact path we had taken. It also meant our retreat route was becoming dangerous behind us. If a switchback returned close to a section we had already crossed, the 2 wet tracks could close a large loop. Our orderly descent could build a circuit hundreds of yards wide. We checked the map. Dal what? The marked trail curved around several rock ribs before reaching Granite Pass. Its bends were safe for hikers, but terrible for us. The line approached itself twice, and storm water had collected in both low areas. Our alternative was a more direct descent across the boulders. It was steeper, slower, and farther from the established trail. Under normal conditions, we would not move an injured patient there at night. Under these conditions, a straight route was the only shape the mountain did not punish. Miriam transmitted our decision and coordinates. Incident Command had another team assembling below treeline. They would not enter the exposed zone until we reached them or the electrical condition ended. That restraint was correct, although it made the 4 of us feel very small. We marked a fall line with headlamp beams and began moving. Cassia scouted one short segment at a time. I followed with the monitor. Theo lowered Eli on the pad, then stepped away before Miriam reset the open webbing tails. Eli remained conscious for most transfers. His gaze followed our hands, and he tried to assist by pushing with his good heel. Each effort shortened the time that two parts of his body contacted different rocks. Theo believed that reduced both pain and electrical exposure. The direct route forced us across unstable blocks. Several shifted under the pad, and one trapped the lower webbing tail. Cassia reached toward it before Theo had fully released his end. A blue line appeared along the rope. She stopped with her hand inches away. The line passed beneath her palm and rose toward each fingertip in 5 pale branches. It was bright enough to show the bones through her skin. Theo released the upper tail. The branches vanished. Cassia withdrew and waited until the field settled before freeing the webbing with the pole. Nobody had touched, yet we had come within a fraction of rebuilding the circuit. After that, we added a spoken count to every transfer without using conversation. The active rescuer announced completion, then the next waited through 5 full breaths before making contact. The delay felt wasteful while Eli weakened. It also prevented anticipation from killing us. Near midnight, the wind increased from the west. It dried the upper faces of the rocks, but drove cold through our clothing. Eli's shivering became less effective. Theo needed to warm him, yet a fully wrapped blanket would form another damp loop around his body. We opened a sleeping bag along its zipper and laid it across him as a flat cover. Separate tape tabs held the sides without meeting beneath the pad. Chemical heat packs went near his torso in divided groups, never in a ring. The awkward arrangement improved his temperature. It also proved that the field cared about electrical closure, not the appearance of an enclosure. We could cover and support him if every conductive path ended visibly. The next obstacle was a narrow shelf above a drop. Our fall line passed through it, but there was room for only one rescuer beside the pad. The surface slanted downhill and was polished by water. A normal belay would have required an anchor, a harness, and a rope returning through linked hardware. Cassia built an open belay instead. She wedged 2 separate rope ends behind different boulders and left their uphill tails unconnected. Each line ran straight to a separate corner of the pad. She controlled one rope, then the other, alternating tension without holding both at once. The system had no master point and no redundancy during each movement. It violated the elegance we valued in rescue rigging. It worked because its weaknesses did not connect to each other. Halfway across the shelf, Eli's good foot slipped from the pad. His leg extended across the wet rock, creating a long contact span from his shoulder to his heel. His body locked before Theo could reach him. Theo stayed back. Touching Eli would have added another path. Cassia released both ropes, and Miriam pushed a dry foam section beneath the extended heel with the avalanche pole. The muscular contraction stopped when the boot left the rock. Eli gasped and pulled the leg inward. His monitor showed several missed beats followed by a rapid rhythm. Theo waited until all rope tension was gone, then approached alone and treated him. That was the hardest discipline of the night. Every instinct told us to grab a falling person. We had to accept seconds of visible suffering because immediate help would have completed the path hurting him. We cleared the shelf and reached a broad apron of smaller stones. The upper edge of Granite Pass was visible below us. Our cached litter rested near the trail, its 2 halves exactly where we had left them. They were no longer separated. The sections had moved across 12 feet of level ground. Dale. Their locking ends faced each other with a narrow gap between them. Blue streamers filled that gap, reaching from one half toward the other like fingers trying to fasten the frame. Nothing on the slope was rolling downhill. The litter halves had moved sideways, against the wind, into the shape of a nearly completed oval. The field was no longer waiting for us to make mistakes. It had begun closing its own circuits. We stopped well above the litter. The metal sections shifted by tiny increments each time a streamer crossed the gap. Their fabric cover lay crumpled nearby, and its carrying straps had twisted into a closed figure. A thin blue pulse circled both loops. The cached equipment proved that the anomaly could exert force on a conductive path. It had likely tightened Eli's coiled rope and pulled his backpack across the original strike site. If left alone, every open object on the slope might eventually close itself. Our own equipment began responding. The unbuckled strap on my pack lifted from my shoulder and reached toward its loose end. Casillas' open carabiners rattled against their gates. Theo's monitor lead curled slowly beside Eli's chest. We assumed an open path was stable. It was only unfinished. Miriam ordered us to remove anything the field could close. We could not pile the items because a pile would provide countless contacts. We laid each unnecessary strap, cord, carabiner and metal tool in separate straight lines pointing uphill. I removed the battery from my spare radio and placed both pieces on different rocks. Cassia cut the remaining shoulder straps from the litter cover. Theo kept only the medical equipment required to watch Eli's heart and support his breathing. The scattered gear created a pattern like bare branches. Streamers entered at the uphill ends and divided among the separate lines. Each branch weakened as it traveled toward an open tip. For several minutes, the litter stopped moving. The pattern suggested a possible way through Granite Pass. A closed circuit concentrated the field, while an open branching network divided it. If we could give the charge enough dead ends, it might stop trying to use our bodies. We had rope, webbing, separated litter rails, open carabiners, probe leads, and trekking pole sections. All of them were wet enough to conduct weakly. Together, they could form a broad open network, provided no branch touched another. Cassia designed the layout. She ran the longest rope straight uphill toward the boulder field, leaving its coil completely unrolled. At intervals, she placed short webbing strips angled away from the main line. Their inner ends almost touched the rope, but remained separated by dry slivers of foam. I arranged the litter rails as two diverging branches downhill. Miriam distributed opened carabiners at the tips with their gates facing outward. Theo moved Eli beyond the proposed network and kept him isolated on the pad. We built it one component at a time. Only one person entered the layout, and each withdrew before another approached. The field tested every gap with violet filaments. Where two ends lay too close, the light bridged them, and we widened the separation. When the last branch was placed, the entire network glowed. Blue light traveled downhill from the rope and divided again and again. At each open end, a small streamer rose into the air and vanished. The atmospheric monitor finally reacted. Its display climbed beyond the warning range, although the stars remained clear. The reading was not coming from charge overhead. It increased when I pointed the instrument toward the glowing network, and fell when I turned uphill. We had constructed something like a discharge brush. It did not remove the field, but it gave the trapped current many incomplete routes. The streamers around our boots shortened, and the blue light around the litter gap disappeared. That was our opportunity. We crossed Granite Pass with the same one-person system, leaving the network behind. The route descended more consistently from there, and the first scattered crumholts appeared below. Treeline was still distant, but we could see its dark edge. For the first time in hours, our pace improved. Eli managed several steps with Theo supporting him from one side. Theo never wrapped an arm fully around his torso. He used an open grip at the jacket seam and released it before Miriam took the next position. We continued straight downhill instead of following the bending trail. Each rescuer kept to a separate line. Our wet tracks ran parallel and never crossed. The method increased the risk of a fall, so we shortened each movement and tested every foothold before transferring weight. Behind us, the discharge network grew brighter. Its branches shone across the pass like the veins of a leaf stripped of everything but light. The longest rope pointed toward the original strike site. Every pulse traveled from that direction. Then, one of the webbing branches lifted in the wind. Its free end swung across the main rope. The contact closed a small triangular path. Light raced around it and returned uphill. Every open branch curled toward its neighbor. The two litter rails pivoted until their lower ends touched. The network collapsed from a tree into a web. Streamers erupted across the slope. They rose to knee-height around us and joined above the parallel tracks. My monitor failed with a flash inside its casing. Theo's heart display filled with noise, and Eli collapsed on the pad. Miriam was closest to a dark patch of ground. A blue ring formed around her boots before she could move. Her legs stiffened, and she fell forward without bending her knees. Both palms struck a wet stone several feet downhill. The distance between those contact points exposed her to the ground gradient. Her arms locked, holding her body above the rock. A streamer climbed from one shoulder and bent toward Cassia. Cassia did not approach. She threw a dry foam pad so it landed beneath Miriam's forearms. The first attempt missed. The second slid under one wrist, reducing the current enough for Miriam to pull that hand free. She brought both feet together and rolled onto the foam without stretching flat. The blue ring broke. Theo could not leave Eli, so I watched Miriam's breathing from a separate rock until she raised one hand. The network above us continued tightening. Well, loose lines dragged themselves across granite, and every contact created another loop. The current was using our carefully placed branches to assemble a larger circuit around the entire rescue team. Our descent lines formed its lower boundary. The old trail curved across the slope beneath us and returned toward Granite Pass. Wet footprints from our ascent formed the side. If the branches reached that trail, the circuit would surround nearly half a mile of mountain. All four of us would be standing inside it when it closed. We could not climb back to dismantle the network. We could not outrun a ground current on loose rock while carrying Eli. Our only option was to break the lower boundary before the moving branches reached it. The boundary existed because our parallel tracks remained continuous. Wind had not dried the narrow depressions left by our boots. They shone faintly when I lowered my headlamp. The field had turned our escape route into a pair of wires. I took the avalanche probe and drove its point beneath the surface gravel between my position and the next wet print. Then I levered a strip of soil upward and rolled it aside. The exposed layer beneath was dry. The faint light stopped at the break. Cassia understood immediately. We did not need to erase the whole route. We needed open gaps wide enough that the field could not bridge them. Each person could break the tracks behind the team while remaining outside the conductive line. Miriam was able to move, although her hands shook. She used a trekking pole to scatter dry gravel across the prints below her. Cassia cut the other track with the adze on her rescue tool. I opened a third gap near the curve of the old trail. The web reached downhill. Blue filaments followed our tracks, crossed several small breaks, then stopped at the exposed dry strip. They rose vertically and leaned over it. The air between their tips glowed, but no branch reached the far side. The gap held. Above us, the closed portions of the network tightened violently. The litter rails struck together, and the sound carried down the slope. A column of violet light rose from the metal oval. It climbed 50 feet into the clear air, branched toward nothing, and folded back into itself. There was no thunder. The discharge returned to the ground through the same channel and spread outward across the web. Every closed segment flashed white. The open branches burned dark at their tips but did not carry the pulse farther. Our dry gaps remained intact. The lower circuit never closed. Eli had stopped breathing during the discharge. Theo confirmed that he still had a weak pulse, then positioned himself alone beside the pad. He opened Eli's airway and began ventilation without allowing any other rescuer to touch the patient or equipment. The rest of us wanted to help. We stayed apart and watched the boulder field flicker behind him. Assistance would have created the condition that stopped Eli's heart in the first place. After several breaths, Eli coughed and drew air on his own. His rhythm remained unstable, but circulation improved as we moved him farther from the broken tracks. Theo kept one hand near his neck, and the other isolated on dry foam. We abandoned nearly all remaining hardware. Each item was opened, straightened, and placed with its longest dimension pointing uphill. We kept insulation, water, lights, the medical kit, and one radio with its strap cut away. The final descent to tree line took more than 2 hours. We moved in separate columns through low alpine vegetation and avoided wet gullies. Whenever the route forced a bend, we crossed bare rock and broke our prints behind us. The streamers followed to the last open tundra. They rose between the Krumholtz trunks but weakened among the many short, irregular paths. At the first dense stand of low trees, they divided into hundreds of tiny blue points along wet needles. No single branch grew longer than an inch. We sheltered near the base of a cluster rather than under an isolated tree. Incident Command's second team waited farther downhill with no metal litter assembled. They had spread out after hearing our reports and laid their equipment in open rows. We reached them just before dawn. They used a vacuum mattress with its straps left separate, then transferred Eli one attachment at a time. Once we were well inside the forest, the electrical monitors returned to normal, and the remaining straps were secured. The helicopter never entered the equation. Cloud had returned over the divide. Visibility was poor, and no crew would have been sent into an unexplained electrical field. We carried Eli to the trailhead by the slow methods the mountain allowed. When the ambulance doors closed around him, I heard a final dry click from the radio in my hand. It traveled down the cut strap, reached the open end, and stopped. Eli survived. He spent several days under cardiac observation and several weeks recovering from nerve damage, burns, and the ankle injury. His memory of the storm remained fragmented, but the parts he retained matched physical evidence from the boulder field. He remembered turning around below the keyhole when the first thunder arrived. Hail drove him among the lower campsites. He avoided the stone shelters because he knew an overhang could conduct a strike, and he moved toward lower ground with his feet close whenever the electric sensation intensified. The direct strike hit a boulder uphill, not his body. Ground current entered through his trapped boot and crossed his torso. He lost consciousness, woke after the rain stopped, and crawled toward his separated beacon. His strangest memory concerned the clear interval after the storm. He saw violet streamers rising from the rocks around him. 3 of them remained standing longer than the others and bent inward, outlining places where people might have been. He believed rescuers had already arrived because those 3 shapes moved when he moved. When he reached toward one, the streamer passed through his arm and forced his hand closed. He stopped trying to touch them and activated the beacon. That decision probably kept him alive. The field did not have enough conductive paths to complete its pattern until our team arrived. His scattered equipment created several small loops, but the distance between them prevented a larger discharge. We closed the boulder field campsites and the upper approach for the initial investigation. The public notice cited storm damage and a continuing electrical hazard. That description was true, even if it failed to explain what the hazard had done. Weather records showed no lightning within the park during our entire evacuation. Satellite instruments detected distant activity on the plains, but nothing that could account for persistent upward streamers on Long's Peak. The atmospheric electric field at lower stations remained ordinary. Our body cameras supplied the strongest evidence. Every camera recorded the violet filaments, the moving litter sections, and the cloudless vertical discharge. Their internal clocks differed by less than a second. The images could not be dismissed as a single damaged sensor. Audio recordings captured no thunder after the original storm. They did record the sequence of radio clicks traveling through our formation. Analysts measured the delay and compared it with our mapped positions. The pulse followed our wet route, not the distance between the radios through open air. The metal litter was recovered after several dry days. Both halves had fused where their lower ends touched. The interior surfaces carried branching pits, although those surfaces had never contacted rock or received a normal arc. Investigators also found the discharge network exactly where we left it. Most branches remained separate. The few that had closed were scorched along their full circumference. Open tips showed localized melting that stopped abruptly at each break. The original strike site was a shallow fracture in a granite boulder above Ellie's Pack. A narrow glassy film spread from it through mineral grains on the surface. The pattern extended farther than any ordinary current scar documented by the team. It did not radiate evenly. The branches curved toward footprints, tent rings, coiled rope marks, and the circular foundations of the campsites. Wherever the terrain offered a loop, the glassy line returned toward its own origin. A multidisciplinary group conducted limited tests after the surface dried. They used remote instruments and sacrificial materials, with no personnel inside the closed area. Nothing happened when they placed straight wires near the strike scar. When a machine bent one wire into a circle, the voltage across nearby ground proofs increased. Opening the circle reduced it. Closing two separated loops produced a larger response, even though the loops did not touch and the sky remained clear. The effect weakened each day. It returned briefly after afternoon rain and disappeared again as the granite dried. By early autumn, the instruments could no longer reproduce it. The closure eventually reopened with no public explanation beyond completed repairs and normal seasonal conditions. The final report used the phrase persistent, localized electrical coupling. It proposed that the initial strike had left charge distributed through water films, mineral boundaries, and damaged equipment. It could not explain why the field favored closed geometry or moved objects to create it. The report also avoided the word waiting. None of the investigators wanted language suggesting intention. I understood that choice. Official records should describe what evidence supports, not what fear supplies. Still, the empty contact marks were in our photographs. They had formed before we occupied their positions. The field had measured the missing parts of a circuit and shaped itself around the spaces where bodies could complete it. Our rescue procedures changed afterward. Teams entering exposed terrain following a strike now receive a briefing on unusual ground effects. We spread farther apart, avoid sharing wet paths, keep unnecessary hardware open, and watch for loops in ropes, cables, and litter frames. Those measures are listed as precautions for damaged equipment and residual ground current. They are useful even when nothing impossible is present. That is how institutions preserve a lesson they cannot comfortably name. I returned to the boulder field the next summer. The campsites were open, the boulders were dry, and climbers moved toward the keyhole under a cloudless morning sky. Nothing flickered beneath their boots. I hiked to the recovered strike site without crossing the old scar. Wind had removed most traces of our route. The granite fracture remained, but its glassy branches had dulled under frost and sunlight. Near the edge of the scar, I found one of Cassia's open carabiners. Investigators had missed it because it lay deep in a crack. Its gate was still open, and no burn marks crossed the metal. I used a wooden trail marker to lift it. A faint blue point appeared at the hinge. It traveled around the curved spine, stopped at the gap, and went dark. I left the carabiner open and carried it down in a straight cloth sleeve. I did not place it in my pack. I did not close my hand around it. The sky remained clear all the way to treeline, but I no longer mistook clear sky for the end of a storm. Weather can leave the mountain while charge remains in stone. A lightning channel can fail to reach the cloud and still keep searching for completion. Most people imagine a strike as a single, violent instant. What happened on Long's Peak taught me to imagine something slower. I imagine a circuit lying unfinished beneath the granite, testing every wet footprint, every joined hand, and every ring of rescue gear. I imagine it recognizing the shape of help. Then I imagine it waiting for us to close the gap. Every narrow canyon in Zion is a drainage before it is a destination. The walls may be dry, the sky may be blue, and the nearest storm may be hidden beyond 20 miles of sandstone. None of that makes the canyon safe. Water only needs to fall somewhere uphill, and gravity will deliver the rest. I taught that principle at the wilderness desk and repeated it during rescue briefings. Flash floods announce themselves through changes that experienced canyoneers learn to respect. Clear water turns muddy. Twigs begin drifting past. The current strengthens, and a distant roar grows inside the stone. When any warning appears, the correct response is immediate movement toward higher ground. Nobody packs equipment, debates the forecast, or tries to outrun the flood downstream. A few vertical feet can separate a witness from a body recovery. The incident in Morrow Slot began with every warning, except water. Morrow was an internal name for a narrow eastern tributary that did not appear on visitor maps. It was not secret, but it was not promoted. The route required a wilderness permit, technical descents, several cold potholes, and a long exit through a wider wash. In late August, 2 experienced canyoneers failed to close their permit. Emery Shaw and Colin Tate had entered at dawn under a low flash flood potential. They carried dry suits, ropes, emergency insulation, extra water, and a satellite communicator. Their itinerary allowed several hours of delay. By midnight, their vehicle remained at the exit, and their contact had received no message. Dispatch attempted their satellite device without success. A location request returned one weak point from deep inside the lower slot. Rain had fallen that afternoon, but not over Morrow. Radar showed a small storm crossing Slick Rock, far north of the canyon's mapped watershed. The nearest automated gauge recorded no rise. We still delayed entry until a forecaster reviewed the entire drainage and confirmed stable conditions. At first light, Gideon Hale led our field team from the upper route. He had worked technical rescues in Zion longer than anyone else on duty. Nia Serrano carried medical equipment, while Lucas Wynn managed rope systems and canyon communications. The upper drainage held shallow pools from rain earlier in the week. None showed fresh sediment or floating debris. Watermarks along the walls were old, and spiderwebs crossed the lowest cracks. We found no evidence of a recent flood. The first rappel descended into a shaded chamber with a dry sand floor. Emery and Collins' rope grooves were visible at the anchor. Their boot prints continued down canyon with normal spacing, and nothing suggested they had hurried. We moved through 2 more drops and entered the deepest section shortly before noon. The slot narrowed until our shoulders nearly touched both walls. Sunlight became a thin white strip far overhead, and the temperature dropped despite the heat on the rim. It resembled water moving through a long pipe. The roar was faint, continuous, and upstream. Each curve in the canyon changed its pitch without changing its volume. Gideon stopped at the first place wide enough for us to separate. We checked the sky visible above us. It remained clear. The sandstone was dry, and the nearest pothole held still water with a sharp line of dust around its edge. Lucas placed one gloved hand on the wall. He felt no vibration. I watched the pothole while the roar continued. Its surface did not move. A flash flood can arrive from a storm too distant to see, so we did not dismiss the sound. We reversed course toward the last climbable ledge. The weak satellite point from the missing party remained less than half a mile below us. We had traveled only 50 yards when sand began falling from the right wall. It did not fall straight down. The grains drifted into the center of the canyon, stopped in open air, and formed a horizontal line at the height of my knee. More grains joined them. Within seconds, a thin sheet of dust stretched between the walls. It rolled gently from side to side, exactly like silt floating on water. There was nothing visible beneath it. I lowered a trekking pole through the line and felt resistance. The pole remained dry when I pulled it back, yet a band of clean metal marked the depth where the dust had touched it. The roar became louder. Loose straps lifted from our packs and pointed downstream. A plastic bottle rolled across the sand, rose several inches into empty space, and moved around the next bend. Gideon directed us toward the ledge. We climbed without collecting anything loose. The dust line rose from our knees to our waists before we reached the first footholds. When the boundary crossed my chest, I tried to inhale. My ribs expanded, but no air entered my lungs. There was no water against my face, no liquid in my mouth, and no pressure sealing my nose. The breath simply produced nothing. I pushed upward and raised my head above the invisible surface. Air returned at once. Below my chin, my uniform remained completely dry. Nia had been standing in a shallow depression. The boundary reached her mouth before the rest of us. Her eyes widened, and she clawed at the sandstone without finding a hold. Lucas stepped down, locked one arm around her harness, and lifted. His own face passed below the boundary during the movement. Both emerged gasping, although neither coughed water. We climbed onto a sloping shelf 7 feet above the floor. The dust line stopped below our boots and spread smoothly through the canyon. Small stones rose from the sand, drifted downstream, and sank again near the far wall. The flood was present. We could hear it, feel its current, and watch objects move inside it. Only the water was missing. We remained on the shelf because every real flood rule told us to gain height and weight. The invisible boundary rose another foot, paused, then fell several inches. Dust gathered along its surface and made the movement visible. My weather meter gave a pressure reading that belonged hundreds of feet lower. When I raised the instrument above the boundary, the reading returned to our actual elevation. Lowering it into the transparent flood produced a smooth pressure increase with depth. Lucas tested his backup altimeter and recorded the same profile. Whatever filled the slot exerted weight without showing mass. The distant roar continued after the boundary stabilized. Retreat required climbing the route we had descended. That was possible for our team, but it would abandon Emery and Colin inside a condition already capable of suffocating them. Their last location lay downstream, where the canyon floor dropped farther below the invisible surface. Gideon examined the wall above our shelf. A series of narrow breaks offered a traverse 10 feet above the floor. It continued around one bend and ended near a debris jam. Beyond that point, our map showed a wider chamber with higher ledges. We secured ourselves to separate anchors and moved one person at a time. The safety rope sagged until it touched the invisible flood. The submerged section immediately bowed downstream like rope in a strong current. Lucas pulled it free. The sheath was dry, but the rope felt heavier for several seconds. Fine dust clung to one side in tiny parallel ripples. That gave us a way to read the current. We lowered short sacrificial cords from each ledge and watched their direction. The invisible flow accelerated around inside bends, rotated behind projections, and plunged at constrictions exactly as water should. The first debris jam consisted of branches wedged 15 feet above the canyon floor. Why? See your set debris. Most were sun-bleached and old. One green willow stem moved among them, rising and falling despite the still air. It had arrived from upstream without water, leaves intact and bark dry. The current held it against the jam from below. When the boundary rose, the stem rolled over the obstruction and disappeared downstream. We crossed above it and entered the wider chamber. Emery's orange helmet rested on a ledge near the far wall. One side was cracked, and the chin strap had been cut. Fresh blood marked the sandstone beside it. Her boot prints began on the floor and ended at a steep ramp. The first prints were normal. Higher ones showed deep toe marks and long smears, evidence of someone climbing in a hurry. The ramp rose above the current to a shelf hidden behind a sandstone fin. We found Emery there, wedged into a narrow sitting position with her knees against her chest. She was conscious, dehydrated, and bleeding from a scalp wound. She had removed her dry suit and spread it beneath her. The material contained no moisture, but it had collapsed flat around her body. Its waterproof seams were pressed inward, as though the suit had been taken to great depth. Nia approached, while the rest of us stayed clear of the small shelf. Emery's oxygen level was low, her pulse was rapid, and her coordination was poor. The scalp injury looked serious, but not immediately fatal. She could communicate through gestures and short written notes. Her voice had become weak after hours of breathing the narrow air pocket. The wall above blocked ventilation, and the invisible flood had risen close to the shelf several times during the night. Her notes described the first surge. She and Colin had heard the roar after completing their final rappel. They saw dust lifting from the floor and assumed a normal flood was arriving. They climbed opposite walls. Colin reached a lower alcove while Emery gained the ramp. The boundary passed between them, carrying packs, rope bags, and loose stones downstream. Emery saw Colin's head remain above the dust line through the first pulse. During the second, the invisible surface entered his alcove. His helmet disappeared without a splash. She had not seen him again. Nia dressed the scalp wound, provided oxygen, and moved Emery to the outer edge of the shelf. Gideon and I examined the route toward Colin's alcove. It lay across the chamber, below the current's present surface. The dust line showed the boundary about 4 feet above the canyon floor. Colin's alcove opened only 2 feet higher. If he remained inside it, his entire body was submerged in something that could not be breathed. His survival seemed impossible, until Lucas found a hydration tube hanging from a crack above the alcove. Its bite valve remained near the ceiling, while the other end disappeared below the boundary. The tube moved with a regular pulse. It tightened, relaxed, and tightened again. Something beneath the invisible surface was drawing air through it. Colin had turned his empty water reservoir into a breathing line. The tube was too narrow to supply much air, and the current could dislodge it at any time. Yet the movement proved he was alive. We could not descend and work beneath the boundary without breathing support. Our medical oxygen cylinder had enough capacity for a short rescue, not prolonged submersion. A standard mask would also trap the invisible medium if it leaked. Lucas modified a canyon dry bag into a hood. He placed the oxygen mask inside, kept the opening above the boundary, and inflated the bag with ordinary air. The transparent flood pressed against the plastic, but did not enter while the opening remained high. We tested it without a person. A pressure gauge inside the bag remained near ambient until the opening crossed the dust line. Then the bag collapsed instantly, forcing its air upward. Gideon chose me for the descent because I was already wearing the most compact harness. Lucas rigged a guided line that would keep me from being swept downstream. Nia controlled the breathing supply from above. Before entering, I studied the suspended dust. The current crossed the chamber toward Colin's alcove, then curled back along the wall. A rescuer following the direct line would be pushed into the return eddy rather than out of the canyon. I descended upstream of the alcove. The invisible surface crossed my boots, hips, and chest without wetting anything. Each additional foot compressed the hood around my face. The oxygen tasted metallic and dry. When my ears passed below the boundary, the roar changed. It became a deep vibration carried through my skull. Sounds from the team vanished, although I could still see their ropes moving in clear air above me. The medium was visually absent until dust or debris crossed it. Inside, I saw sand floating in sheets and small stones rolling through space at different heights. My own movements produced slow vortices that lifted grains from the floor. The current pushed against my body like dense water. My clothing did not flutter, and my skin remained dry. Pressure spread evenly across every surface, leaving no sensation of wind. I reached the alcove and found Colin pinned against its ceiling. His body floated horizontally, held there by the return current. One hand gripped the hydration tube. The other had become trapped inside a loop of rope around a sandstone horn. His eyes were open but unfocused. Each breath through the tube barely moved his chest. The airspace around his face was no larger than his cupped hands. I attached the guided line to his harness and cut the rope trapping his arm. His body rotated immediately toward the chamber. The current tried to pull him downstream, but Lucas held the guide taut from above. Colin lost the hydration tube during the turn. I pressed the spare oxygen mask to his face and signaled for increased flow. The bag around my head narrowed as the cylinder divided its supply between us. We rose along the guided line. The invisible surface appeared as a band of dust above my eyes. It seemed close enough to reach, yet the current held both bodies down. Lucas changed the hauling angle from the higher shelf. That lifted Colin first and reduced the drag across my harness. His face crossed the boundary and Nia pulled him onto the ramp. My oxygen bag collapsed before I reached the surface. The regulator continued flowing, but pressure squeezed the gas away from my mouth. I had no breath left to waste on panic. I released the lower guide, planted both boots against the wall, and climbed the rope rather than waiting for the haul. My head broke through the dust line. Air entered with such force that pain spread beneath my ribs. The hood and clothing were dry. Only a layer of red powder marked the exact height where the invisible flood had covered me. Colin had a pulse but did not breathe after extraction. Nia began ventilation on the ramp while Gideon supported his head. No water came from his airway. His lungs sounded clear, yet his chest resisted each breath as though external pressure remained around it. The resistance decreased when we moved him 3 feet higher. After several minutes, he began taking shallow breaths without assistance. His oxygen level improved slowly, and the color returned around his mouth. Emery watched from the upper shelf. She had survived more than 12 hours by staying above the boundary, but exhaustion had taken most of her strength. Neither patient could climb the technical route behind us without a full hauling system. The lower exit lay closer. It descended through another slot before widening into a wash. Under normal conditions, that was the preferred route because it avoided climbing fixed ropes. During any flood, traveling downstream would be reckless. Gideon requested updated weather and watershed information through the canyon repeater. Incident Command reported no measured flow at the exit. Radar still showed only isolated rainfall beyond the mapped drainage. The roar beneath us continued growing. We needed to determine whether the invisible flood was rising, falling, or pulsing. I marked its dust line on the wall with chalk. Lucas marked a second point near the narrowest side of the chamber. The boundary rose at different rates. Near the constriction, it climbed twice as fast and curved upward along the outer wall. A real fluid surface should have settled level when stationary. This one preserved the shape of moving water. We lowered 3 cords across the chamber and timed their deflection. The current accelerated during each increase in the roar. Between pulses, it slowed but never stopped. Nia noticed another change. The oxygen cylinder was cooling faster than expected, and its pressure had dropped far below the volume we used. The regulator showed no leak above the boundary. When the hose entered the invisible flood, gas disappeared through its outer surface. The medium was drawing air across materials that would normally contain it. Colin's hydration tube had worked only because he held the valve inside a tiny trapped pocket. The flood did not merely lack water. It removed breathable gas from spaces it occupied. Emery's narrow shelf already showed the effect. A match held near its ceiling burned weakly and went out. The outer ramp had better circulation, but the canyon walls limited replacement air. We consolidated both patients on the highest open shelf. Their ropes and packs remained downstream, so we used our insulation and harnesses. Colin regained awareness but could not stand. Emery could move on hands and knees if someone protected her from the edge. Lucas built a horizontal guide with independent anchors above the flood line. The system allowed one patient to hang in a rescue seat, while 2 attendants controlled movement from separate ledges. We kept every rope clear of the current to reduce drag and gas loss. The first traverse carried Colin toward our entry route. Halfway across, the roar stopped. The sudden silence frightened me more than the rising sound. Suspended dust settled in place without falling. Pebbles hung motionless above the floor. The cord beneath Colin straightened vertically as the current vanished. For several seconds, the canyon seemed empty again. Then, every suspended object moved upstream. The invisible flood reversed direction. The guide rope bowed toward our entry instead of the exit. Colin's rescue seat swung into the wall, and Lucas arrested it before his head struck sandstone. The dust boundary climbed the upstream side of the chamber like a tilted sheet. This was not backflow from a natural obstruction. A real flood could form eddies, surges, and reflected waves, but the entire column would not run uphill through multiple drops. The force that filled Morrow's slot was following the shape of water without obeying its source. Our retreat route became the downstream path of the reversed current. The narrow traverses ahead would soon be covered. We pulled Colin back to the shelf before the guide rope entered the rising boundary. Gideon studied the canyon map. The next lower section contained a tall alcove and a sloping fault that reached a bench above the historic flood debris. If we could move down canyon before the current reversed again, that bench offered the best refuge. The choice was ugly. We would travel in the direction every safety briefing warned against, carrying 2 injured people toward narrower terrain. Remaining in the chamber meant losing our return route and breathable air. Emery crossed first under her own power, protected by a high line. Colin followed in the rescue seat. We moved 1 anchor at a time and left equipment behind rather than stopping to organize it. The invisible boundary remained tilted toward the upper canyon. That gave us several feet of clearance near the lower exit. Dust poured through the constriction above our heads, flowing upstream along the ceiling while the floor below looked empty. Passing beneath it felt like walking under the suspended surface of an ocean. Small stones rolled through clear space overhead. A branch drifted past with its leaves pressed flat against a current nobody could see. The canyon narrowed to less than 3 feet. We turned sideways and guided Colin's seat between the walls. His oxygen level fell whenever the dust boundary approached, even before it touched his face. The medium was drawing air across the interface. A person did not need to be submerged to begin suffocating. At the last bend, the tilted boundary sagged. A lobe of invisible current descended from the ceiling and filled the passage between Gideon and me. Dust outlined it as a transparent curtain. Gideon was already on the far side with Emery. Nia and Lucas remained behind me with Colin. The curtain thickened until it touched both walls and divided the team. I stepped through because stopping would leave no route for the patient. Pressure closed around my chest, and the roar returned inside my skull. 3 steps carried me across, but I emerged with blood running from one nostril. Lucas sent Colin next. We pulled the rescue seat through the submerged section in less than 10 seconds. Colin stopped breathing halfway across and resumed only after Nia ventilated him on the far side. Nia followed. Lucas came last, pushing the rope bag ahead of him. As he entered, the invisible curtain began moving down canyon. He could not climb against it. His boots left the floor, and his body floated horizontally. The current carried him toward us with enough force to slam him into the narrow walls. I tensioned the guide line while Gideon redirected it around a sandstone horn. The new angle pulled Lucas toward the center of the passage. He emerged above our heads, still suspended in clear air, then dropped when the curtain passed. His shoulder struck the floor. The joint remained intact, but he could no longer lift the arm without pain. Our only rope specialist had become another limited patient. Behind him, the current continued down canyon. The reversal had ended. Everything inside Morrow Slot was flowing toward the exit again. The next pulse was coming in the same direction we needed to travel. We used dust instead of water to read what approached. I scraped dry sand from a protected crack and scattered a thin line across the passage. Some grains fell normally. Others stopped at waist height and rushed past us. The boundary was already there, advancing as a shallow tongue. Its leading edge had no vertical wall. It thinned across the floor, deepened toward the center, and sent small lobes into every depression. We moved along the inner curve where the current remained lowest. Gideon went first with Emery clipped to a short tether. Nia and I carried Colin's rescue seat between us while Lucas followed, protecting his injured arm against his chest. Carrying Colin required us to enter the invisible flow from the knees down. It exerted pressure through our clothing without making the fabric wet. Every step felt like wading through a river that had forgotten how to reflect light. We kept our feet wide and tested the floor before committing weight. The current hid no visual depth changes, so a shallow pothole looked identical to flat sand. Our trekking poles revealed holes only when their tips struck stone. At the outer bend, the boundary climbed above our shoulders. Dust rolled along that wall in a steep bank. The current carried branches and rope fragments through empty air, grinding them against sandstone hard enough to remove bark and fibers. One fragment belonged to Emery's rope. Its cut end showed where she had freed herself during the first surge. The current had carried it downstream overnight, then returned it uphill during the reversal. The sheath was frayed but completely dry. We stayed against the inner wall and passed beneath a low projection. The safe air narrowed until only our faces remained above the boundary. Colin's rescue seat floated upward, reducing its weight but threatening to roll him face down. Nia controlled his shoulders while I held the lower frame. Neither of us could release without warning. The medium rose over my forearms and drew air from the foam padding. Tiny bubbles did not appear because there was no visible liquid to receive them. Instead, the foam collapsed in silence. We reached the wider chamber with seconds to spare. The boundary spread across the additional floor and dropped below our waists. A dark alcove opened on the left, while a diagonal crack climbed the right wall toward the mapped bench. The alcove offered shade, flat ground, and an easy place to treat patients. It also contained a thick deposit of fine red sediment on its ceiling. That deposit marked a recirculating pocket where floodwater had once backed upward and trapped debris. We chose the crack. It began as a sloping ramp covered in loose sand. Higher up, it narrowed into a chimney between the main wall and a detached sandstone flake. Driftwood wedged 20 feet above the floor showed the minimum height of past floods. Our target bench lay beyond the chimney, several feet above the highest branch. Reaching it required a vertical haul for Colin and assisted climbing for Emery. Lucas could design the system, but his damaged shoulder prevented him from managing the main rope. He directed us through hand signals. Gideon climbed first and inspected the chalk stones inside the crack. The sandstone around them was solid, and their positions allowed 2 independent anchors above the historic debris line. I carried the rope up while Nia remained with the patients. The chimney was narrow enough to brace with knees and back, but loose sand coated every ledge. We moved slowly because jumping or lunging would trade the flood hazard for broken legs. Gideon built a hauling system from separate anchor strands. Lucas checked each stage from below, following the rope path with his good hand. We tested it using packs before committing a patient. The invisible boundary rose across the chamber during our preparation. Its dust line reached the base of the crack, entered like a tide, and separated into narrow tongues around stones. The distant roar gained a second, lower rhythm. Incident Command reported a new storm forming over the northern plateau. Rain was now falling somewhere near the outer drainage boundary. The mapped watershed still showed no direct precipitation, but runoff routes across slick rock can defeat confident lines on a map. There ya! Emery climbed first. Gideon belayed from the upper anchor while I stayed a few feet below her. She used her legs well, but the scalp injury made her dizzy whenever she looked upward. Halfway through the chimney, her boot slipped. She did not jump for another hold. She lowered her weight onto the rope, waited for the spinning to stop, and resumed with shorter movements. She reached the bench exhausted but without a new injury. Colin required the rescue seat. Nia secured him with wide straps and protected his chest from compression. We had no rigid litter because the passage was too narrow for one, and the current would have caught its broad surface. The haul began smoothly. Colin remained upright while the seat entered the chimney. Gideon pulled from above. I guided the load past projections, and Nia controlled the lower rope from the ramp. The boundary reached Nia's hips. A moment later, Colin's boots entered it. His seat became buoyant and surged upward, creating slack in the haul line. Then the current rotated and pushed him sideways into the crack. I braced his body while Gideon recovered the slack. The medium covered my hands and chest, leaving only my head above its surface. Air streamed out of my jacket collar with no visible sign except the fabric drawing tight against my skin. Colin's oxygen level fell before the boundary reached his mouth. Nia increased flow through his mask, but the cylinder was nearly empty. Gas escaped through the tubing wall and vanished into the flood. We could either accelerate and risk jamming the seat or keep control while he suffocated. Lucas pointed toward the lower redirection pulley and then toward the free tail. Removing that pulley would reduce mechanical advantage but double the hauling speed. Nia disconnected it with one hand above the boundary. Gideon took the full load, and I climbed beside Colin to keep the seat aligned. The system became heavier but simpler. The invisible surface crossed Colin's face near the top of the chimney. Dust collected on his oxygen mask, outlining the exact curve of the boundary. His eyes closed and his body stopped assisting the harness. Gideon hauled while Emery pulled from the bench despite her injury. I drove upward with my legs and lifted the bottom of the seat. Colin cleared the surface after one long movement and slid onto high sandstone. Nia followed immediately. The boundary had reached her shoulders and the oxygen cylinder beneath her arm had collapsed inward. She abandoned it, climbed the lower crack, and accepted a belay only after both feet left the current. Lucas remained on the ramp. He could climb with one arm, but the safety line lay beneath the rising boundary. The invisible current pulled it downstream, tightening the rope across the chimney entrance. If he clipped into it, the line would drag him away from the wall. Lucas used his rescue knife to cut the submerged section. He tied a new open end with one hand and attached it to his harness above the boundary. I took tension from the ledge while he began climbing. The first pressure surge arrived before he reached the chimney. My ears popped on the high bench. Dust exploded from cracks and formed a horizontal sheet across the chamber. Lucas vanished below it without a splash. The rope remained taut, proving Lucas was still attached. We could not see him through a boundary that was itself invisible. Dust on its surface hid the lower chamber like red glass, while his body moved somewhere beneath it. I hauled until the rope stopped. His harness had caught below the chimney entrance. Pulling harder would compress his chest or damage the anchor. Someone had to descend far enough to free him. Gideon prepared to go, but I was already positioned beside the rope. I wrapped the empty oxygen hood around my head without connecting the useless cylinder. It held one breath of air at most. Nia secured a second line to my harness. I descended into the dust sheet and entered the invisible flood. Pressure flattened the hood against my cheeks, trapping a small pocket around my nose and mouth. The current moved faster than before. Sand struck my clothing, and unseen branches passed close enough to disturb the pressure around my legs. Sound became a continuous impact inside my skull. Lucas hung upside down beside the crack. The cut rope had tangled around his ankle before floating into the chimney. His injured arm was trapped between his body and the wall. He was conscious and holding his breath. I could see the controlled tension in his face. Panic would have consumed the little oxygen remaining in his blood. I cut the rope near his boot. The current straightened the loose section and carried it away. Lucas rotated upright, but his damaged arm remained pinned. Freeing it required pushing him deeper into the current. I placed both feet against the wall, created slack in his harness, and pulled his shoulder clear. The movement exhausted the air trapped inside my hood. We began rising. Gideon hauled Lucas while Nia managed my safety line. The current pressed us against the crack, then reversed locally and pulled us toward the chamber. I climbed by friction because the ropes alone could not overcome the sideways force. Lucas broke the dust surface first. My hands reached the edge of the bench, but my boots remained in the current. I could not inhale, and the pressure around my ribs resisted every movement. Emery lay flat above me and lowered a loop of webbing. I avoided placing it around my wrist because a tightening loop could injure the hand. I threaded my forearm across it and kept my elbow bent. She shifted her weight backward while Gideon held her harness. That small mechanical advantage lifted my hips through the boundary. The pressure released, and I rolled onto the bench without enough air to speak. We were all above the visible dust line, but we were not yet safe. The bench stood only a few feet above the highest historic debris. Blood scars continued farther up the wall toward a sloping terrace. A short vertical step separated us from that terrace. Under ordinary conditions, each rescuer could climb it without rope. Colin could not. Lucas had one useful arm, and Emery was close to collapse. The invisible flood rose across the bench while we reorganized. It seeped through the chimney first, then spread from the crack in a smooth layer. Dry leaves lifted around our boots and began moving toward the outer edge. The shape of the terrace mattered more than its height. It widened into a long shelf with an open connection to the canyon rim. If the flood reached it, the same volume would spread across far more space and rise slowly. We needed to gain that cross-section before the narrow bench filled. Gideon climbed the step and established an upper anchor around a natural column. We used the simplest hauling system our remaining strength could manage. Nia protected Colin's airway while Emery stabilized his rescue seat from below. The boundary climbed over our boots. The suspended dust was thinner here, so I scattered powdered chalk across it. White grains outlined a surface rising at almost 1 foot each minute. Colin went first. The current reached the bottom of his seat as Gideon began hauling. Buoyancy reduced the load, but it also tipped the seat backward. I kept his head elevated until Nia could reach him from the terrace. Wah! Emery climbed next with a tight belay. Her movements were slow and deliberate. The boundary touched her knees at the base and her ankles near the top because the surface tilted through the moving current. Lucas refused assistance until the other patients were secure. He used his legs and good arm, resting his injured shoulder against the wall. I followed close enough to prevent a fall without pulling him off balance. The roar became loud enough to vibrate sand from the ceiling. A log emerged from the chimney below, suspended inside the invisible column. It struck the bench, broke in half, and continued upward with the rising flow. Lucas reached the terrace. Gideon and Nia pulled him away from the edge. I remained below to release the lower anchor and recover the medical bag. The bag contained Colin's medication records, warming supplies, and our last functioning camera. Leaving it would not kill him, but retrieving it required only a few seconds. That calculation was the most ordinary mistake I made all day. I unclipped the bag. The boundary rose from my thighs to my chest before I turned back. The increase was faster than any previous measurement. The log returned from above, caught in a recirculating current. It struck the rope between me and the terrace. The anchor held, but the impact knocked my boots from the wall. I fell into the invisible flood. There was no splash and no cold shock. Pressure arrived everywhere at once. The medical bag floated from my hand, and my body rolled through clear space above the bench. I could see the terrace, my team, and the white chalk line separating air from the thing carrying me. They looked through a surface that had no reflection. My ears registered only the deep, grinding roar. The current pulled me toward the alcove we had rejected. Its sealing sediment showed where floodwater circulated and trapped debris. Entering that pocket would pin me beyond the reach of our rope. I spread my arms to increase drag on one side and rotated my feet toward the wall. The movement worked as it would in water. My boots struck sandstone, and I pushed across the current instead of fighting directly against it. The safety rope tightened. Gideon hauled, but the log remained wrapped around the line. I gained several feet before the rope stopped again. My lungs convulsed for a breath. Nothing entered. The invisible medium pressed against my mouth without touching it, and every instinct insisted that air should be there. The barometric profile gave me the only useful idea. Pressure increased with depth. The flow near the boundary had been slower than the current below because the upper layer dragged against ordinary air. I climbed the wall diagonally, aiming for the nearest part of the chalk surface rather than the anchor. Small holds allowed 3 movements upward. The current weakened around my shoulders. My hand crossed into air. The difference was invisible, but my fingers suddenly felt the canyon breeze. I hooked an elbow over a shallow lip and raised my mouth above the boundary. One breath gave me enough strength to hold. Nia crawled to the terrace edge and extended a trekking pole. I gripped its handle while Gideon used his knife to free the rope from the log. They pulled me onto the terrace. The medical bag remained below, floating against the wall. We left it there. The terrace extended toward the rim exactly as the map suggested. We moved the patients away from the narrow throat and found a broad platform above all visible debris lines. Juniper roots occupied cracks near its upper edge, proving ordinary floods rarely reached it. The invisible boundary entered the terrace behind us. Its rate of rise slowed almost immediately because the available area increased. Dust spread into a wide, shallow sheet and drifted among stones. We continued to the highest stable ground rather than stopping at the first safe appearance. Real flood survivors often become casualties when a larger pulse exceeds the ledge they chose. We had already seen this event reverse and surge without warning. At the upper platform, Nia reassessed everyone. Colin remained critical but stable with manual airway support. Emery's bleeding had stopped. Lucas' shoulder required immobilization, and my chest pain improved as the external pressure released. We had water, insulation, and one headlamp for every 2 people. The emergency beacon could reach the rim from the terrace. We transmitted our position and instructed all outside teams to remain clear of the drainage. Nobody was coming down to rescue us. That was the correct response. Adding another team beneath an unexplained flood boundary would only create more patience. The invisible surface rose to within 2 feet of the platform after sunset. Red dust floated across it, level now that the current had spread. The canyon below appeared filled with a dark, transparent lake. We waded through 3 smaller pulses. Each raised the boundary several inches, then allowed it to fall. We measured every change against chalk marks and moved our sleeping position higher after each crest. Near midnight, the lowest roar returned. Stones began striking one another far upstream. This time a smell arrived with it, heavy with mud and crushed vegetation. A conventional flash flood entered Morrow's slot beneath the invisible one. We saw brown water surge into the lower chamber, carrying branches and black foam. Instead of mixing with the clear medium, it formed a distinct moving layer. The invisible flood rode above it like an atmosphere with the weight of an ocean. The water displaced that layer upward. Our dust boundary climbed nearly a foot, and the remaining air on the platform thinned. We moved to the juniper roots at the highest edge and secured each person independently. The terrace geometry saved us. The combined flood spread laterally before reaching our position. Muddy water remained below the historic debris line, while the invisible layer stopped just beneath our boots. For hours, logs and stones moved through darkness under us. Some were carried by visible water. Others floated several feet above it inside the dry current. Their impacts sounded identical. Before dawn, the ordinary flood receded. The invisible boundary descended with it, maintaining the same gap above the muddy surface. When the final water drained through the lower slot, the dust line followed and disappeared. The roar continued for another 20 minutes after the canyon became dry. We waited on high ground until full daylight and through the required monitoring period. No one moved merely because the danger looked finished. Only after pressure readings normalized and upstream observers confirmed falling water did we begin the exit. We descended by the anchors we had placed and used a fresh rope lowered from the rim team. Outside rescuers did not enter the slot. They managed the line from above while we moved both patients through the final dry wash. Colin left Morrow under his own pulse and breathing without assistance. Emery walked the last stretch with support. Lucas carried no rope and I carried no equipment except the weather meter sealed for evidence. We reached the road late that afternoon. Every person and every piece of clothing was coated with dust above a perfectly sharp line. Below that line, the fabric was cleaner and completely dry. Colin spent more than a week in intensive care. Imaging showed lung injury resembling severe pressure exposure, but doctors found no aspirated water, sediment, or chemical irritant. His hearing recovered slowly, and he retained numbness in both hands. Emery required treatment for dehydration, concussion, and oxygen deprivation. Lucas had a torn shoulder tendon, but no fracture. My injuries were limited to bruised ribs, a damaged eardrum, and several weeks of pain during deep breathing. All 6 of us survived because the canyon's ordinary rules still mattered. We sought higher ground, read debris lines, avoided a sediment-filled alcove, refused to jump, and waded through multiple pulses. The impossible flood changed the medium, not the geometry. Morrow's slot closed immediately. The public order cited flash flood damage and unstable rescue anchors. Both conditions existed, although neither explained why a team had nearly drowned without becoming wet. Our equipment provided evidence before anyone entered the canyon again. The two altimeters recorded pressure increasing steadily with apparent depth. Their profiles matched within measurement error, despite being made by different manufacturers. The maximum pressure at the chamber floor corresponded to a column of water, several yards deep. Nothing exerting that pressure appeared in any body camera frame. Dust, rope, wood, and human bodies moved through empty-looking space. The oxygen cylinder recovered near the chimney had lost almost all its contents. Its valve and regulator remained functional. Laboratory testing found no leak large enough to explain the loss in ordinary air. Emery's dry suit carried a permanent collapse pattern. The outer fabric was undamaged, but insulation inside had compressed, as though subjected to sustained depth. No water stains, dissolved minerals, or biological material appeared in its layers. The cameras caused the most disagreement. They showed the rescue exactly as we remembered it, yet viewers without context saw people floating and struggling in clear air. Suspended dust was the only visible indication of a boundary. Audio analysis found a low-frequency roar during every pressure increase. The sound lacked the chaotic upper frequencies produced by rocks tumbling in water. It resembled turbulent flow recorded through a solid wall. Hydrologists reconstructed the event using radar terrain models and gauge data. The first storm had never crossed Morrow's surface watershed. Its rainfall could not have reached the slot through any mapped drainage. The later storm did produce the muddy flood we observed overnight. That water arrived many hours after the first invisible surge. It also carried less volume than the pressure records implied was already inside the canyon. Investigators recovered Emery and Collins' packs in a tree jam near the exit. Both were dry inside and outside. Their metal frames were bent downstream, while fine sand coated the upper surfaces in ripple patterns, normally formed underwater. The severed ropes told the same story. Fibers had flattened in one direction, reversed, then flattened again. Matched the current change we observed in the chamber. No water chemistry remained in the sheath. After several weeks, a remote instrument package was lowered into Morrow from the rim. It measured pressure, sound, temperature, humidity, air composition, and vibration. Cameras watched a grid of colored powder spread across the floor. Most days produced ordinary canyon data. Wind moved through the slot, temperature followed sunlight, and pressure tracked the regional weather. Small rainstorms sent visible water down the wash without recreating our observations. The second event occurred on a clear autumn morning. No rain fell within 100 miles. The pressure sensor at the floor registered a sudden increase, while the sensor 10 feet higher remained normal. Powder lifted from the grid and formed a flat horizontal surface. A suspended test cord bowed downstream. Humidity did not increase, and the camera recorded no visible fluid. The air sampler below the boundary stopped receiving gas. Its pump continued operating, but the collection chamber collapsed inward. Above the boundary, the identical sampler worked normally. The event lasted 14 minutes. Pressure rose, reversed direction once, and drained toward the canyon exit. No water appeared at any downstream gauge. That recording removed weather from the list of necessary causes. It also removed equipment failure, group panic, and optical distortion. Something with measurable pressure had filled the slot without registering as liquid or gas. The final technical summary called it a transient non-aqueous flood-like displacement. The phrase described the instruments without explaining them. No accepted model accounted for mass, force, and buoyancy in a volume that cameras showed as empty. The investigation ended without consensus. Morrow remained closed and its technical anchors were removed to discourage entry. The closure required no supernatural explanation because an unexplained pressure hazard was enough. We updated ranger training with a narrow addition. If flood sounds occur without visible water, personnel must still seek high ground. Suspended dust, unexplained pressure changes, or equipment moving in still air require immediate evacuation from the drainage. The guidance does not mention drowning. It does not say that breathable air can disappear below an invisible surface. Those details remain in a restricted incident appendix, supported by a video few people want to watch twice. I watched it many times during the review. One frame bothered me more than the floating debris, or the moment Lucas vanished. It came from my camera during the first descent toward Colin. Dust revealed the flood boundary at eye level. Above it, the chamber was empty. Below it, sand moved in layered currents around my body. Farther upstream, another shape floated in the medium. It had the proportions of a person standing upright, but no member of our team occupied that location. The shape appeared only because dust curved around an empty volume. Analysts called it a stationary eddy behind a sandstone projection. The projection visible in later frames was several feet away. The dust shape also turned as I passed, maintaining an open area where a face would have been. We found no missing person associated with Morrow beyond Emery and Colin. Permit records, vehicle searches, and regional reports produced nobody else. The canyon had carried an absence shaped like a body. That image changed how I understand the event. I had assumed the flood was invisible because it contained nothing our eyes could detect. The frame suggested the opposite. Perhaps the canyon was not filled by an unseen substance. Perhaps something had removed the water, the air, and every visible particle while leaving the force of a flood behind. I returned to the closed rim the following spring to replace a warning sign. The day was hot and cloudless. Morrow Slot lay below as a thin dark cut through red stone. Before leaving, I poured a handful of sand beside the rim instrument. Most grains fell into the canyon. A small group stopped several feet below me and spread into a level line. There was no roar yet. I moved uphill without collecting my tools. By the time I reached the vehicle, dispatch reported normal weather and no rain anywhere near the park. Behind me, something struck the canyon walls with the weight of a boulder. The sky remained empty. The drainage remained dry. The flood had returned without waiting for water. Petrified wood is not wood with a stone coating. The original material was buried quickly enough to slow decay. Then mineral-rich water carried silica into its cells. Over immense spans of time, crystals occupied the spaces where living tissue had been. What remains can preserve bark, growth rings, and insect galleries, even though the tree itself is gone. I had explained that process to visitors for years. I always emphasize the time involved because deep time is the part human beings understand least. The search for Travis Pike began during the August monsoon. He was a backcountry photographer who had entered the southern wilderness before sunrise and failed to return before the park road closed. His emergency contact expected a message by evening. None arrived, and his vehicle remained near an approved pullout after dark. He had no overnight permit, but his pack list suggested enough water and insulation to survive an unplanned night. His intended route followed an old roadbed toward a remote exposure of the Chinlaw Formation. From there, he planned to cross several dry washes and photograph blue and purple badlands near sunset. The area had no maintained trail. Navigation depended on broad landforms, careful bearings, and the discipline to turn around before every hill began looking like the next one. A storm had crossed the southern park that afternoon. It delivered hard rain, hail, and enough runoff to fill several washes. We did not send a team into active flooding. Night brought more scattered cells and constant lightning over the open grassland. At dawn, the gauges were falling. Radar showed a clear western horizon, and our operations chief approved a ground search. Ada Crow led the field team. She had worked wilderness incidents across the Colorado Plateau and never treated dry country as empty country. Malik Brenner carried medical equipment. June Halden, one of our paleontology staff, joined because the route crossed sensitive fossil beds and unstable clay slopes. I managed navigation, communications, and the search record. We carried a wheeled litter, extra water, shade fabric, and equipment for an overnight operation. Summer travel in the wilderness requires carrying every drop a team expects to use. The washes may look like roots, but monsoon runoff can turn them into barriers. Wet bentonite becomes slick, accumulates on boots, and can hide pockets of quicksand beneath a thin crust. The morning air felt cool when we left the road. That comfort was temporary. Clear skies would heat the Badlands quickly, and the wind would accelerate evaporation from clothing and skin. Our plan was to reach Travis's last reliable location, assess his condition, and return before the afternoon storm cycle rebuilt. His first tracks appeared beside a sandy wash. Rain had softened their edges, but not erased them. We followed from above whenever possible, avoiding the fragile biological crust on the flats. The prints descended into the wash only where steep clay forced the route. An hour from the road, June found a cotton camera strap partly buried in silt. It lay downstream from Travis's tracks and had probably washed from his pack. The exposed end remained flexible and faded black. The buried section was hard, translucent, and red. Malik assumed the fabric had been cemented by mud. June lifted it with a wooden probe and rinsed a corner using a few drops from a sample bottle. No clay washed away. Individual cotton fibers had become glossy rods that clicked against one another like glass. The transition from cloth to mineral occurred across less than an inch. Threads on one side bent under June's tweezers. Threads on the other fractured and revealed pale crystalline interiors. The weave continued through both portions without distortion. Natural silica can fill porous materials, and mineral crusts can form quickly under favorable chemistry. Neither process should replace a wet cotton strap overnight while preserving each twisted fiber. June sealed the sample and marked the location. We continued because the strap confirmed Travis had entered the wash. The next sign was a boot print on a low clay bank. Rain had filled it, then the pool had drained or evaporated. The sole pattern remained sharper than any track in wet mud should have been. A clear surface covered it like ice. I touched the edge with the probe. It produced the hard sound of stone. The print was not an impression beneath a crust. Each compressed grain had fused into a shallow slab that preserved the tread, a broken lace tip, and the texture of fabric around the heel. Travis's tracks beyond it became difficult to interpret. Some remained ordinary depressions. Others glittered with crystals. Several ended in thin plates that had cracked free from the surrounding clay, leaving perfect mineral copies of his soles lying loose in the wash. The copies grew more complete as we moved downstream. One included the curved edge of a rubber toe. Another preserved 3 inches of bootlace. The mineral lace crossed empty space between 2 eyelet marks, rigid as a wire. No discarded boots appeared nearby. Travis had walked away while the wash created stone versions of the materials touching it. We left the channel and followed his route from a parallel ridge. The clay slopes below were saturated in shaded places, and already drying in the sun. Their surfaces contracted with faint ticking sounds. Each crack exposed brighter bands of blue, gray, and purple. June stopped beside a dead grass stem protruding from one bank. Its upper half moved in the wind. The lower half had become smoky quartz inside the clay. A seed head was preserved in mineral so precisely that every bristle remained visible. The grass had grown that season. Green tissue remained above the transition. We were not looking at an ancient fossil weathering from Triassic sediment. Something inside the wet layer was mineralizing modern organic material as the surface dried. Ada changed our search protocol. Nobody would touch exposed clay with bare skin. We covered boot uppers, kept ropes and straps away from the ground, and brushed contamination from clothing before it dried. June collected only what could be handled without direct contact. Travis's tracks climbed toward a band of sandstone. The stride shortened and began dragging on the right side. On several slopes, he had used both hands. The marks from his fingers were lined with clear crystals. We found his pack below an undercut ledge. One shoulder strap had turned entirely to red chalcedony. The other remained fabric where it rested on sandstone. A plastic buckle connected them and showed no change. His water bladder was empty. The drinking tube had been pulled from its fitting, leaving the pack soaked during the night. Where water had spread into the clay, the ground remained dark and soft. The mineralized edge began exactly where the damp patch had dried. June understood the sequence before the rest of us. Moisture mobilized something in the altered volcanic ash. Drying did not merely leave minerals behind. It replaced whatever organic structure occupied the retreating water line. From beyond the ledge came the scrape of stone against stone. It repeated twice, followed by a breath that sounded forced through clenched teeth. Malik moved ahead alone while we prepared the litter. He found Travis lying in the narrow shade beneath the sandstone. The missing hiker was conscious. His right leg, both hands, and half his jacket had already begun turning to stone. Travis had crawled into the ledge after losing his pack. A shallow depression protected him from direct sun, but the morning light was moving toward his body. He had wrapped his remaining shirt around the right leg and kept it wet with the last water from a metal bottle. The fabric was damp near his knee and rigid near his boot. Malik approached across bare sandstone. He checked Travis without lifting the mineralized areas. The pulse at the neck was rapid, his breathing shallow, and his mental state altered by dehydration and pain. His core temperature remained below the threshold for severe heat illness, but the day was warming. The right boot had fused into a single translucent mass with the clay beneath it. Mineral had climbed past the ankle and entered the lower pant leg. The outline of every seam remained visible. Where the fabric touched skin, Travis's leg appeared gray and motionless. His hands were less advanced. Clear deposits covered several fingertips and followed small cuts in the skin. 2 fingernails had become cloudy crystal. He could flex the left thumb slightly, but movement caused thin fractures across the mineral surface. June examined him from outside the shade while Malik protected the airway and circulation. This was not a crust that could be chipped away. A small flake had already separated from one finger, exposing no blood beneath it. The missing skin had been replaced through its full thickness. Malik applied sterile water to a narrow boundary on Travis's wrist. The advancing whiteness stopped within seconds. It did not reverse, and existing crystal did not soften. Moisture prevented further change only while the surface remained wet. We tested that rule on the recovered pack. June placed 2 contaminated pieces of fabric on sandstone I2. One remained beneath a damp dressing. The other was allowed to dry in the sun. The uncovered sample stiffened within 4 minutes. Its fibers changed from black to translucent red, beginning at the outer edges where evaporation was fastest. The covered sample remained flexible until June lifted the dressing. Mineralization began as soon as air reached it. The process required 3 elements. The material needed contact with the local clay, enough moisture to mobilize its dissolved minerals, and a drying front. Remove any one element, and the transformation paused. That gave us a treatment strategy, but not a cure. We could rinse loose clay away, keep contaminated tissue wet, and block evaporation. We could not restore anything already replaced. Malik and June worked together without allowing the contaminated dressings to touch their clothing. They rinsed Travis's arms and torso using measured amounts of water. Then they wrapped each affected boundary in wet gauze, plastic barrier material, and reflective emergency fabric. The right leg remained fused to the wash deposit beneath the ledge. Pulling it free would fracture both the mineralized boot and whatever living tissue survived above it. We needed to separate the surrounding clay without transmitting force through the ankle. Ada and I cleared loose sediment using plastic scoops. We stayed outside the damp zone and worked inward. The clay near the boot had swollen during the storm, then contracted around its shape as it dried. Every exposed cut face began sparkling within minutes. June kept those surfaces wet with a spray bottle. Water made the bentonite expand again, loosening its grip. It also turned the floor slick enough that our tools slid toward Travis. We built a support beneath his knee and cut a wide block of clay around the boot. The goal was not to remove the mineralized mass. We would move it with him and prevent torque on the leg. When the final connection broke, the block lifted more easily than expected. It was hollow beneath the boot. A perfect stone copy of Travis's foot remained attached to the wash floor, separated from his body by a dark gap. For one terrible moment, I believed his entire foot had been left behind. Malik checked circulation above the ankle and found a weak pulse. The mineral shape on the ground was another duplicate, formed from the boot's contact surface while the original remained inside the rigid shell. The anomaly was doing two things at once. It replaced organic material along drying boundaries, and it created mineral copies where contaminated bodies touched the clay. We could not predict which process would occur at any location. Travis reacted when we raised the leg. Pain remained in the knee and calf, proving living tissue persisted beneath part of the shell. We transferred him onto a vacuum mattress lined with waterproof plastic. The wheeled litter could not cross the steep Badlands ridge. Returning through the wash would provide the smoothest route, but storm runoff had left long sections saturated. Every wheel, strap, and handhold could become contaminated. Our higher route crossed exposed clay slopes before reaching a stable sandstone bed. It was harder and slower. It also kept us away from the wettest deposits and the lowest path for another flash flood. Ada chose the ridge. We divided our water, reserving enough for drinking because rescuers who collapsed from heat could not help Travis. The remaining supply went into labeled bottles for rinsing and wet dressings. We removed every unnecessary cotton strap from the litter. Synthetic webbing had mineralized more slowly in our sample, but sweat and desert dust could make any porous surface vulnerable. We wrapped the handles in smooth plastic and assigned fixed positions to reduce cross-contamination. The first carry reached the edge of the sandstone band. 4 people lifted while June monitored the dressings. Travis weighed far more than a man of his size should. The mineralized clothing and clay shell added nearly 100 pounds. Each step produced a faint grinding sound from the right leg. The shell was cracking as his living muscles shifted beneath it. Malik adjusted the support and reduced the movement, but we could not eliminate it. The route climbed a narrow ramp between blue hills. Rain had carved shallow channels across its surface. Most were dry, yet their edges glittered with new silica. My left boot slipped. I caught myself with a gloved hand against the slope. The clay felt cool and soft through the material. June rinsed the glove immediately and sealed it in a sample bag. I replaced it with a synthetic overglove and checked my sleeve. No clay had crossed the cuff. 10 minutes later, my palm began to itch. I removed both gloves. A pale branching line had appeared beneath the skin, tracing an old scar across the heel of my hand. It was not on the surface. Something from the clay had passed through the wet glove before we rinsed it. Malik covered the line with a saturated dressing. The itching stopped as soon as evaporation ended. I could still flex every finger, but the branch remained visible under the skin like frost beneath glass. The hazard no longer required visible contamination. Brief contact through damp material was enough to introduce it. Every member of the team had been walking in wet clay since sunrise. We inspected our boots. Clear crystals had begun growing inside the stitching where sweat collected. Ada's leather heel counter was stiff. Malik's fabric gaiter produced a stone click when June tapped it. The search had become an evacuation for 5 people. We reached the sandstone bed before anyone lost mobility. It formed a narrow shelf between bentonite slopes, one of the harder layers within the Badlands. The clean surface gave us a place to set the litter without feeding more clay into its fabric. June brushed our boots with dry nylon tools. Water would mobilize minerals deeper into the material, while leaving the clay to dry would accelerate replacement. We needed to remove contaminated footwear before either process advanced. We cut away gaiters, outer boot panels, and hardened laces. Smooth plastic overshoes from the medical kit became temporary footwear. They offered poor traction but no porous structure for the mineral front to follow. My palm remained under a wet dressing. Ada had a small gray patch near one ankle, and Malik showed translucent flecks beneath 2 fingernails. June had avoided direct contact, yet the knees of her field pants were stiffening from clay picked up during the excavation. Our water inventory gave us less than 3 hours of continuous wetting, if the air stayed calm. The afternoon forecast predicted wind and lower humidity behind the departing storm. Evaporation would increase before any new rain arrived. The road lay several miles away. A direct bearing crossed 2 major washes and a broad basin of exposed mudstone. The old roadbed made a longer arc across gravel and sandstone. Its surface would reduce contamination and support the litter wheels for part of the distance. We chose the old roadbed. The decision cost distance but bought speed and cleaner ground. Ada transmitted our condition, route, and estimated time. Aircraft remained unavailable because thunderheads were building near the western horizon. An outside team prepared to meet us at the wilderness boundary. They were instructed not to enter the Badlands or touch any abandoned equipment. We did not know whether decontamination could stop the process after exposure. The sandstone shelf ended at a steep descent. We rigged the litter on a controlled lower using clean rope protected inside plastic sleeves. June stayed above and sprayed Travis's dressings while the rest of us managed the load. Halfway down, wind reached the slope. It came hot and dry across the open basin. The reflective wrapping around Travis snapped against the mattress, and the wet gauze beneath it began losing moisture through every gap. Clear bands appeared along his wrists and throat. Malik stopped the descent, sealed the openings with medical film, and injected water through small ports without removing the barrier. The band stopped advancing. The right leg did not respond as well. Mineralization continued beneath the intact plastic, moving upward in a narrow spiral. June suspected moisture was traveling through fabric inside the shell, creating its own drying front where we could not reach it. We lowered Travis onto the old roadbed. Its gravel surface had survived decades of erosion because harder fragments protected it from runoff. The litter wheels could roll, but every vibration transmitted through the stone around his leg. Malik used foam blocks to isolate the shell. We advanced in short stages, stopping whenever Travis's pulse climbed or the grinding sound increased. He remained conscious enough to signal pain, but could no longer write. The road curved around a blue hill and crossed a shallow drainage. Recent runoff had cut through the gravel, exposing saturated clay beneath. The gap was only 20 feet wide. Ada probed the surface and found a crust over soft mud. The litter would break through. A detour around the drainage required descending into the larger wash we had already rejected. We built a temporary bridge from rigid litter panels and smooth equipment cases. The materials rested on gravel at both ends and did not touch the wet clay below. One rescuer crossed at a time before we rolled Travis over the center. The first panels held. The final case shifted when the rear wheels passed. Its corner touched the mud, and blue clay climbed the plastic side in branching lines. Clay does not climb smooth plastic against gravity. This material moved toward the organic padding inside the case. June knocked it away before contact, but the branches continued growing across empty air for several seconds. They were crystalline filaments, clear enough to disappear except where sunlight struck them. Each extended toward the litter, following moisture evaporating from Travis's coverings. We moved him beyond the drainage. The filaments reached their limit, fractured in the wind, and fell as glass-like dust. Several fragments landed on my sleeve. I brushed them away with the dry tool. One penetrated the fabric and entered the wet dressing around my palm. A sharp pain followed the branching line beneath my skin. The visible frost advanced toward my wrist. Malik poured drinking water through the dressing until the movement stopped. We had used another bottle that was supposed to keep a rescuer functional in the heat. The anomaly was no longer confined to contact with clay. Once mineralized, it could grow outward, break apart, and use airborne fragments to find new wet organic material. Wind crossed the badlands from behind us. It lifted the clear dust and carried it along the old road. We covered our faces, sealed clothing openings, and positioned the shade fabric as a windbreak behind the litter. The barrier caught sunlight at certain angles. Thousands of transparent needles glittered across it. Turning back would place us downwind of the contaminated drainage for the entire retreat. Moving forward meant following the same direction as the dust. The road ahead crossed higher ground where stronger wind might disperse it. Ada chose forward. We increased our spacing so one contaminated garment could not brush another person. June watched the air through a polarized camera filter, which made the crystal fragments flash against the dark hills. The road rose gradually. Our pace slowed under the litter's added weight and the midday heat. Every water break shortened the time available for Travis's dressings, yet withholding water from the carriers would eventually stop the evacuation. At the top of the rise, we found a recent animal carcass beside the roadbed. It was a pronghorn fawn small enough to have been caught by the storm. No scavengers had touched it. The body appeared intact from a distance. Up close, its hair had become fine quartz needles. One eye remained organic and clouded. The other was a polished brown stone that preserved the iris. June examined the ground without approaching. The fawn lay on dry gravel, far from visible clay. Crystalline dust had collected against its upwind side. Mineralization followed the mouth, nostrils, and eyes where tissue remained moist. The lungs had probably received the fragments before the storm ended. The animal had carried the process uphill and died where its breathing accelerated. Our masks could stop large dust, but not needles fine enough to pass through wet fabric. Heavy exertion increased both ventilation and evaporation. The faster we moved, the more vulnerable we became. Behind the fawn, clear filaments lifted from the road and turned in our direction. The wind was not carrying them anymore. They were growing toward our breath. We backed away from the fawn without turning downwind. The filaments lengthened from its mineralized hair, wrenching toward the moisture in our masks. They crossed several feet of open air before gravity bent them onto the road. June placed a damp cotton dressing on a trekking pole and extended it to one side. The nearest branches changed direction immediately. They clustered around the cloth, replacing its outer fibers with clear needles while ignoring the dry aluminum pole. Moisture was not merely part of the reaction. It was a gradient the crystals could follow. We cut several squares from a cotton bandage, wetted them with measured amounts, and placed them behind us at intervals. Each became a sacrificial target. The crystal filaments turned toward the stronger evaporation and allowed us to move past the carcass. The method consumed water and left active mineral clusters along our route. It could not carry us to the road, but it revealed the hazard before it reached our faces. Every dressing stiffened from its outer edge inward, preserving individual threads in stone. We replaced our damp masks with dry respirators from the medical kit. Smooth face shields covered the exposed filters when we were not breathing hard. The equipment reduced dust entry, although no seal could make skin completely dry. The old road climbed toward a low sandstone cap. June's map showed a continuous hard bed along its western side. If we reached that bed, we could avoid exposed bentonite for nearly a mile. Travis deteriorated during the climb. The mineral spiral beneath his leg covering crossed the knee and entered the lower thigh. His pulse weakened whenever the shell fractured, suggesting blood vessels were being compressed by crystal growth. Malik could not remove the shell without destroying the remaining tissue. He opened a narrow inspection window above the knee and found gray skin with patches of normal color. Sterile water stopped the visible advance but leaked away through mineral cracks. We built a reservoir around the leg using plastic sheeting and adhesive film. Water circulated from a hanging bag, collected beneath the mattress, and returned through a hand pump. The closed system reduced waste and kept the affected boundary submerged. The mineral shell continued grinding, but its upward movement slowed. Existing stone did not reverse. Travis carried every transformed ounce with him. The sandstone cap rose beyond a final clay slope. Storm runoff had carved its base into narrow ribs. Each rib looked firm on top and held liquid mud beneath. The wheeled litter could not cross without breaking through. We converted it into a sled by removing the wheel assembly and placing smooth plastic panels beneath the frame. Ada anchored a rope around a sandstone block above the slope. We hauled from clean ground while Malik guided the patient. June moved beside the water reservoir, shielding it from airborne fragments. I remained below and kept the sled from rotating into the runoff channels. Halfway up, the surface beneath my right foot collapsed. Blue mud swallowed the plastic overshoe to my ankle. I lifted immediately, but suction held the material behind. My sock remained dry. Clear crystal began forming where sweat had gathered beneath the arch. It spread along the fabric in branching lines visible through the missing shoe. I cut the sock open without pulling it across my skin. A shallow puncture near the heel had already turned white. Malik could not leave Travis, so I flooded the area from my own drinking bottle and sealed my foot inside a plastic evidence bag. The treatment stopped the whitening. It also left me climbing with one bare, wet foot on abrasive sandstone. Every step opened new cuts that could receive crystal dust. Ada hauled the sled onto the cap. I followed using the clean rope and avoided touching the clay again. June cut away the contaminated lower leg of my pants before I reached the patient. From the sandstone, we could see the old road continuing across a broad blue basin. Beyond it, the main park road appeared as a dark line near the horizon. The distance looked small in open country and concealed miles of broken ground. The western sky had changed while we climbed. Thunderheads rose above the grassland, spreading flat anvils into the clear air. Curtains of rain touched the desert beneath them. Incident Command reported that cells were moving toward our route. A vehicle team waited at the closest safe pullout with water, decontamination sheeting, and medical transport. Lightning prevented aircraft from approaching the exposed badlands. The hard bed offered our safest route, but erosion had divided it into separated mesas. We could follow the original layer by descending between them and climbing the matching elevation on the other side. June used color, grain size, and embedded sandstone fragments to keep us on the same unit. That geological reading mattered because the badlands distorted distance and direction. A smooth blue hill could hide a deep wash. A red band that looked continuous might end at a vertical drop. The correct layer gave us a navigable bench through the confusion. At the second gap, we found Travis's tripod. 2 legs remained aluminum. The third had a foam grip transformed into banded redstone. Crystals had grown along the metal toward a leather camera pouch hanging from the center. Inside the pouch, the camera still operated. Its last photograph showed Travis crouching beside the wash after the storm. He had documented the first crystal growth on his boot and the stone copies of his footprints. The final image faced the hillside where we found him. A clear filament crossed the lens from bottom to top. Behind it stood dozens of narrow mineral columns, each shaped like a person bent forward against wind. None of those columns existed when we passed the location. June sealed the camera without examining further images. We were already carrying enough evidence to prove the event. Understanding the shapes would not improve Travis's circulation or extend our water. We left the tripod and continued along the bed. The first cold gust from the storm reached us near the next gap. It lowered the air temperature and doubled the wind speed. Every wet dressing began drying at once. Mineral lines brightened beneath our coverings. My palm stiffened across the old scar, and the puncture near my heel burned. Ada's ankle patch spread above the boot line. Malik's fingernails developed clear tips that clicked against the litter handles. The crystal dust behind us lifted into the gust front. Wet decoys no longer diverted it, because the entire team had become a stronger source of evaporation. Thousands of fragments flashed in the air as they accelerated along the sandstone. Ahead lay the broad blue basin. Behind us came a storm that would wet every clay surface. Between them, the wind was turning our own moisture into a trail the mineral could follow. We could not cross the basin exposed. The airborne fragments were already collecting on Travis's reflective covering, and each contact point grew into a branching star. Water beneath the plastic kept them from entering his tissue, but the barrier would eventually tear. Ada ordered a stop behind a sandstone rib. We inventoried every smooth, non-porous item remaining. The shade sheet, emergency blankets, mattress liner, and equipment bags could form an enclosure large enough for the patient and 2 carriers. We built a low tunnel over the sled. Its edges overlapped without using porous fasteners. Malik sealed the seams from inside while June sprayed a fine mist into the enclosed air. Humidity rose quickly. Condensation formed on the plastic, and evaporation from Travis's dressings slowed. Crystal stars on the outer surface stopped growing because they could not reach organic material through the barrier. The enclosure was not a shelter we could carry intact. Wind pressed it against the litter and threatened to lift the entire frame. 2 people had to hold its outer poles while the others pulled the sled. Inside, Malik monitored Travis and managed the circulating water. Outside, Ada and I moved at the front while June controlled the rear. We wore dry face shields and opened them only when heat required more air. The basin floor contained alternating gravel bars and blue clay. We chose the gravel even when it curved away from the road. Each shortcut across mud would exchange minutes for contamination we could no longer treat. Rain began on the western hills. We watched dark patches spread across slopes and turn the pale clay almost black. The storm's leading edge was less than a mile away. Bentonite can absorb several times its dry volume. As the first drops reached our basin, cracks closed and flat surfaces rose in small swells. Gravel shifted above the expanding clay like stones on breathing skin. The rain knocked crystal dust from the air. It also mobilized every fragment where it landed. Clear threads grew across puddles, linking dead grass, cotton debris, and insects to the wet ground. Our route became a network of active mineral boundaries. Staying beneath the plastic protected Travis from direct rain. but the carriers still crossed water contaminated by the clay. Smooth overshoes accumulated mud faster than we could clear it. The old roadbed disappeared beneath runoff. We climbed onto the edge of a harder sandstone rib before the basin floor softened completely. The rib pointed east toward the park road, but it narrowed around a steep break. The gap measured less than 30 feet across and 10 feet deep. Under dry conditions, we could have lowered the sled and hauled it up the opposite side. Water now poured through the bottom, swelling the clay and carrying clear fibers in its surface. We could not put a rope through that flow. Any porous sheath would absorb contaminated water, then deliver it to our hands. We also could not remain on the rib while runoff rose around it. June identified a line of embedded sandstone blocks crossing the upper edge of the gap. They belonged to the same resistant bed and created a rough staircase beneath the mud. If their positions held, we could bridge the deepest section without entering the water. Ada tested each block with a smooth probe. I placed rigid panels between them, keeping the ends on stone. The resulting path was narrow, uneven, and barely wider than the sled. We moved Travis across first. Malik stayed inside the humid enclosure and shifted his weight to keep the frame level. Ada pulled from the far side while I guided the front panel. Runoff rose beneath us. Clear filaments reached upward from the water and attached to mineral stars on the enclosure. They did not penetrate the plastic, but their combined tension pulled the sled toward the gap. June cut them with the edge of an aluminum case. Every severed end divided into finer branches. The current caught those branches and wrapped them around the lower frame. The final panel slipped from its block. One rear corner of the sled dropped into the runoff, and the humid enclosure folded against Travis's right leg. Mineral spikes pierced the outer layer but stopped at the wet inner barrier. Ada and I pulled from the far side. June pushed the frame upward while standing on the last stable block. The litter cleared the gap, dragging a curtain of crystals behind it. June's footing failed before she could follow. The swollen clay rolled beneath the stone, and she fell to both knees in the runoff. Blue water soaked her field pants and entered one glove. She did not stand immediately. Sudden movement would spread contaminated water across her clothing. She kept her hands away from her body while Ada returned with 2 plastic panels. We created a clean surface beside her and cut the wet fabric from ankle to waist. Malik passed sealed water through the enclosure, but our remaining supply could not rinse both legs completely. Rain was now falling hard enough to keep the mineral process paused. We removed visible clay, wrapped June's legs in plastic, and brought her across the gap. The damage would begin when the storm moved on, and her skin started drying. We had perhaps 20 minutes before the rear edge arrived. The sandstone rib continued toward a final low mesa. From its top, the terrain descended on gravel to the wilderness boundary. The outside team's vehicle lights flashed through the rain. The climb was too steep for wheels and too narrow for 4 carriers. We abandoned the litter frame and transferred Travis onto the plastic-lined mattress. 2 parallel ropes formed a drag system without touching the wet ground. Malik climbed beside the patient beneath the shortened enclosure. Ada pulled from above while I guided from the lower side. June followed in sealed coverings, using rigid panels as kneeling pads. Lightning struck somewhere beyond the road. Thunder reached us almost immediately. We stayed below the mesa crest and kept the metal frame behind, accepting the slower sheltered route rather than exposing ourselves on top. Why aren't they lost? Runoff poured down both sides of the rib. The sandstone remained stable, but clay swelled from cracks and narrowed our dry path. Each patch carried small upright needles that bent toward the humid enclosure. We used our last wet cotton squares as decoys. I placed them inside side cracks as we passed. The needles changed direction, growing into the recesses instead of across our route. At the final rise, Travis's mattress stopped. A mineral cable had formed between the leg shell and a clay patch beneath the plastic. It had penetrated both layers through a tear made during the gap crossing. The cable was as thick as my thumb and continued growing. Pulling would transmit force into Travis's knee. Wetting it would mobilize more silica through the tear. Malik exposed the smallest possible section. The crystal had joined the mineralized clothing, not living skin. He placed a rigid support above the connection, while Ada cut the cable with a carbide blade. The first stroke produced a clear, ringing tone. The second opened a fracture. The cable broke on the third, and released enough stored tension to strike the wall. Splinters filled the enclosure. Several entered Malik's gloves and one cut his cheek. He kept the humid air flowing while June sealed the openings from outside. The rain weakened as we reached the upper shoulder. Sunlight broke through beneath the western clouds. Steam rose from the dark badlands, and wind resumed across the ridge. June's wet coverings began drying. The plastic tightened around her legs as mineral formed beneath it. Malik's cut whitened from the edges inward. My palm lost sensation along the buried branch. The road remained less than half a mile away. Between us and the boundary lay gravel, grass, and one shallow wash. We had no water left for treatment. We closed every opening in the humid enclosure and placed June inside beside Travis. Malik entered last, leaving his injured hand beneath a wet dressing connected to the patient's circulating reservoir. Ada and I became the only carriers outside. We pulled the mattress down the gravel slope using plastic handles. Heat returned as the storm moved east. Our breathing accelerated, but clean wind dispersed the remaining crystal dust. The shallow wash carried brown runoff across our route. Crossing it would contaminate the sled again. We followed the bank upstream until gravel narrowed the flow to a small channel over bare sandstone. Ada crossed first and laid rigid panels from stone to stone. I dragged the enclosure while she pulled. Water touched only smooth plastic, and we rinsed nothing because nothing porous remained exposed. The outside team waited beyond a line of clean sheeting. They had portable tanks, sprayers, dry respirators, and an ambulance, but they did not approach. Entering our side of the line would create more exposures. Ada and I moved the enclosure onto the sheeting by ourselves. Only then did the outside team begin a controlled rinse from a distance. Water covered the plastic, our clothing, and every exposed boundary before anyone touched us. Travis reached the ambulance alive. June retained movement in both legs. Malik's cheek stopped whitening under continuous irrigation, and the branch in my palm had not crossed the wrist. No helicopter arrived to erase the final distance. We had carried the hazard out with the patient and delivered it to the road under our own control. Behind us, the sun dried the last stormwater from the blue basin. The entire surface began to glitter. Travis survived, although surgeons could not save the right leg below the knee. Mineral replacement had entered skin, fascia, blood vessels, and part of the bone. 2 fingers required partial amputation, and smaller crystal deposits remained near his shoulder. June spent several days under observation. Early irrigation prevented deep replacement in her legs, but thin mineral sheets formed within the outer skin before treatment began. They separated over the following weeks and preserved her pores like transparent fingerprints. Malik retained a narrow scar on his cheek. My palm required surgery because the buried branch had replaced an old band of scar tissue. Removing it left full movement, but reduced sensation along the heel of the hand. Every contaminated garment and tool went into sealed evidence containers under controlled humidity. Nobody allowed the samples to dry during transport. The medical waste alone required procedures normally reserved for reactive chemicals. Laboratory analysis identified microcrystalline silica mixed with iron and manganese oxides. Its trace chemistry matched minerals in the local chinal deposits and petrified wood. No organism, industrial compound, or unusual radiation appeared in the samples. The replaced tissue preserves structure at a level that ordinary mineral casts do not achieve overnight. Crystal occupied spaces inside plant cells, cotton fibers, keratin, and human collagen. In Travis's amputated tissue, red blood cells remained outlined within mineralized vessels. The colors followed the same mineral chemistry displayed in ancient park specimens. Iron produced yellow and red bands near the outer surfaces. Manganese darkened deeper fractures, while nearly pure quartz formed clear boundaries around nerves. The pattern looked geological, but it had organized itself around living anatomy instead of a buried log. Medical imaging revealed another disturbing difference. Ordinary foreign material displaces or damages tissue as it enters. These deposits preserve the dimensions of cells while removing their organic contents. At several boundaries, living cells touched mineral copies of themselves, with no compressed zone between them. Radiocarbon testing confirmed the organic remnants were modern. Uranium and isotope methods applied to the silica produced inconsistent ages. Adjacent crystals appeared both newly formed and older than the surrounding formation, depending on which part was sampled. That contradiction never entered the public report. The report described rapid silica deposition after monsoon exposure, complicated by dehydration, contaminated clay, and an unidentified catalyst. It did not claim that millions of years had occurred inside a drying bandage. Well, the affected basin closed to all entry. Remote cameras and weather instruments monitored moisture, temperature, wind, and surface change. Teams collected samples only with mechanical arms operated from stable sandstone. The first experiments used cotton, sterile animal tissue, plant stems, synthetic cloth, and metal. Each material was placed above contaminated clay without contact. A controlled mist wetted half the samples, and warm air created a drying front. Dry metal remained unchanged. Wet cotton and plant stems attracted clear filaments across several feet. Tissue mineralized fastest along cut surfaces. Synthetic material changed only where dust or organic residue occupied its weave. When humidity remained high, all growth paused. When the chamber dried, replacement resumed at the same microscopic boundary. Interrupting the cycle did not weaken the process or reduce its eventual depth. Researchers varied the drying rate to determine whether heat controlled the reaction. Warm, still air produced slow, broad replacement. Cooler, moving air created narrow branches that traveled farther. Evaporation's speed determined the shape, while temperature alone changed very little. They also altered the direction of airflow. Filaments turned toward the strongest source of water vapor, even when that source was uphill or behind a barrier. A sealed container attracted nothing. Opening its lid caused every active branch in the chamber to reorient within seconds. The team also tested sealed barriers. Smooth plastic blocked the filaments until scratched. A puncture smaller than a needle allowed crystal growth to enter, branch toward humid air, and widen the opening from inside. Those results confirmed our field decisions. The humid enclosure, clean sandstone route, dry respirators, and smooth panels had not been improvised theater. Each had interrupted one requirement of the mineral cycle long enough for us to escape. What the tests could not explain was replication. Several samples produced mineral copies on the clay beneath them, while the originals remained intact. The copies included surface detail that never touched the ground, including lettering on the upper side of a cotton label. The camera recovered from Travis contained additional evidence. Its timestamps showed the mineral columns developing during the storm. Rain crossed the lens, the wash darkened, and narrow shapes rose from the clay around him. They did not grow upward like normal crystals. Their lower sections formed first, then their outlines continued through empty space, as if mineral were filling invisible molds. Each shape bent toward Travis while he photographed it, The final clear frame showed one column extending an arm. Its hand contained 5 separated fingers, and the fingertips carried ridges. Those ridges matched Travis's right hand before replacement began. The wash had created his mineral copy before taking the original tissue. Investigators searched the basin after winter freezing made the surface temporarily stable. They operated from elevated platforms and kept the clay frozen during collection. Most columns had collapsed during later storms. One remained buried beneath a fresh deposit. It was a hollow stone form from the waist upward, bent forward with both hands raised. The face held no eyes, yet the mouth and nostrils opened into narrow internal channels. The hollow interior contained layered ripples like growth rings, but they did not record years. Weather data showed that each band matched a separate period of drying during the rescue. Wider rings corresponded to the strongest gusts, and the final ring ended when rain reached the basin. Those channels contained modern skin cells from Travis. They also held cotton fibers from Adia's shirt, a fragment of Malik's glove, and one epithelial cell matching me. The column had assembled material from people who were never present when it began growing. The investigation stopped after that recovery. Continued testing could describe the process, but also spread active fragments beyond the basin. The samples were moved into humid sealed storage, and access required protective protocols. Petrified forest already prohibits removing stone, fossils, plants, and cultural objects. The new closure needed no additional explanation. A remote badland basin can disappear from public routes without attracting attention. Ranger training changed quietly. After monsoon incidents, teams now inspect wet clay for glass-like fibers and mineral casts of recent tracks. Smooth barriers and independent water supplies accompany searches in the southern wilderness. The precautions are framed as protection against reactive mineral contamination. That phrase is accurate enough for an emergency checklist. It does not describe the shapes that grew toward a living person before copying his fingerprints. Travis eventually returned to the park road but never entered the wilderness again. He donated his recovered camera files to the investigation and refused every request to publish them. His photographs remain restricted with the medical record. I saw him once after rehabilitation. His prosthetic leg worked well, and the scars on his hand had healed. A small, translucent patch remained near his shoulder because removing it would have damaged a nerve. He kept that patch covered beneath a damp medical membrane. On dry days, he could feel pressure gathering around its edge. Imaging showed no measurable growth, yet he never allowed the membrane to dry completely. My own scar appeared stable after surgery. The pathologist reported clean margins, and follow-up scans found no silica beneath the skin. I believed the process had ended. The next spring, I guided a training exercise near Blue Mesa. We remained on the established route and carried no contaminated material. The morning was cold, clear, and dry. During the hike, the scar on my palm began itching. A pale line appeared beneath the skin where the old branch had been removed. It extended less than an inch and stopped when I pressed a wet cloth over it. Later testing found no crystal in the tissue. The line was only scar blanching, according to the physician. That explanation would have satisfied me if my glove had remained unchanged. Inside the glove, a perfect stone copy of the scar had formed along the palm. It was thin, curved, and transparent. My skin had never touched clay that day. I sealed the glove and delivered it to the evidence facility. Before the container entered humid storage, a technician photographed the mineral copy on a dry table. In the first image, it matched my scar. In the second, a new branch extended beyond the point where the line ended on my hand. In the third, the branch divided into 5 narrow paths. They formed the beginning of fingers. The technician flooded the container before the shape could finish. Growth stopped, and the sample remained submerged. I still carry water whenever I work in the Badlands. That is normal desert practice, and nobody questions it. They assume I fear heat, dehydration, or a flooded wash. What I fear is the moment after rain, when the clouds move away and the clay begins to dry. That is when the surface contracts, the crystals wake, and deep time becomes impatient. The ancient stone trees around us took centuries to lose their living cells. The Badlands learned to do it before a person can finish breathing. In Death Valley, a compass is useful only when the person holding it understands everything that can make it wrong. Metal equipment, vehicles, electrical devices, and mineral-rich rock can deflect a needle. A narrow canyon can weaken satellite reception and make a phone appear more certain than it should. We teach rescuers to compare every instrument with the terrain, because the landscape is the final reference. That lesson matters in the Black Mountains, where broad approaches narrow into steep drainages with loose rock and long technical drops. Many routes require natural anchors because placing new bolts in wilderness is prohibited. A team that enters the wrong canyon may discover the mistake only when the next rappel exceeds the rope they brought. Navigation. There is not an inconvenience. It is part of the life support system. The search for Derek Ames began in early May, after daytime temperatures returned to dangerous levels on the valley floor. Derek was an experienced canyoneer traveling alone through a remote route our files called Madrigal Canyon. The name was used internally and did not appear on visitor maps. He had left a detailed itinerary and carried a satellite communicator, but he failed to report after the expected exit. His final message arrived near sunset. It contained a location, a heat warning, and a brief report that his primary water container had leaked. The device transmitted once more during the night without attaching text. By midnight, the coordinates had not moved. We delayed entry until the coolest part of the morning and approached from the lower canyon. Naomi Kina led the field team. She had worked technical rescues across the park for more than a decade. Grant Hollis carried medical equipment, and Ravi Bell managed rope systems and natural anchors. I handled route finding, communications, and environmental observations. Every member carried water beyond our personal requirement, electrolyte food, shade material, and enough equipment for an unplanned night. Canyons can remain hotter than the official forecast because their walls release stored heat. Our turnaround point depended on temperature, patient condition, and remaining water, not merely distance. Before leaving the vehicle, we checked our compasses against a known bearing along the road. Mine settled several degrees east of the map line. Ravi's baseplate compass showed the same error, while Naomi's lensatic instrument differed in the opposite direction. The truck, radios, and rope hardware could explain small deflections. We walked 50 yards onto open gravel and tested again. All three needles turned south, toward the mouth of Madrigal Canyon. Magnetic north lay far to our left. Our phone magnetometers agreed with the needles. They displayed different numerical headings because of calibration, yet every directional arrow pointed toward the canyon entrance. When I rotated my entire body, the arrow moved across the screen to preserve that direction. We returned to the vehicle and checked the magnetic field survey stored with our route files. It showed no documented anomaly large enough to cause the deflection. The surrounding rock contained iron-bearing minerals, but nothing that should redirect separate instruments from that distance. Naomi considered delaying for a specialist. Derek's message made delay more dangerous. He had lost water in a landscape where rescue would become impossible once daytime heat peaked. We set a route using topography instead of magnetism. The canyon mouth aligned beneath a pale limestone band visible on the eastern ridge. We recorded the sun's position, loaded offline maps, and agreed that no compass bearing would influence decisions until we understood the anomaly. We also established environmental checkpoints before entering. Each person recorded pulse, water consumed, urine color, and any headache or nausea. The measurements felt excessive while the air remained cool. In Death Valley, Waiting for obvious heat illness means waiting until judgment may already be impaired. Our schedule placed the deepest work before direct sunlight reached the canyon floor. If Derek could walk, we would shelter through the hottest period and exit later. If he required a carry, the team at the mouth would cache water without advancing into technical terrain. The lower wash was broad and easy to follow. Gravel bore fresh boot prints from several recreational groups, but Derek's distinctive tread appeared near one wall. His tracks traveled up canyon because the route's normal descent ended there. The compass needles remained pointed toward the drainage. Their angle changed smoothly around each bend, as if magnetic north were moving ahead of us along the wash. A fixed rock deposit could not remain centered on the route from every position. We tested the effect by spreading across the canyon. Ravi climbed the north bank while I remained on the floor, and Naomi moved toward the opposite wall. Each needle continued pointing to the same location beyond the next bend. The directional agreement was too precise to ignore. We did not follow it, but we plotted the intersecting bearings on our map. They crossed close to Derek's final satellite coordinates. Grant suggested that Derek carried a strong magnet in his equipment. No commercial camera mount, speaker, or battery could influence compasses from miles away. The hypothesis was weak, yet it was the only ordinary one available. We found his first abandoned item near a dry fall. It was an aluminum water bottle split along a dented seam. The inside was empty, and white mineral deposits marked where water had evaporated after leaking. My compass pointed through the bottle toward the upper canyon. When Ravi placed the bottle between the needle in that direction, nothing changed. The metal container was not the source. Beside it lay a damp cloth Derek had probably used for cooling. The fabric remained wet in the deep shade. A sewing needle from the repair kit had pierced one corner. The sewing needle aligned with the canyon, although it had no pivot and rested on rough gravel. Ravi moved it crosswise using a plastic probe. It rotated back before his hand withdrew. Fine black grains around the cloth had also arranged themselves into parallel lines. They shifted slightly whenever we changed positions, then returned toward the upper route. Something beyond the dry fall was applying direction to every magnetic particle in the wash. We climbed around the obstacle using a side ramp. The route entered a narrower gorge with high dark walls. Satellite accuracy degraded immediately, and our radios lost the vehicle repeater except in brief openings. Derek's tracks continued along the floor. His stride shortened, and the distance between rest marks decreased. Several prints showed dragging toes, an early sign of fatigue or impaired coordination. At one rest site, the ground was littered with salt from an electrolyte packet. An empty water pouch lay beneath a rock. He had consumed his remaining fluids there and continued uphill instead of descending toward his vehicle. Heat illness can produce poor decisions before a person recognizes anything is wrong. Derek may have believed he was following his return bearing. If his compass pointed deeper into the canyon, it would have confirmed that mistake with absolute confidence. Our own needles pointed the same way. The gorge divided into two branches. Derek's tracks were erased by loose gravel, and the map showed both forks reconnecting only after several difficult drops. Choosing incorrectly could cost hours. We ignored the compasses and studied drainage size, wall color, and the angle of the limestone band above us. The left fork matched his filed route. The right led toward a closed basin. Every needle pointed right. We took the left fork. For the next quarter mile, the magnetic direction remained behind our shoulders, trying to return us to the wrong canyon. Then the needles rotated together and pointed through the wall toward a moving position parallel to us. Whatever caused the effect was traveling inside the right branch at almost the same pace. We stopped beneath a narrow overhang that provided shade without trapping heat. Ravi climbed to a break in the dividing wall and looked into the adjacent branch. He saw no person, falling rock, or moving equipment. His compass needle pointed almost straight down while he stood above the hidden position. Mine remained horizontal from the canyon floor. Naomi plotted both bearings and estimated that the source lay near the base of the wall. We continued until the branches rejoined. Derek lay 20 yards beyond the confluence, partly concealed behind a boulder. He was alive, but no longer able to stand. He had removed his shirt, loosened his boots, and built a small shade from his emergency blanket. Those were useful heat responses. His skin was hot and dry, his pulse rapid, and his awareness inconsistent. Grant began active cooling and assessed circulation, while the rest of us reduced unnecessary movement. Every compass pointed at Derek's chest. The needles did not indicate his pack, phone, camera, or satellite device. Ravi carried each item away separately, while I watched the instruments. Their direction never changed. Grant removed Derek's metal watch and belt buckle. The watch band pulled toward his wrist after being placed several feet away. A steel carabiner rolled across sloping rock and stopped against the patient's boot. Derek himself had become the magnetic center. Grant established intravenous access because Derek could not safely drink. He administered cooled saline in controlled amounts and covered the patient's torso with damp cloth beneath the reflective shade. As the first fluid entered, my compass needle began moving. It turned away from Derek, paused between him and Grant, then settled on Naomi. Naomi stood 30 feet uphill and carried no unusual equipment. She checked her water record and admitted that she had consumed less than planned during the approach. She felt well, but her urine had been darker before departure. We performed a controlled test because navigation and team safety depended on the result. Naomi drank water with an electrolyte solution while remaining still. Ravi placed 3 compasses around the confluence, each far from metal hardware. The needles stayed on her for several minutes. Then they rotated toward me. I had lost more water through sweat than I realized. My pulse was normal, and I had no headache or nausea. After drinking and resting in shade, the needles shifted toward Ravi. The field did not identify Derek by name, injury, or location. It selected the most dehydrated living person within range. We repeated the observation without pushing anyone toward danger. Grant measured pulse, skin temperature, fluid intake, and simple neurological signs. Each directional change followed rehydration or increasing exertion. To reduce our own expectation, Grant concealed the next water sequence. He assigned identical covered bottles, some containing measured electrolyte solution, and others holding only a mouth rinse that we discarded. Nobody watching the compasses knew who had received meaningful fluid. The needles still changed in the same order as the medical measurements. They abandoned the person whose pulse and skin signs improved, then selected the next concentrated body. Suggestion could not turn steel needles inside closed cases. Distance affected strength, but not selection. A compass placed beside Derek pointed toward Naomi when she became the driest person, although Derek lay inches away. The field compared condition first and location second. The compasses ignored sealed water bottles, saline bags, wet cloth, and electrolyte powder. They responded to something in a living body whose fluid balance had become concentrated. Ravi tested dead organic material by moving a rodent carcass found near the wall. The needle did not react. It also ignored a fresh blood sample sealed after Grant's assessment. An intact living process was required. We reported the observations during a brief radio window. Incident Command instructed the outside team to remain at the canyon mouth and remove unnecessary metal from their approach equipment. They could not guide us through the gorge because no signal penetrated the walls consistently. Derek's temperature began falling, but he remained unable to walk. His right knee was swollen from a fall, and he showed signs of kidney stress after prolonged dehydration. Evacuation required a litter or supported carry. Our collapsible litter contained aluminum rails and steel joints. It did not react when empty. As soon as we placed it beside Derek, the frame shifted toward his torso and pinned one loose strap beneath him. Rehydration weakened the pull but did not remove it. The frame remained usable if we controlled every metal component. It would become more dangerous whenever any team member lost fluid. The normal exit continued down canyon through several rappels. Retreating the way we entered required climbing dry falls while lifting the patient, then crossing the exposed approach after midday. Both routes demanded water and technical work. Naomi chose the descent. It offered shorter distance, more shade, and established natural anchor locations. An outside team could meet us at the mouth if we maintained the planned drainage. We prepared Derek on the litter, while Grant continued cooling. Ravi replaced metal connectors with knots wherever the load allowed. We removed unused carabiners, knives, tools, and radio batteries from our clothing and packed them inside a rigid container carried well behind the patient. Our compasses went into the container. They were no longer navigation tools. We kept one visible through the clear lid because its direction provided an immediate warning that someone's hydration status was worsening. The first carry covered only 100 yards before the needle changed targets. It swung from Derek toward Ravi, who was managing the downhill rail. At the same moment, the litter twisted sideways in his hands. Steel joints nearest Ravi pulled toward his harness. A locking pin slid partly from its socket and struck his hip. We stopped before the frame collapsed. Ravi had worked hardest during the anchor scouting and patient preparation. His fluid loss had outpaced the rest of us. He drank, ate salted food, and rested while Grant reassessed Derek. The magnetic attraction decreased as Ravi recovered. We secured the locking pin with non-metal cord and rotated carrying positions more frequently. Nobody remained on the most strenuous end long enough to become the next center. That method let us reach the first rappel. A constriction dropped 60 feet into a wider chamber. The anchor was a stable boulder pinch point with old webbing that required replacement. Ravi built a new textile anchor and added one metal quick link to reduce rope friction. The quick link hung normally until Derek approached the drop. Dot. Then it lifted from the wall and pointed toward the litter. The angle changed the rope path across a sharp edge. Loading it would cut the sheath. We could not trust any metal component whose direction depended on a patient's blood chemistry. Ravi rebuilt the system with a knot chock and a protected rope bend. It introduced more friction and required careful monitoring, but no metal remained at the anchor. We lowered Derek while Grant controlled the litter orientation from below. Naomi and I managed the main line above. The frame tried to rotate toward whichever rescuer worked hardest. Halfway down, the clear compass box at my feet rattled. Every needle inside turned toward me. The steel joints in the litter answered. They pulled away from Derek and upward toward my position, lifting one side of the frame. Grant could not correct the rotation from below. I released the brake line to Naomi, stepped back from the edge, and drank while she completed the lower. The magnetic center shifted toward Grant as he hauled the litter into the chamber. We had escaped the first drop, but the pattern was getting faster. Heat, exertion, and limited shade were concentrating our bodies more quickly than controlled drinking could correct. The canyon did not need to trap us by changing its route. It only needed to turn our rescue equipment against the person using it. The lower chamber gave us shade and enough space to reorganize. We placed the litter on stone and moved all loose metal beyond its reach. Grant measured the remaining water against the distance and number of rappels. We had enough for a normal descent with one patient. We did not have enough to keep 5 people below the magnetic threshold while working at reduced efficiency. Every delay increased both heat exposure and fluid use. Naomi established a hydration rotation. One person rested and drank while two moved the patient, and another prepared the next obstacle. We stopped treating thirst as the trigger because the compass changed before symptoms appeared. The needle box became a crude physiological monitor. Whenever the needles selected someone, that person left the active position. The method worked until two people became equally dehydrated. Then the needles began oscillating. At first they moved between Ravi and Grant. The steel pins in the litter vibrated in the same rhythm. As their fluid states diverged, the motion slowed and selected Grant. The oscillation showed that the field compared living bodies rather than responding to an absolute threshold. Rehydrating one person could transfer the hazard to somebody who had seemed safe seconds earlier. We needed a way to reduce metal exposure, not merely move its target. Ravi dismantled the litter. The aluminum rails were not strongly affected, but the steel joints, axle pieces, and fasteners produced dangerous torque. We abandoned those components and used the fabric bed as a flexible rescue sling. Separate poles cut from lightweight composite equipment supported the sides. Webbing knots replaced buckles. The new carrier had no rigid frame and required more physical effort, yet it contained almost nothing the field could pull. Derek remained wrapped in cooling fabric while Grant administered the last intravenous fluid safe for the descent. His mental state improved enough for him to protect his injured knee and assist during transfers. We continued through the chamber. The canyon widened, allowing us to read the limestone bands and maintain direction without a compass. Sunlight reached only the upper walls, but radiated heat filled the floor. At a side drainage, our offline map placed the main route left. Recent rockfall had obscured the familiar cairns, and both branches carried equal footprints from previous groups. The compass box pointed right, because Grant stood there. We ignored it and examined the walls. The left branch cut through a dark dolomite layer shown in the route description. The right remained in pale limestone and inclined toward a closed fan. The terrain confirmed left. 20 yards later, we found the first natural anchor from the route. Our instruments would have sent us into the wrong drainage for the second time. The next obstacle was a series of short drops rather than one long rappel. Under ordinary conditions, a skilled group could move quickly using hand lines and body assistance. Carrying Derek required a separate lower at each stage. We kept the metal container far from the patient and moved it last. During the third drop, it began sliding across level rock toward Naomi. She was braced below the edge, taking most of the litter's weight. Ravi caught the container with a rope before it struck her. The force was stronger than any previous attraction. Naomi's face remained dry, and her responses became slower. Grant recognized early heat exhaustion. We moved her into deeper shade, elevated her legs, cooled her skin, and gave small amounts of water with electrolytes. The compass needle stayed fixed on her chest. Our water reserve was now below the planned minimum. Turning back could not improve that fact. The canyon mouth remained the closest reliable supply. Naomi recovered enough to continue without carrying. Ravi assumed field command while Grant stayed with both patients. I managed navigation and hauling. The team's capacity had narrowed to one healthy rope specialist and one healthy carrier. Every technical mistake would consume water we no longer possessed. We moved during short work intervals separated by enforced shade rests. That seemed slow, but continuous exertion would have made the magnetic field stronger and disabled another rescuer. Progress depended on keeping our bodies from becoming the canyon's navigational targets. The heat increased without producing a dramatic sensation. Rock walls released energy from both sides, reducing the body's ability to cool by radiation. Sweat vanished so quickly that dry clothing created a false impression of safety. Grant watched behavior more closely than complaints. Slower knots, repeated questions, and poor foot placement can appear before a rescuer admits feeling ill. The needle box gave him another warning. but it could not replace ordinary assessment. We consumed salty food with water rather than pouring fluid into empty stomachs. Too much plain water would not restore electrolytes, while aggressive drinking could cause nausea and waste limited supplies. Every decision balanced immediate field control against the hours still ahead. Near the fourth drop, we found a pile of rust-colored fragments beside the wall. They resembled flakes from an old metal container. Each piece stood on edge and pointed toward Naomi, although she waited around a bend. The fragments rotated when Grant carried her farther away. They settled toward her new position without line of sight. Heat shimmer moved across the canyon floor, but the particles responded with mechanical precision. The field penetrated rock and followed living bodies through the walls. Ravi collected one flake using a plastic sample tube. It contained magnetite and iron-rich material, weathered from the local rock. Similar grains were scattered throughout the canyon. We had focused on metal equipment because it moved visibly. The walls themselves contained countless magnetic particles. If the attraction grew, loose rock could respond. The next chamber proved it. Gravel began ticking against the northern wall as we entered. Dark grains rolled from shaded cracks and gathered in narrow lines aimed at the rescue sling. They were not moving toward Derek. The compass box pointed at Grant, whose water ration had been reduced while treating everyone else. He had concealed the extent of his own thirst because 2 patients depended on him. That choice was understandable and dangerous. A medic who becomes a casualty does not protect supplies. He only creates another demand on them. Grant drank the portion assigned to his next work cycle and transferred patient monitoring to Ravi. The dark grains stopped moving after several minutes, but the lines they formed remained on the floor. They outlined a path toward the next rappel. The path did not follow our mapped exit. It led into a narrow crack on the opposite side of the chamber. Inside that crack, something scraped slowly across stone. We moved everyone to the far side of the chamber before examining the crack. Ravi secured a camera to a composite pole and extended it into the opening. The beam revealed a narrow chute descending behind the wall. Several metal objects were climbing that chute. Derek's steel rappel device lay nearest the entrance. Behind it came 2 carabiners, a pocket knife, and the metal frame from his sunglasses. Each shifted toward Grant, slid backward when friction overcame the pull, then advanced during the next pulse. The objects had traveled from the right branch where Derek became lost. Their scraped surfaces matched marks we had seen along the wall. The moving position parallel to us had been his abandoned equipment following him through connected fractures. Farther inside, a dark rock the size of a helmet moved with them. Its surface glittered with iron-rich grains. The rock advanced more slowly than the manufactured objects, but the field was strong enough to pull part of the canyon toward a dehydrated body. We did not retrieve anything. Ravi used the pole to push a flat stone across the crack entrance. It would not stop the attraction, but it could prevent a fast object from entering the chamber without warning. Grant drank until the compass needles shifted toward me. The objects behind the barrier changed direction and began scraping sideways through the hidden chute. Our position, not the canyon geometry, controlled their route. The next rappel descended through a vertical slot into the final technical section. The established anchor used a cairn built from non-magnetic limestone and webbing around a buried stone. Ravi replaced the weathered material and removed the metal quicklink. We lowered Derek first using rope friction around a protected sandstone horn. Grant descended by a separate line and stabilized the rescue sling below. Naomi remained in shade while I managed the main lower with Ravi. The system worked because the loaded rope contained no metal. It also generated more heat and wear than a normal rescue rig. Ravi monitored the protection after every movement and replaced a scorched section before the next lower. Naomi descended with a standard device because the compass needle still selected me. Her metal hardware pulled upward toward my position, reducing rather than increasing her descent force. Ravi maintained a backup line in case the direction changed. It changed when she was 30 feet below us. The needles swung toward Naomi as exertion and heat concentrated her body again. Her rappel device snapped against the harness with enough force to trap the rope. She stopped abruptly against the wall. Ravi transferred her weight to the backup and lowered her from above. The device remained locked until she reached Grant and drank. Once the needles moved away, the metal relaxed against the harness and released the rope. We could not allow target changes during a long descent. The next drop was more than twice as high and ended in a chamber without a bypass. A person suspended there could remain trapped beyond the safe limit of our water. We created a hydration window before starting. Everyone rested, cooled, ate, and drank measured portions. Grant used pulse and mental status while the needle box showed relative changes. We waited until the needles moved slowly among us without fixing on one person. Ravi inspected every natural anchor component before committing weight. Existing webbing had been damaged by ultraviolet exposure and abrasion, so he replaced it rather than trusting appearance. The main stone was solid, but the iron-rich grains beneath nearby rocks required a wider safety margin. We removed watches, spare batteries, steel tools, and loose hardware from the working zone. The abandoned container stayed around a bend with a rope tied through its plastic handle. If it moved, the line would warn us before metal entered the rappel shaft. The lower team prepared a clear landing area and a shaded patient station. Nobody stood directly beneath the rope because the field could change the path of a falling metal fragment. These precautions slowed the setup, but prevented one anomaly from becoming several ordinary injuries. Ravi descended first and carried no unnecessary metal. Grant followed with the medical kit. Derek traveled in the fabric sling on a controlled lower, protected by a separate guideline. Naomi went next, using the backup rope. I remained above with the needle box and enough water for the final descent. That position made me the most likely magnetic center because I worked in the hottest air near the rim of the drop. Loose iron fragments answered before I felt thirsty. They emerged from cracks around the anchor and rolled toward my boots. The compass needles fixed on my chest. The field helped keep Naomi's device oriented upward, but it also pulled buried grains through the anchor cairn. Small stones shifted as iron particles migrated beneath them. The anchor began settling toward the edge. I could not drink while controlling both ropes. Releasing either hand would compromise Naomi's descent. Calling Ravi over the radio was impossible through the rock, and shouting into the shaft wasted time. I lowered her faster within the system's limit. The cairn moved another inch. A dark seam opened beneath the main anchor stone. Naomi reached the bottom and unloaded the rope. I secured both lines to separate non-magnetic blocks, stepped into shade, and drank. The compass needles hesitated, then pointed down the shaft toward Ravi. Iron grains stopped moving around my anchor. Pebbles clattered against the lower wall as the attraction transferred to him. Ravi understood the change from the sound. "You..." He moved away from the base before descending fragments reached his position. Grant gave him water, and the needles shifted toward Derek. Derek's body lay inside the fabric sling on open ground. With no steel frame around him, the attraction produced only lines of dark sand approaching across the floor. We swept them away with composite poles until the field weakened. I inspected the cairn before descending. The anchor had lost enough internal material to become unsafe. Rebuilding it would require more work in direct heat and might expose the next system to the same migration. I used the secondary block and left the damaged anchor untouched. The rope path was less efficient but stable. After reaching the chamber, we pulled both lines without recovering any metal. The final technical drop ended in a broad wash. From there, the route descended several miles across an alluvial fan to the canyon mouth. No more rappels separated us from the outside team. That apparent simplicity hid the worst heat exposure of the route. Shade decreased as the walls opened. Gravel reflected sunlight, and afternoon air entered the wash like breath from an oven. We deployed the shade sheet above Derek and Naomi. Grant cooled them with the remaining wet cloth while Ravi and I converted the rescue sling into a drag system. The surface was smooth enough to avoid a full carry. Our water inventory left one complete drinking cycle for each rescuer and a small medical reserve. The outside cache lay beyond the fan. We could reach it only if nobody became severely ill before the canyon mouth. The compass needles settled on Derek. His intravenous fluid had ended, and his skin was becoming dry again. Dark grains moved from every side of the wash and collected beneath his sling. Their combined mass lifted the fabric into a shallow cradle. At first, that seemed useful. Then the grains climbed toward his face. We dragged Derek away before the dark sand reached his airway. The grains followed across the wash in separate lines. Each moved through ordinary gravel without disturbing lighter particles. Grant used part of the medical reserve to wet Derek's mouth and deliver small amounts of electrolyte solution. His ability to swallow had improved. The compass needles remained fixed on him, but their movement weakened. We covered the lower sling with a plastic barrier and swept magnetic grains from its edges. The barrier prevented them from entering folds near Derek's body, although it did nothing to reduce the attraction itself. The alluvial fan widened ahead. Our topographic map showed several shallow channels that merged near the canyon mouth. None offered continuous shade. The most direct line crossed a dark gravel deposit rich in the same material moving around us. A longer route followed pale limestone wash. It added nearly a mile but contained less iron and passed beneath intermittent walls. We chose the pale route without hesitation. Ravi used the sun and a distinctive ridge notch to maintain direction. We recorded turns against the drainage network and checked elevation loss with a barometric altimeter. The compass box stayed closed except for monitoring target changes. The first mile was slow, but controlled. Ravi pulled the sling while I guided. Grant walked beside Derek, and Naomi moved under her own power without carrying weight. We rotated every few minutes and rested before anyone requested it. The needles selected each active carrier in turn. We responded early, shifting workload and drinking small portions. Dark grains rarely rose above the wash floor. Near the mouth, the pale drainage entered a constriction between two iron-stained walls. The route file showed no alternate exit. Dark seams crossed the rock from floor to rim. The compass needles began oscillating before we entered. Every exposed seam produced a faint clicking as grains realigned inside the wall. The sound moved around us like cooling metal. Ravi tested the passage alone while the rest of us remained in shade. The needles chose him as soon as he crossed the midpoint. Small fragments detached from both walls and struck his clothing. He retreated with shallow cuts across his arms. No large rock had fallen, but the response would be stronger around a patient and 4 rescuers. The constriction could turn into a crossfire of iron-rich stone. We examined the map for a bypass. Cliffs blocked both sides, and climbing them with Derek would require more water than remained. Waiting until night would lower heat stress but consume the same fluid over additional hours. The only option was to control where the field concentrated while the team crossed. We considered dividing the remaining water equally and trying to eliminate any clear target. That would have reduced the field briefly, but exertion inside the constriction would create a new difference before the group cleared it. The walls would select whoever carried the heaviest part of Derek. We also considered moving at night. The temperature would fall, but we lacked enough water for the additional weight and could not guarantee Derek's kidney function through several more hours. Cooling helped him, while delay continued the underlying dehydration. A controlled target exposed one rescuer to greater risk, but separated that risk from the patient and route. The plan required constant observation. a pale gravel refuge, and enough reserved water to end the attraction. Without all three, it would have been reckless. Relative dehydration gave us that control. One person could become the magnetic center at a chosen location if everyone else drank and rested. The role needed to remain outside the constriction and away from loose metal. I volunteered because I had no medical duty and the fewest heat symptoms. The plan did not require severe dehydration. Short exertion in direct sun could make me marginally drier than the others long enough to draw the field. Grant objected through his assessment rather than argument. He checked my pulse, coordination, temperature, and remaining water. The risk was real but measurable. Continuing without a target was less measurable and more dangerous. We moved everyone into the deepest available shade. Naomi, Ravi, Grant, and Derek received water from the final cycle. I ate salted food but withheld my portion until the passage was clear. Then I climbed a pale gravel rise 50 yards north of the constriction and began controlled step-ups on a stable block. Ravi watched the compass box from shade. Within minutes, every needle pointed at me. The dark wall seams responded. Grains moved through the rock toward the northern side, away from the root center. Small fragments fell near the base of my gravel rise, but stopped where pale stone separated us. Ravi entered the constriction with the empty route rope and removed loose metal from the path. Naomi followed, carrying only water and shade material. Grant and Derek crossed last on the plastic-lined sling. I continued the controlled exertion while watching for symptoms. My heart rate climbed. Sweat evaporated before reaching my shirt, and the ridged notch began shimmering in the heat. The field pulled harder. A rusted can emerged from beneath gravel near the canyon wall and rolled toward me. Ravi's abandoned metal container began moving from far behind us, scraping down the wash. Grant and Derek reached the midpoint. Dark fragments struck the outer northern wall instead of crossing their path. The plan was working, but the moving container was accelerating toward my position. I stopped exercising and moved farther onto pale gravel. The compass needles remained fixed because the others were still hydrated. My mouth felt dry, and a dull headache formed behind my eyes. The steel container entered the constriction. It hit both walls, opened, and released the gear we had abandoned inside. Carabiners, knives, batteries, and compass cases scattered across the wash. Every piece turned toward me. They traveled through the constriction at different speeds. Rounded carabiners rolled. Flat tools skipped across rock. The sewing needle from Derek's damp cloth moved among them like a black line. Grant pulled the sling beyond the passage. Ravi signaled that everyone was clear. I opened my reserved water and began drinking while moving laterally across the pale rise. Rehydration could not change my blood concentration instantly. The metal objects continued toward me, leaving the wash and climbing the lower slope against gravity. I used the terrain rather than trying to outrun them. A deep erosion trench separated the pale rise from an iron-stained bank. I crossed at a narrow point and kicked away the loose gravel bridge after reaching the other side. The smaller objects crossed. The heavy container fell into the trench and jammed between its walls. Several tools struck it and stopped. The compass cases continued alone. Their needles spun inside shattered plastic, all oriented toward my body. One case hit my boot and broke open. Its needle rose on edge and slid across the toe. I finished the water and rested beneath the shade Ravi carried back to me. Grant monitored me from a safe distance, while the others remained beyond the constriction. My headache stabilized and coordination stayed normal. The loose needle stopped against my boot. After several minutes, it rotated toward Naomi. She had returned uphill to help before completing her own recovery. The field punished the impulse immediately. Dark seams clicked around the constriction again. Naomi drank the last portion from her bottle and withdrew to the shade. The needle turned toward Derek, then Grant, then Ravi. It moved through us in the exact order of our remaining dehydration. No person stayed the center long enough to mobilize the walls. We reunited beyond the passage and left every metal object behind. The canyon mouth stood less than a mile away. The outside team had parked vehicles well back from the drainage and carried water forward in plastic containers. They waited on pale gravel without watches, belt hardware, or unnecessary tools. We could see them, but they could not approach until our field weakened. Their metal medical equipment would become dangerous around 5 dehydrated people. We moved in the shade of the western wall. Ravi navigated by the ridge notch, Grant monitored Derek, and Naomi managed the drag line. I walked without carrying until my pulse recovered. At the boundary cache, we placed Derek and every team member on separate, insulating pads. The outside medic distributed measured water and electrolyte solution from a distance. Cooling fans used plastic blades and remained beyond the metal exclusion line. The compass box sat in the center. Its needles shifted among us for almost an hour. Each movement became slower as circulation and fluid balance improved. At sunset, the final needle released Derek and turned north. Only then did the medical team bring forward a litter, monitors, and transport equipment. Derek entered the ambulance with a stable pulse. Naomi walked to the vehicle, and nobody else required evacuation. We had crossed the fan without navigation instruments, aircraft, or an outside team entering the hazard. Water management did not merely prevent heat illness. It had controlled the direction of the canyon itself. After the ambulance left, I checked the compass one last time. North remained steady until I walked near the sealed bag containing Derek's torn clothing. The needle pointed through the fabric toward a dark salt stain left by his sweat. Then it continued past the bag and aimed back into Madrigal Canyon. Derek survived acute kidney injury, severe dehydration, and ligament damage in his knee. His recovery required weeks, but he retained normal heart and neurological function. He remembered following his compass into the wrong branch even after recognizing familiar landmarks in the opposite direction. The needle had become more convincing as his condition worsened. Whenever he rested and drank, it wandered. Whenever he climbed or vomited, it locked deeper into the canyon. Our instruments preserved that relationship. Phone magnetometers, camera metadata, compass video, and medical logs showed directional changes following fluid treatment. Dio. Dire. The sequence repeated across devices that shared no power source or construction. The recovered metal container supported the body camera record. Dawad. Every object inside carried fresh abrasion from traveling through the hidden chute. Several items held iron-rich dust compacted on the side that faced the selected person. Geological teams surveyed Madrigal Canyon using remote instruments. They found local magnetic variation consistent with iron-bearing rock, but no field strong enough to move equipment or redirect compasses at the recorded distances. The survey used fluxgate magnetometers, suspended iron targets, vibration sensors, and synchronized cameras. Instruments detected motion without a conventional increase in magnetic flux. Objects accelerated toward a person even when the magnetometers between them showed almost no change. Shielding produced equally troubling results. Layers that blocked ordinary electromagnetic interference did not alter the attraction. A limestone wall weakened nothing, while distance through open air reduced the force normally. The effect also showed no radio frequency, electrical discharge, or measurable heating. It behaved like magnetism only in the movement of susceptible material. The signal that selected a body remained absent from every sensor designed to detect it. The anomaly also lacked a fixed source. Sensors placed around the canyon pointed toward technicians when those technicians exercised, then returned to ordinary orientation after hydration. Remote instruments alone produced no unusual movement. Researchers avoided exposing anyone to dangerous fluid loss. Controlled trials used cultured living tissue separated from saline by functioning cell membranes. Canyon dust and suspended magnetic particles were placed around the sealed system. Nothing happened while the cells remained in balanced fluid. As water concentration changed outside the membranes, iron grains aligned toward the culture. They stopped when the cells died, even though chemical concentration remained unchanged. The response required living regulation under osmotic stress. A bag of concentrated saline did not attract anything. Dehydrated tissue without active membranes did not attract anything. The field responded to a body trying to preserve water. Microscopy showed no magnetic particles accumulating inside the cells. The attraction vanished within moments when membrane function stopped, too quickly for any material change. Restoring balanced fluid reduced it gradually, matching the medical pattern recorded during our evacuation. Researchers could make two cultures compete by changing their surrounding solutions. Iron grains always oriented toward the culture under greater stress, even when the other contained more total salt. The canyon effect was comparing biological effort rather than chemical concentration alone. No accepted magnetic mechanism could account for that distinction. Human biomagnetic signals are extraordinarily weak, and dehydration does not turn a person into a magnet. The canyon amplified a biological state without producing a conventional field at its source. The final report called it a localized, magnetokinetic response associated with cellular dehydration. The phrase described what moved and when. It did not explain how stone could compare the fluid balance of several people and select the worst one. Madrigal Canyon closed under a hazardous geologic condition order. The route was obscure enough that few visitors noticed. Public maps changed no names because the name had never appeared on them. Our rescue procedures changed more broadly. Teams in heat now record water intake before symptoms appear, rotate high exertion positions, and verify bearings against terrain. Those practices were already sensible. The incident gave them an urgency no one questioned. We also added a magnetic check during searches near iron-rich formations. An unexplained compass deflection requires separation from vehicles and gear, comparison among instruments, and reassessment after the team moves. Nobody follows the needle merely because it appears consistent. The canyon samples remained active for several months. Dry cultures produced weak alignment, while hydrated cultures did not. After winter, even the strongest samples stopped responding. Investigators considered the anomaly dormant. The closure stayed in place because no one could prove the condition would not return with heat. The compass that followed me across the constriction became part of the evidence collection. Its case was broken, but the needle still pivoted freely. I kept seeing it during review sessions, lying under glass and pointing north like an ordinary tool. One afternoon, a climate-controlled storage alarm failed. The room warmed slowly while technicians moved sensitive evidence to another facility. The compass remained on its shelf beside sealed canyon dust. Its needle turned away from north. Security footage showed no person inside the room. The nearest technician stood behind a concrete wall, fully hydrated and wearing no magnetic equipment. The needle pointed in the opposite direction. It aimed through the floor. Facility plans showed a utility corridor below, followed by compacted fill and bedrock. Staff searched the corridor and found no worker, animal, water leak, or electrical source. The deflection strengthened as the room warmed. After cooling returned, the needle moved north again. Ground sensors recorded nothing unusual, and the event was classified as an unresolved continuation of the canyon effect. Months later, I joined a remote survey above Madrigal Canyon during mild weather. We carried no compass into the closure. Navigation used mapped landmarks, satellite position, and a fixed observation point outside the drainage. The survey team lowered a non-metal camera toward the hidden chute where Derek's equipment had moved. The passage extended deeper than our original pole could reach. Its walls contained polished grooves running in both directions. At the lowest visible point, the camera found a cavity filled with rusted objects. There were cans, buckles, wire, tools, and fragments of equipment spanning many decades. Most could have washed into cracks during floods. Their arrangement could not be explained by water. Every object stood on edge, forming concentric lines around an empty space in the center. The space had the dimensions of a seated person. No bones or clothing remained there. Thermal imaging found no heat. Air samples found nothing living inside the cavity. We raised the camera and ended the survey. The closure remained, and no excavation was approved. Disturbing and unexplained concentration of metal beneath unstable wilderness rock offered risk without operational value. I accepted that decision. Evidence does not become safer merely because curiosity gives it a question. The final image from the lowered camera stayed with me. As the lens rose from the cavity, the concentric objects rotated by a fraction of an inch. Each turned away from the empty center. They pointed toward the camera cable, then passed it toward the surface team. Every person at the observation point had completed a hydration check. Our temperatures were normal, and the weather was cool. None of us should have been a strong target. When we reviewed the bearings, the objects were not aimed at any member of the team. Their lines converged on a location several hundred feet behind us, beneath a pale ridge with no trail. We searched the surface from outside the closure and found nothing. No tracks entered the area. No satellite device, heat source, or vehicle was present. The convergence remained fixed until sunset. Then the metal objects relaxed and fell flat inside the cavity. The most direct interpretation was also the one nobody included in the report. For several hours, the canyon had detected a living body under osmotic stress beneath solid rock. If the instruments were correct, that body was deeper than any mapped mine, cave, or fracture. It was alive enough to regulate its cells. It was dry enough to become north. Big Bend has the darkest night sky many visitors will ever see. Far from large towns, the Milky Way does not appear as a faint haze. It divides the sky with structure, shadow, and more stars than an untrained observer can name. Darkness there is not emptiness. It is one of the park's most visible natural resources. I began as a law enforcement ranger, then trained for technical rescue and night sky programs. That combination meant I spent equal time warning people about heat and teaching them to look upward. I knew how easily the eye invents shapes after hours in darkness. I also knew the fixed relationships that imagination cannot alter. Stars rise, cross the sky, and set according to latitude, season, and time. Atmospheric refraction can shift them near the horizon. A planet may seem brighter than anything around it. None of those effects can place a star below solid ground. The Mariscal incident began with a photograph that did exactly that. Simon Ardell was an experienced backcountry photographer with a permit for a primitive roadside campsite near Mariscal Mine. He planned to photograph historic structures against the Milky Way and leave after sunrise. The mine lies deep in the park interior, reached by a long primitive road that demands high clearance and careful preparation. His vehicle remained beside the approved route late the following afternoon. The campsite was empty, and his satellite communicator had not moved since before midnight. Rangers checking the site found a water container, sleeping equipment, and a note describing his planned camera positions. One camera had uploaded low-resolution previews to remote storage before its battery failed. Most frames showed the expected sky above Mariscal Mountain. The last clear image faced downward into an old ore cut. A single white point shone at the bottom of the frame. The surrounding rock proved the lens was aimed below the horizon. Metadata showed a short exposure, low sensitivity, and no flash. The point was too bright and precise to be a hot pixel. Simon appeared in the next preview as a blurred figure descending toward it. No further image arrived. We organized the search for evening. Daytime heat made unnecessary exposure dangerous, while darkness improved our ability to locate headlamps and reflective material. The temperature would remain warm, but a nighttime carry was safer than entering the mine area at midday. Rachel Sloan led the field team. She had supervised abandoned mine rescues across the region and treated every opening as unstable until proven otherwise. Omar Reyes carried medical equipment. Kendra Holt, a park geologist familiar with the Morisco workings, joined to identify shafts, tailings, and unsafe structures. I carried navigation, communications, and optical equipment. That included a sky quality meter, compact star tracker, rangefinder, binoculars, and 2 cameras configured for low light. We also carried respirators because old mine waste and furnace materials may contain hazardous mercury. The drive consumed hours at the pace required by the road. Bedrock steps, loose washes, and sharp gravel punished speed. A disabled vehicle in that remote country could become its own emergency, so we stopped once to inspect tires and fluid levels. We reached the search area before sunset. The mine structures stood against Morisco Mountain as pale ruins, softened by distance and harsh history. Fences protected the most obvious shafts, but old workings do not respect modern maps. Unmarked openings can remain beneath collapsed rock or vegetation. Simon's tracks left the vehicle and followed an established approach. We did not touch bricks, condenser remains, or tailings. Collecting was prohibited, and contact could expose a rescuer to contamination that had nothing supernatural about it. We divided the historic area into visual search sectors without entering structures. Rachel checked accessible ground, Omar watched for medical signs, and Kendra compared every depression with mine records. I photographed tracks under controlled angles so artificial light would not erase subtle relief. Simon's route log listed 4 planned exposures. 3 locations were on stable ground outside fences. The 4th was described only as a dark frame beneath the old workings. That phrase suggested he had noticed the aperture before seeing the point inside it. His water use also told us he expected a short session. 1 container remained half full at the vehicle, while the bottle missing from his kit held less than an overnight supply. Finding him before the next day's heat was not optional. His first camera stood on a tripod outside the main ruins. It pointed toward the eastern sky and contained normal star photographs. A second tripod lay on its side near the ore cut shown in the uploaded frame. The lens cap was missing. A scrape in the dust suggested Simon had pulled the tripod backward before abandoning it. His boot prints descended into the cut, returned halfway, then crossed themselves repeatedly around the same patch of ground. The sun set while we documented the site. Red light preserved our night vision as stars emerged above the ridge. Simon's tracks remained visible under oblique headlamp beams, but the bottom of the ore cut became a black triangular opening. The white point appeared inside it. At first, I mistook it for a reflection from our equipment. We switched off every lamp. The point remained, no brighter than a major star and perfectly steady. It lay beneath a shelf of rock, thick enough to block the eastern sky. Kendra confirmed that the cut ended against a collapsed working. No tunnel passed through the mountain at that elevation. I raised the binoculars before Rachel could stop me. The point sharpened without revealing any surrounding surface. Its light did not spread across the rock, illuminate dust, or reflect from nearby metal. I lowered the binoculars and stepped toward the opening. My boot struck the tripod lying between us. I had seen it on the ground seconds earlier. Through the binoculars, it had appeared hundreds of feet away. The false distance remained after I looked away. Rachel stood beside me, yet my eyes insisted she occupied the far end of a long corridor. When she placed a hand on my shoulder, the arm seemed to stretch across impossible space. Omar brought a white examination light close to my face and gave me a fixed mark on which to focus. The sudden brightness caused pain and destroyed my night adaptation. After several seconds, Rachel returned to her correct distance. We covered the binocular lenses and marked them unsafe. The disturbance resembled a failure of visual convergence, the process that turns differences between two eye views into depth. The point below the mine had forced both eyes to focus on a distance that geometry could not contain. Simon's cross tracks now made sense. He had not wandered randomly. He had been trying to reach objects that looked near and avoiding ground that looked far away. From the bottom of the ore cut came 3 short flashes from a covered headlamp. Someone was alive below the star. We did not descend until my vision passed basic tests. I estimated distances with each eye separately, walked a measured line, and touched fixed targets without correction. Binocular depth returned, but a small afterimage remained in my right eye. Rachel established the first rule. Nobody would view the white point with both eyes. We covered one lens on every pair of protective glasses and sealed all binoculars, rangefinders, and live camera screens. The ore cut descended as a steep trench rather than a vertical shaft. Kendra identified stable bedrock along the north side. We installed a hand line without touching tailings and advanced under white work lights. Bright light concealed the point, but did not remove it. Whenever a body or rock blocked our lamps, the star reappeared in the resulting darkness. Its location shifted slightly with the observer, always remaining beneath the collapsed shelf. Monocular viewing reduced the depth distortion. With my left eye covered, the point became a bright mark without a reliable distance. Motion parallax still behaved incorrectly. When I moved right, the point moved right against the rock instead of shifting left like a nearby object. That was negative parallax. It implied a source beyond infinity, a phrase that has mathematical meaning but no physical location. My eye tried to solve the contradiction by moving every ordinary surface into the wrong depth plane. We found Simon on a narrow bench near the bottom of the cut. He had covered his head with a black camera cloth and used the blinking headlamp beneath it. His left ankle was badly swollen, and blood had dried along one side of his face. Omar approached over bedrock while the rest of us maintained light and watched the slope. Simon was conscious, dehydrated, and nauseated. He could move both legs, but the ankle would not support weight. His pupils reacted normally until exposed to the white point. Even through closed eyelids, his eyes attempted to converge. The movement was visible beneath the skin. Omar replaced the camera cloth with opaque eye shields and gave him a near-focus card inside the cover. Simon's notes and camera record reconstructed the accident. He had seen the point through a telephoto lens while composing the mine foreground. After viewing it with both eyes through the camera screen, he misjudged the distance to his tripod and fell into the cut. He climbed partway out, but the star appeared in every dark opening between rocks. The slope seemed to lengthen whenever he looked upward and flatten whenever he looked down. He returned to the bench because crawling with covered eyes was safer than trusting sight. His restraint kept a broken ankle from becoming a fatal shaft fall. He also preserved his water instead of trying to cross the exposed ruins during the heat. The patient had made the correct survival decisions after losing the sense most people trust automatically. Omar splinted the ankle and treated the scalp wound. We could assist Simon up the hand line, but the upper route passed close to several old openings. One depth error could pull a rescuer and patient into an unfenced shaft. We needed to understand how viewing conditions affected the distortion. Kendra placed a camera on the bench and aimed it at the point without activating the screen. I used a remote shutter while everyone faced away. The camera recorded the star in every frame. Reviewing a still image under white light produced no immediate effect when viewed with one eye. Viewing the same image binocularly caused a mild convergent spasm after several seconds. The danger was encoded in the geometry, not emitted directly into the viewer. A photograph preserved enough conflicting information to make two eyes attempt the impossible solution. We tested a laser rangefinder without looking through its paired optics. The unit returned changing values for the rock around the star, including distances longer than the mountain itself. A tape measured the same surface at 19 feet. A single camera focused normally on nearby rock. When its autofocus compared two separated sensor regions, the lens drove beyond infinity and stopped with an error. Manual focus preserved the point at every setting while the surrounding stone blurred. Reflections behaved differently from ordinary light. A steel mirror placed on the bench showed the white point without showing the opening that contained it. Rotating the mirror changed the reflected rock, but left the point near its center. We ended testing before curiosity became exposure. Each additional observation produced headache, eye strain, and small errors in hand placement. The rescue required enough understanding to control risk, not a complete theory. We tested physical apertures using a card with small holes. One eye saw the point through a single opening without severe distortion. Two holes spaced like human pupils recreated the full effect even when viewed by one camera. The star interacted with paired viewpoints. Any system that compared two separated images could be forced into negative depth. That included rangefinders, stereo cameras, binoculars, and human vision. It did not include touch, a single fixed lens, or measurements made along rope. Our rescue would depend on those unaffected references. Rachel assigned monocular roles. The active guide used one eye behind an opaque side shield, switched eyes at timed intervals, and focused on a near card before every movement. Everyone else kept both eyes covered while moving on a tether. White light served as a reset, not ordinary illumination. At each station, Omar checked eye alignment and exposed the team to a close bright target. The process destroyed night vision but prevented the false convergence from accumulating unnoticed. We prepared Simon in a flexible rescue seat. A rigid litter would be difficult to maneuver through the trench and around mine debris. Two rope lines provided physical distance information, independent of sight. Rachel climbed first as the monocular guide. Kendra followed on a separate tether while identifying stable rock by touch and geology. Omar remained with Simon, and I managed the lower line. The first transfer succeeded. We moved 20 feet up the trench, stopped on a measured bench, and reset our vision. The false star stayed behind us until the route turned around a rock fin. Then it appeared ahead. There was no opening connecting the new position to the collapsed shelf. The point shone through a crack that Kendra knew ended after several feet. It occupied a different bearing while preserving the same negative parallax. The anomaly was not fixed to the place where we first saw it. It selected dark apertures along our route. Simon sensed the change beneath his eye cover. His pupils moved toward the new position despite receiving no visible light. The afterimage had become an internal reference that followed the external geometry. We continued upward, using ropes and measured stations. At every bend, another black gap acquired the white point. Some were mine openings. Others were spaces beneath ordinary rocks. The desert contained thousands of places dark enough to hold a star. We reached the top of the ore cut before midnight. Simon's condition remained stable, and the technical portion behind us should have been the worst terrain. The route to the vehicles crossed open slopes and historic mine remains without major drops. The stars above Mariscal Mountain created a new problem. Our monocular shields protected depth perception, but navigation after dark normally used the horizon and celestial bearings. The false point now appeared between legitimate stars, whenever a ridge notch framed darkness below them. It did not match the motion of the sky. True stars shifted west as time passed. The false star held its position relative to the observer, then jumped to a new aperture when the old one closed. Our star tracker failed because its paired sensors tried to solve the negative parallax. The unit reported orientation errors and changing focal length. We shut it down before anyone used its guidance. The magnetic compass remained reliable. So did the offline map and the slope beneath our boots. We established a bearing under white light, covered the instrument, and moved between physical waypoints identified before darkness returned. The mine structures could not be treated as safe landmarks. Old walls were fragile. Furnace materials might contain mercury, and tailings remained hazardous. We stayed on bare ground and avoided every shortcut through ruins. Rachel guided with one eye while I maintained a taut handline to the next station. Our next station is... Kendra counted distance using marked knots rather than visual scale. Omar moved Simon only after both endpoints were fixed. The method was slow, but it kept each judgment tied to something measurable. The false star could move a wall in our perception. It could not change the number of knots passing through a gloved hand. And at the first open slope, Rachel stopped without warning. Her covered eye had begun tracking beneath the shield. The visible eye saw only nearby gravel, yet both pupils converged toward a point near her feet. The afterimage had persisted through the reset. Each exposure left a deeper visual instruction, allowing the anomaly to affect binocular coordination without direct sight. Omar used a stronger white light and a sequence of near targets at different distances. Rachel's convergence returned after several minutes, but the effect would recur faster with every viewing. Monocular protection reduced exposure. It did not make repeated observations safe. We changed the guide system. No person would navigate consecutive stations. Rachel, Kendra, and I rotated the exposed eye and rested beneath fully opaque covers. Omar remained unexposed so he could monitor the patient and detect our errors. Simon's own afterimage was strongest. Even blindfolded, he described the point moving around him through taps on Omar's hand. His eyes turned before the external star changed apertures, as though his nervous system knew where it would appear next. That observation forced us to consider the patient as more than a victim. Prolonged viewing may have given the anomaly a stable paired viewpoint. His eyes continued supplying geometry even while covered. When Simon faced a dark crack, the point appeared there more quickly. When we rotated the rescue seat, it shifted toward an opening in his new direction. The star was using his visual system to choose its frame. We placed a rigid opaque hood around his head and secured near-focus lights inside. The lights alternated softly between left and right, preventing both eyes from converging on a shared distant target. Omar checked Simon's pupils through separate excess flaps. Each eye followed its own close target, and his nausea decreased. Whenever both lamps illuminated at once, the pupils drifted inward toward an imaginary point behind the divider. That response gave us another rule. The anomaly did not require the same picture in both eyes. It required simultaneous darkness or matching light fields that the brain could combine into a shared space. We changed the lamps so only one eye received light at any moment. Simon could no longer build a continuous binocular scene. The technique was uncomfortable, but his tracking movements became slower. His injured ankle remained stable inside the rescue seat. The greater concern was neurological fatigue. Prolonged convergence produced tremors around his eyes, slowed responses, and short periods when he could not distinguish upward from forward. The false point weakened outside the hood. It still appeared in mine openings, but several seconds passed before each transition. Simon's eyes no longer moved in advance. We had interrupted a feedback loop. The star supplied impossible depth. The eyes tried to resolve it, and that resolution gave the star another place to appear. The route descended toward a saddle between the mine and vehicle area. A collapsed retaining wall narrowed the safe path. On one side lay unstable tailings. On the other, a vertical shaft opened behind a damaged fence. We measured the traverse in daylight photographs before entering. The stable ledge was less than 30 feet long and several feet wide. Under white lamps, it looked straightforward. Halfway across, the shaft became dark enough to hold the point. It appeared far below the broken fence, brighter than before. Rachel was guiding with her right eye and immediately lost the apparent edge of the ledge. She stepped toward the shaft because the safe wall seemed closer in that direction. Her tether stopped her before the second foot left stable ground. I closed my exposed eye, followed the hand line by touch, and reached her without looking into the opening. Kendra tightened the rear anchor while Omar kept Simon stationary. Rachel could not identify which way was level. The shaft looked horizontal to her, and the ledge appeared vertical. White light reduced the star, but failed to restore orientation. The effect had moved beyond convergence into the vestibular system. Visual depth and bodily balance were contradicting each other. She needed complete visual isolation before her inner ear could regain control. We covered both eyes and lowered her to a seated position against the wall. Touch, pressure, and gravity slowly re-established the correct vertical. She remained unable to guide. Kendra took the exposed role. She used a pinhole shield over one eye, giving only a tiny field of view. The point remained visible but could not dominate enough surrounding geometry to tilt the ledge. She crossed by touching the wall with one hand and probing the path with a trekking pole. I followed blind on the hand line with Rachel tethered behind me. Omar and Simon came last. As Simon passed the shaft, his opaque hood began glowing from inside. The near-focus lights had not changed. A white point appeared between them, suspended inches from his covered eyes. The star no longer needed an opening in the desert. It had found one inside the dark space around his face. Omar opened the hood under full white light. The point vanished immediately, but Simon's eyes remained crossed toward the empty center. Both near-focus lamps were functioning and showed no damage. The hood had created a paired viewing chamber. Its darkness surrounded two eyes at the correct separation, giving the anomaly everything it needed without an external gap. Covering Simon's head had protected us while strengthening his exposure. We replaced the hood with two independent eye cups. Each cup contained a separate low lamp and a close textured target. An opaque divider crossed the bridge of his nose, preventing either eye from sharing an image with the other. His convergence relaxed within minutes. Outside apertures stopped changing in advance of our movement. The star could persist through one eye as an afterimage, but it could not build impossible depth without a paired view. Rachel's balance also improved under separate eye covers. She could stand while tethered, although nausea prevented her from guiding. We now had an injured patient and a team leader with temporary visual impairment. The route to the vehicles remained downhill, but the damaged fence forced us toward the historic processing area. We could not cross through the structures. Old walls, furnace bricks, condensers, and mine waste were fragile and potentially contaminated. Kendra identified a gravel bench around the outer edge. It passed beneath several retaining walls but avoided the structures themselves. The bench was narrow in places and disappeared behind an ore pile before rejoining the road. We established physical navigation before leaving the saddle. Ravi was not part of our team, so the rope work fell to Rachel and me, with Kendra providing geological judgment. Rachel could manage anchors by touch while I placed lines under a pinhole shield. Omar focused entirely on Simon and monitored Rachel during rest stops. Nobody combined patient care with visual exposure. Dividing rolls reduced speed, but prevented a single depth error from passing unnoticed. At each station, I fixed a rope to stable natural rock outside the ruins. Kendra checked the next segment with a long probe. Rachel measured the path by marked intervals, while both eyes remained separately covered. We moved Simon only after all 3 measurements agreed. The rescue seat stayed connected to 2 independent lines, one for movement and one for arrest. Our eyes could lie about distance, but the rope length and slope direction remained physical. The gravel bench passed the first retaining wall without incident. The false star appeared in drainage holes beneath the masonry. Each opening showed the point at a slightly different angle, yet all created the same negative parallax. I kept one eye covered and never centered the point in the other. Peripheral vision detected it well enough to avoid direct alignment. After every segment, I focused on my own thumb until its edges became single and stable. At the ore pile, the bench narrowed around loose tailings. Small silver droplets glittered between dark stones. Kendra warned us not to approach or handle them. Mercury contamination was a documented hazard in the mining area, and the droplets might also reflect our lights. One droplet reflected the false star. Then every droplet did. The points appeared across the pile like a second Milky Way poured onto the ground. Each reflection occupied a slightly different bearing. 2 of them entered my visible eye at once, and recreated a paired geometry within a single field of view. The arrangement proved that eye count was only a convenient form of pairing. 2 points reaching one retina at separations the brain interpreted as related could build the same false depth. A pinhole reduced the field, but did not guarantee isolation. Kendra changed the shield from a round hole to a narrow vertical slit. It allowed her to see immediate height while excluding horizontally separated reflections. She moved the slit across the route without holding 2 points in view together. The improvement lasted until droplets above and below one another created vertical pairs. Her perception made the slope pulse closer and farther rather than tilting sideways. No aperture shape could defeat every possible arrangement. We stopped trying to design a perfect visual filter. Exposure time became the control. Kendra viewed for 1 second, closed the shield, and described only the next handhold. Rachel confirmed each instruction by touch before anyone moved. The bench inverted. The wall beneath my hand seemed to become a floor, extending downward. Gravel around my boots appeared vertical, and the rope line rose toward me like a hanging cable. I knew the geometry was false, but knowledge did not correct balance. I closed the exposed eye and lowered myself by touch. The tether held me against stable rock. Kendra covered the ore pile with our folded shade cloth, while looking through a pinhole no wider than a needle. The cloth removed most reflections. A few points remained where droplets faced openings around the edges. We widened the cover using emergency blankets with their reflective sides turned inward and black surfaces exposed. White light reset my convergence, but the sensation of vertical ground lingered. I could continue blind on the rope, not guide. Kendra became the only person still capable of controlled visual exposure. She divided the next traverse into sections shorter than her reach. One hand remained on the wall, 1 foot tested the edge, and the pinhole showed only the immediate surface. She never allowed the false point and a distant landmark into the same view. We crossed the ore pile slowly. Simon remained stable beneath separate eye cups. Rachel followed by touch, and I controlled the rear line without opening my eyes. The final section passed beneath a row of old condenser remains. We stayed outside the fenced zone, but gaps between standing pieces created paired apertures at eye height. A point appeared inside every pair. Kendra's pinhole could isolate one opening, but the arrangement repeated across her movement. She began seeing the same star in rapid sequence, like frames in a moving film. Her depth estimates remained correct. Her sense of time did not. She believed each step required several minutes. The camera showed less than a second between them. When she stopped, she reported that the rest of us had not moved for nearly an hour. Negative parallax was now disrupting more than space. Her visual system expected an infinitely distant source to shift over time. The fixed point forced motion and duration into the same impossible correction. We removed her from visual duty. No team member remained safe for repeated observation. The vehicles were still more than a mile away. Between us and them lay open desert, a dry wash, and the primitive road. GPS coordinates were reliable, but reaching a coordinate required someone to see the ground. We could not wait for daylight. Simon's neurological responses were slowing, and the morning heat would make a carry across the exposed flats dangerous. The false star had also begun appearing under Rachel's separate eye covers, 1 point in each cup. Well, it was learning to bridge barriers we had already proven effective. Our last unaffected observer was not a person. The fixed camera could record a monocular image without interpreting depth. We mounted it on the end of the probe, turned off its screen, and connected its simple obstacle alarm to an audio signal. The system could tell us when nearby ground changed height. It could not choose a route or recognize a shaft. Navigation would have to come from map coordinates, rope measurements, and the slope beneath our feet. We prepared to walk the final mile without looking at the desert. Before leaving, we sealed every reflective instrument inside black fabric. Camera lenses, phone screens, watch faces, and polished medical tools could provide new paired points. The gear remained available by touch, but could not show an image. We also documented the abandonment point using one-timed camera exposure. Evidence mattered, but no photograph justified another injured rescuer. The camera operated after we had turned away and closed itself inside an opaque case. Rachel recorded our decision and route on the emergency beacon. Radio contact remained unreliable, so the message included instructions against visual searching. Anyone approaching with binoculars or paired night vision equipment could become disabled before reaching us. Kendra calculated a route from our last confirmed position to the primitive road. The line crossed a shallow drainage and avoided known workings. We entered the bearing into a single receiver with its screen covered, using audio tones for left and right deviation. Satellite error could still move us several yards. The route therefore used wide terrain features rather than narrow targets. A descending gravel slope led to the wash, and the wash led west toward the road. We formed a tethered column. The probe camera moved at the front and sounded when it detected an obstacle within 1 step. I followed with both eyes covered, sweeping the ground before each foot placement. Each tether contained knots at arm-length intervals. If anyone felt 2 knots pass without a stop, the column halted immediately. That prevented fear or false slope sensation from stretching our spacing. We carried Simon between 2 tensioned sidelines, rather than directly behind one rescuer. The lines formed a tactile corridor. Equal pressure meant the seat remained centered, while a change identified drift without vision. Omar attached a small bell to the top of the seat. Its tone indicated upright orientation. A dull scrape meant the frame had tilted or contacted rock. The sound supplied information the false star could not alter. Kendra monitored the navigation tones. Rachel managed spacing and the patient lines by touch. Omar guided Simon's rescue seat and maintained the separate eye cups. Nobody saw more than white light inside an individual cover. We surrendered speed, horizon, and visual reassurance. In return, the false star lost the paired viewpoints it needed. The first slope felt far steeper than the map indicated. My body expected visual correction that never arrived. I kept my knees soft, tested every step, and trusted gravity to identify downhill. The obstacle alarm marked stones, small ledges, and one rusted cable. We stopped at each signal while Kendra classified the contact with a non-metal probe. Nothing was stepped over until its dimensions were known by touch. Simon's seat moved in short lowers between us. The ropes carried distance and direction. A tightening left line meant he had drifted right, regardless of what anyone imagined beneath the covers. The system brought us to the wash. Loose sand changed the sound of our footsteps and reduced the slope. Kendra confirmed the channel orientation from its banks and adjusted the receiver bearing. We allowed ourselves a white light reset inside the broad wash. Each person opened one eye only after focusing on a card held inches away. The surrounding ground appeared normal. Above us, legitimate stars crossed the sky. Beneath the western bank, the false point occupied a rodent burrow. Nobody looked at it directly. We covered the burrow with an opaque equipment case and resumed blind movement. After 100 yards, the point appeared inside the obstacle camera. Its alarm produced a continuous tone, treating the star as a surface closer than the probe itself. The camera had one lens. Paired vision was no longer required for detection because our earlier stereo measurements had trained the device. Its depth algorithm compared consecutive frames from slightly different positions, creating a pair across time. Motion parallax had become another form of binocular vision. We disabled the alarm and locked the camera to single still frames. At every stop, Kendra listened to a basic brightness reading rather than a depth estimate. A bright point meant we changed the probe angle before moving. The star appeared in more frames as we progressed. It occupied gaps between stones, openings beneath roots, and spaces within our own equipment. Each new aperture lay closer to the center of the route. Simon's eye cups glowed continuously now. Omar increased their internal white light until no darkness remained. Simon's pupils still converged toward the divider between them. The anomaly had accumulated a model of his paired view. Ray. Physical separation could no longer erase it. Only strong near focus kept his eyes from locking completely. His pulse slowed, and he stopped responding to touch on one hand. Omar suspected rising pressure from the head injury or neurological exhaustion from constant ocular strain. Remaining in the wash was no longer acceptable. We increased movement without abandoning the measured system. Shorter stations became continuous steps along a taut central rope. Rachel counted each interval while Kendra followed the receiver tones. The wash widened and divided. GPS accuracy improved under open sky, but both branches descended toward the road. The northern branch was shorter and crossed rough bedrock. The southern branch added distance through sand. We chose sand. A shorter line means nothing if an unseen ledge stops a rescue seat. The smooth drainage allowed controlled dragging and reduced the number of obstacle checks. Halfway through the branch, Kendra's receiver began giving simultaneous left and right tones. Its compass orientation remained normal, but the calculated position jumped between 2 points separated by several hundred yards. The star was not altering satellites. It was affecting the receiver's paired antennas, which compared signal phase to improve direction. Any instrument using separated inputs could inherit the negative geometry. We disabled directional guidance and kept only raw coordinates. Kendra read them with one eye under white light, then covered the screen. We plotted each point on the map by touch against raised grid lines. Our position was west of the intended wash. The receiver's false guidance had curved our route south without anyone seeing the turn. We corrected using drainage slope and a measured angle from the map. Kendra verified the correction using water from a sealed vial. She poured a few drops onto a flat board and rotated it until the flow matched the mapped drainage. The method was crude, local, and independent of any paired sensor. We also checked accumulated rope length against the known distance from the mine. The discrepancy confirmed the receiver had added a gradual curve, rather than a sudden coordinate jump. Recovering the correct line required backtracking one measured segment. Backtracking blind-tested discipline. Every person wanted to open an eye and verify that the terrain looked familiar. We kept the covers closed because familiar appearance was exactly what the anomaly could manufacture. At the corrected junction, the sand texture changed as expected, and the bank opened on our right. Physical details agreed with the map again. Only then did we commit to the southern branch. The detour cost nearly an hour. Dawn remained distant, but our water was falling, and Simon required faster care. The primitive road should have crossed the next broad fan. The sand ended against a low bank. The obstacle probe identified a climb of less than 3 feet. I crossed first on hands and knees, then helped guide the rescue seat over the edge. On the far side, my glove touched compacted tire tread. We had reached the road. The vehicles lay east according to our travel log. We turned along the road and followed its firm surface. Tire ruts provided continuous tactile boundaries, and no shaft or tailing pile crossed the route. For the first time since the mine, we could move without probing every step. The rescue seat rolled on a small composite support from our equipment, and the column maintained steady pace. Headlamps appeared ahead. The outside team had remained with the vehicles, following standard backcountry practice. They had not entered the mine area after losing our radio traffic. We warned them to extinguish lights and cover both eyes before approaching. Their initial confusion cost seconds, but our condition made the hazard obvious. No one ignored a rescue team walking blind along an empty road. They stretched a guide rope from the staging area and brought a wheeled litter without using optical range finding. Simon transferred under continuous white light and separate eye shields. The staging team created a bright enclosed treatment space inside a vehicle before removing his covers. Windows, mirrors, and dark equipment gaps were hidden beneath opaque sheets. Omar uncovered one eye at a time and maintained close focus throughout the neurological examination. We bagged boots and outer clothing because the route crossed mercury-affected areas. Ordinary decontamination continued alongside the optical controls. An impossible hazard did not make documented toxic exposure less important. Simon's vital signs improved with fluid and cooling, but his eyes continued turning toward the floor. The response weakened as distance from Mariscal increased. It did not disappear completely until the vehicle reached paved road. Rachel and Kendra entered dark vehicle cabins one at a time. Interior lights remained bright, and every reflective surface was covered. Omar maintained Simon's near-focus targets during transport. No helicopter was available at night in that terrain, and none was needed to solve the anomaly. The ambulance route was long but stable. We drove out using low forward lights and drivers who had never viewed the point. I remained behind with the second vehicle to secure equipment. Dawn had begun whitening the eastern horizon. The false star still shone beneath the mine, visible from miles away through gaps between hills. As sunlight reached Mariscal Mountain, ordinary stars disappeared. The point below the desert remained. For the first time, it cast light on the rock around it. The illuminated surface was not the inside of a mine. It was a night sky, extending downward beneath the ground. Simon survived a fractured ankle, concussion, dehydration, and prolonged disturbance of eye alignment. Imaging found no direct damage to the optic nerves. His eyes remained physically capable of normal focus, but the brain continued trying to converge on impossible depth. Rachel recovered balance after 2 days. Kendra's altered time perception faded within hours, although rapid sequences of small lights caused nausea for several weeks. My depth judgment returned sooner, but the right eye afterimage persisted until the following morning. Simon required months of visual therapy. Separate eye tasks and near-focus exercises gradually restored ordinary convergence. He could not view his own photographs with both eyes, even after the image files were processed and cropped. The evidence did not depend on our symptoms. 4 cameras recorded the point below the local horizon. Survey markers established every lens position, and terrain models proved no line of sight reached the open sky. Monocular photographs were visually ordinary except for location. Stereo pairs could not be resolved by standard software. Their disparity increased in the wrong direction, assigning the source a negative distance. Engineers tested the files using isolated systems without human viewers. Algorithms either rejected the match or placed surrounding terrain behind the cameras. Software designed to estimate depth from motion curved a straight route around the virtual point, duplicating our receiver error. The photographs also recorded spectral information. The light contained familiar absorption lines rather than a lamp's simple emission. After calibration, astronomers matched the spectrum to a cataloged star. Several independent observatories repeated the comparison without receiving paired mine images. They were given only wavelength tables and timing data. All selected the same stellar classification and radial motion. Brightness variations also matched observations made from the star's visible hemisphere. When the actual star dimmed slightly, the underground point dimmed after no detectable delay. The signal did not appear to have crossed Earth at the speed of light or any slower speed. There was no attenuation from rock. A path through mantle and core should eliminate visible photons completely. Yet the measured spectrum lost less light than passage through a thin terrestrial atmosphere. That star was not above Texas during the incident. At the moment of Simon's first photograph, it lay below Big Ben's horizon on the opposite side of Earth. Its true light was visible from a region in the southern hemisphere. Thousands of miles of rock should have blocked it from us. The point moved during the night at the same angular rate as the catalogued star, but in the mirrored direction. It behaved as though we were seeing the underside of the celestial sphere through the planet. That result explained why the source changed apertures without occupying a fixed mine tunnel. Any sufficiently dark opening could frame the same impossible line. The mine provided many apertures and almost no competing light. It did not explain negative parallax. A real star is effectively at infinite distance and should show no measurable difference between human eyes. This image diverged strongly enough to force surrounding terrain into contradiction. Investigators built paired camera rigs with adjustable lens spacing. The effect peaked when the separation approximated human eyes. Wider spacing weakened it, and a single lens produced no depth conflict. The geometry was adapted to an observer, not to astronomy. Measurements showed that effective spacing varied slightly among viewers. The strongest separation matched each person's actual pupils within a narrow margin. The anomaly was not built for an average human face. It adjusted to whoever attempted the comparison. Stereo systems without human-like spacing could also trigger it after repeated calibration. Once an algorithm learned to interpret its two inputs as depth, the white point adjusted to that baseline. Learning itself seemed to define the aperture. That finding explained why the obstacle camera became affected after traveling through the mine. Its motion model built a second viewpoint from earlier frames. The system taught the star how far apart its artificial eyes were. Remote tests continued from outside the fenced area. No personnel viewed live stereo feeds. Software stored separate images for analysis only after the source disappeared. Each camera used a mechanical shutter schedule, so no network compared images during collection. Lens caps opened at different moments, and files remained encrypted under separate keys. Investigators treated image pairing as activation rather than passive analysis. Single images showed a white point but caused no measurable disturbance in trained observers. The effect began only after paired geometry entered a visual or computational system. Even printing corresponding images on separate pages remained safe until someone aligned them. One experiment placed the two prints face down on a table at matching separation. No instrument changed. Turning both upward caused an automated depth camera across the room to fail, although no human watched. The anomaly did not require consciousness. It required a system attempting to combine separated views into distance. The point returned on moonless nights when the corresponding cataloged star lay beneath the park. The star lay beneath the park. Cloud cover above Big Ben did not block it. Weather on the opposite side of Earth did. During one test, astronomers confirmed that clouds above the star's true location reduced the underground image. The light was linked to the real sky, yet it reached Texas along a path that crossed the planet. Mercury droplets near the old processing area produced the clearest reflections. Samples showed no optical property capable of transmitting light through rock. Their curved surfaces merely multiplied paired viewpoints and increased exposure risk. The official closure expanded around several mine workings. Existing dangers provided enough justification. Vertical shafts, fragile structures, rough access, and mercury-contaminated materials. The public notice did not mention a sub-horizon star. Our operational report used the phrase, observer-coupled negative parallax light source. It described the visual hazard without claiming that the Earth had become transparent. Paired optical devices were prohibited inside the closure. Rescue procedures added monocular shields, physical range lines, close focus targets, and bright light resets. Those controls were designed for an event we hoped would never extend beyond Mariscal. For several months, it did not. Then a night sky monitor near the Chisos Mountains recorded a white point below a distant ridge. No mine shaft, mercury waste, or historic structure existed along that line. The monitor used two sensors separated by the width of human eyes. Staff isolated the sensors and reviewed them independently. Each showed a normal dark gap in the ridge. Combining the pair produced the star. Its spectrum matched a second cataloged object beneath the horizon. The discovery changed our interpretation. Mariscal Mine had not created the phenomenon. It had only supplied enough darkness, apertures, and observers for us to notice it. Additional paired monitors were checked without combining their images. Several contained unmatched points in separate frames. Analysts resisted processing them because the act of comparison might complete geometry that did not exist in either view alone. The data remained split. Left images were stored in one facility and right images in another. No person was authorized to view corresponding pairs. That precaution failed when an automated backup system generated thumbnails. It placed left and right images side by side on a monitoring screen, separated by the distance between a viewer's pupils. The technician in front of the screen lost balance and fell from his chair. He recovered without injury after the room lights came on. Before the display was shut down, he saw more than one point. He saw a complete constellation beneath the ridge. Astronomers later identified its pattern from the uncombined files. Every star belonged to the sky directly below Texas at that hour. Their positions were mirror images of what an observer on the opposite side of Earth could see overhead. The underground constellation returned on 3 later nights. Each appearance contained more points. The brightest occupied mine shafts, culverts, animal burrows, and cracks beneath doors. Their pattern expanded in the same order that stars rose above the opposite hemisphere. Faint points appeared only after brighter ones established the geometry. The false sky was assembling itself according to ordinary stellar magnitude. Analysts calculated where its underground horizon should lie. The line intersected bedrock at every location, yet paired cameras recorded stars setting behind that line as cleanly as they set behind a distant ridge. No glow entered the rock around them. No detector registered photons between apertures. The images existed at the viewpoints and nowhere along the path that should have carried their light. Dark apertures were no longer required to be natural. A gap only needed to create a paired view. 10. I stopped leading public telescope programs after the third event. I still worked night patrol, but I used one eye when checking darkness below the horizon. I never raised binoculars toward a mine, culvert, or space beneath a parked vehicle. The sky above Big Bend remained beautiful. It followed every rule I had taught visitors. Stars rose, crossed, and set across the same immense darkness. The other sky followed those rules too. That was what frightened me most. It was not random, imaginary, or trapped beneath Mariscal Mountain. It turned with the earth, changed with the seasons, and waited below every observer in the world. We had always assumed the ground blocked half the universe. Now, whenever I close one eye, I wonder whether the darkness beneath my feet is actually empty. Whenever I open both, I wonder whether emptiness was the only thing keeping it far away. Most visitors understand Crater Lake as a blue circle seen from above. They stand along the rim, watch clouds pass through the caldera, and leave believing they have looked into the lake. I used to think the same thing, even after 9 years in uniform. The overlook teaches your eyes to treat the water as a surface. Ranger work teaches you that every surface is also a boundary, and boundaries hide what they separate. I was assigned to the park dive program because of my search and rescue background. Recreational scuba was prohibited in the lake. Every mask, fin, hose, and dry suit used for an administrative dive had to be cleaned, inspected, and approved. The restrictions protected water that could carry sunlight deeper than most forests were tall. They also meant that very few people knew the lake from beneath. Late in summer, the limnology team scheduled a recovery near the eastern slope of Wizard Island. A conductivity and temperature profiler had stopped traveling along its mooring cable. The instrument normally crawled through the water column, recording changes that helped researchers understand the lake's seasonal structure. Its final transmission placed it near the upper edge of a deep moss field, far below any swimmer. The recovery was supposed to be routine. The research vessel Newston carried the dive team, a medic, the park biologist, redundant breathing gas, and a chamber evacuation plan. Its winch could lift more weight than the stalled instrument. Its sonar showed the island slope descending beneath us like the side of a buried mountain. Every contingency had a box on a waterproof checklist. Victor Lang and Celeste Ma were the primary divers. Victor had worked cold water projects across the Cascades. Celesta was a limnologist who had spent years studying the submerged moss communities around the island. Both had completed altitude adjustments and dry suit drills. Anika Frost and I served as standby divers, fully dressed except for our masks and gloves. The first irregularity appeared on sonar while we positioned above the mooring. The bottom sloped cleanly through the display. The profiler hung at 112 feet, several yards from the rock. Above it, at 96 feet, a perfectly level return crossed the screen. It was thin, bright, and broader than the sonar beam. Damon Rhee, our dive supervisor, ran the pass again from another angle. The return remained horizontal while the bottom changed beneath it. Celesta suggested a dense biological layer. The lake could hold bands of plankton and a deep chlorophyll maximum during summer stratification. Yet those layers appeared soft on sonar. This one resembled the echo from air beneath a dock. We lowered a weighted line beside the mooring. The lead weight passed through the depth without hesitation. Nothing tugged the rope. A small temperature logger followed and showed no abrupt change. Conductivity, temperature, dissolved oxygen, and turbidity remained ordinary. Only the sonar insisted that a boundary existed. Victor and Celeste entered just before noon. The lake was calm enough to reflect the caldera wall without breaking it. Their decontaminated dry suits looked black against the blue. Each diver carried open-circuit gas, redundant gouges, a cutting tool, and a hardwired communication mass. Their tethers ran to separate tenders on deck. They descended along the profiler cable. Through the surface camera, I watched their bubbles rise in silver chains. Crater Lake's clarity made distance deceptive. For several seconds, they appeared close enough to touch. Then the blue swallowed their colors, leaving only two pale lights and the repeated flash of exhaled air. Victor reached the strange depth first. His video showed open water, the vertical cable, and a faint shimmer extending below him. It looked like heat above pavement, except it lay perfectly flat. He lowered his camera and one arm through it. Bubbles released below the plane, stopped rising and spread sideways. Within seconds, his camera was aimed at what looked like the underside of a mirror. Victor reported that his depth gauge still read 97 feet. Above his head, the lake reflected his own light downward. The reflection was complete enough to show the top of his helmet and both of Celeste's hands. Celeste stopped just above the shimmer. Her bubbles rose normally toward the real surface. Victor placed the profiler cable against his shoulder. The steel passed through the boundary, and the shimmer withdrew from it in a narrow ring. He guided his body downward through that opening. The silver film folded around his tank, then released him below. Celeste followed along the same rigid path. Both divers were now beneath the false return. Their cameras showed a blue column leading toward what looked like daylight above them. Damon ordered them to remain close to the cable, and they continued downward. Their tethers dragged across the shimmer and left dark grooves that slowly closed. The profiler had lodged beneath an overhang of old moss and volcanic rock. Celeste stabilized the frame while Victor freed the drive wheel. Damon started the winch at its lowest setting. The instrument rose, carrying a shaggy curtain of brown moss. As its steel cage entered the horizontal shimmer, the sonar screen filled with white noise. Victor's video broke into blocks. Celeste's voice became stretched and distant. Their tenders felt both lines pull sideways, although the divers were directly below the stern. Damon stopped the winch. The profiler remained halfway through the anomaly, and the cable began vibrating with a slow rhythm that no motor on deck was producing. For a moment, the sonar cleared. The bright horizontal return had curved downward around the instrument cage. It resembled a sheet carrying a stone. Beneath that bend, dozens of silver pockets drifted together. I realized they were the diverse exhaled bubbles. None had reached us since Victor first crossed the layer. Damon signaled an immediate ascent. Celeste responded with 2 squeezes on her tether. Victor gave none. His camera returned long enough to show him pulling himself upward along the mooring. The false surface waited above him, shining with the brightness of daylight that could not have reached that depth. He hit it tank first. The layer stretched around his shoulders and cylinder. His body stopped as sharply as if a harness had caught him. He vented his buoyancy compensator, twisted sideways, and tried again. The silver boundary climbed over his mask, then snapped him back beneath it. Celeste reached him and pushed from below. Her own expanding suit gas pressed against the layer. The reflection widened until both divers appeared to be kneeling beneath a polished ceiling. Their exhaust collected around them, merging into dark-edged lenses. Each new breath made the ceiling lower. The tenders hauled carefully, but the lines no longer led straight down. At 96 feet, they turned horizontal, imprisoned within the layer. Pulling harder only stretched the tethers across its surface. Victor's line cut a narrow wake toward the mooring cable. Celeste's line began sawing against something invisible beyond the camera's view. Damon stopped all hauling before a tether could part. He ordered the divers to conserve gas and remain at their current depth. Victor's reserve pressure was already lower because he had done the heavier work. Celeste had enough to share, but any shared regulator would produce more bubbles. The surface team had planned for leaks, entanglement, hypothermia, and panic. We had not planned for breathing itself to strengthen the obstruction. Anika and I sealed our gloves. Our rescue gear used closed-circuit units approved for sensitive observation work. The systems recycled exhaled gas instead of releasing continuous bubbles. Until that moment, their value had been longer duration and less disturbance near the moss. Now they were the only equipment aboard that would not feed the thing under us. Before I lowered my mask, I looked across the lake. The real surface remained calm, blue, and open. Nothing marked the place where two people were trapped beneath a second sky. The sonar drew both boundaries with equal brightness. On the screen, the lake had acquired a ceiling inside itself, and our divers were breathing underneath it. Damon gave us 6 minutes to dress, test, and enter. That felt brutally slow while Victor's gas fell, but rescue diving punishes haste by multiplying casualties. Anika checked my loop pressure and oxygen display. I confirmed her valves, bailout cylinder, cutting tools, and light. We performed every step while the tenders relayed the trap diver's pressures. Our rebreathers had been cleaned for lake work and configured for the altitude. They also demanded discipline. A silent breathing loop could contain too little oxygen, too much carbon dioxide, or a flooded scrubber without warning. I watched my handset through the entire descent. The numbers mattered more than anything my eyes would soon report. We followed a separate weighted guideline lowered beside the mooring. Above 80 feet, the water held a dim gradient of ordinary light. Below that, our lamps became stronger than the afternoon. The island wall appeared to our left, covered in hanging moss that swayed without current. To our right, the lake opened into blue darkness. At 96 feet, I found the boundary by touching it with my light beam. The beam bent and returned upward, painting my gloves from below. It resembled a water surface scene while swimming at night. Small bubbles from an adjustment valve struck it and flattened into coins. Those coins slid away without rising another inch. My depth computer remained steady. The temperature changed by less than a degree. No pressure shift touched my ears. Anika extended a stainless probe. Its tip crossed cleanly, but the layer bowed around the thicker handle. When she withdrew it, a silver ring tightened behind the metal and disappeared. We tested the guideline next. The weighted end had passed through, yet the braided rope lay trapped along the boundary for several yards. I pulled downward. The rope peeled away with a resistance like wet tape, then drifted free beneath us. Damon's line at the surface could reach below, but it could not remain vertical without a rigid path. The profiler cage provided that path. Its cable pierced the layer near Victor and Celeste, while the steel frame hung just above them. Anika went first. She emptied her buoyancy bladder, vented most gas from her dry suit, and descended by hand. The layer clung to the small air spaces in her equipment, outlining every hose before releasing them. I followed with one arm around the cable. Cold pressure squeezed the fabric against my shoulders. As my rebreather crossed, the boundary pressed upward against its counterlungs. For an instant, I felt weightless and immobilized. Then, the metal cage disturbed the layer beside me, and I dropped through into the trapped water. The view below was impossible to accept. Overhead, a bright silver plane extended beyond our lights. It showed the reflected outline of Wizard Island, although the island was nearly 100 feet above it. Patches of blue appeared between the trapped bubbles. They resembled openings into a summer sky. Victor was hanging from the mooring with one hand. Celeste had clipped his harness to hers. Their tethers rose to the false surface, turned sideways, and vanished into reflections. Victor's breathing had become fast. His exhaust struck the ceiling in bursts, and every burst darkened the silver patch above him. Anika took control of Victor while I checked Celeste. Both were cold but responsive. Victor's gauge had entered the reserve range. Celeste still had useful gas, though not enough for a prolonged problem. Their dry suits held the minimum air required to prevent painful squeeze. Even that small volume would resist the boundary during passage. I inspected the profiler cage. The winch cable held it against the layer from above. 2 lower rails protruded through, creating narrow slits that opened and closed as the boat moved. The spaces were too small for a diver. If the cage could be lowered another yard, its full rectangular frame might hold a wider opening. Anika sent the request through her hard-wired rescue line. The layer distorted communication into delayed syllables, but Damon understood the coded pulls. The cable descended in short increments. As the cage entered, the false surface dimpled downward around it. Trapped bubbles rushed toward the depression and coated the steel in a glittering skin. The cage crossed halfway, then stopped. Its recovered profiler was wider than the upper rails. The instrument had become embedded in the layer like an insect in resin. Lowering the cable only deepened the dimple. The winch strain increased, although the cage weighed little in water. Celeste showed me the drive wheel she had freed. The instrument's outer shell included a cylindrical water sampling chamber. She had opened both ends during the repair, leaving a rigid flooded tube through its center. That empty water path was the only section not covered by silver film. I passed my probe through the chamber. It crossed the boundary without resistance. The film could wrap around a solid object, but it would not enter a narrow flooded passage with rigid walls. A flexible hose collapsed under its pull. A metal tube excluded it. The distinction gave us the first useful rule. The chamber was far too narrow for a person. The cage surrounding it was almost wide enough, but only if we removed the profiler. Doing that below the layer required disconnecting electrical leads, drive brackets, and the lifting eye. We also needed the cage to remain fixed across the boundary, while the instrument came free. Victor reached toward one of the blue openings overhead. His glove touched the layer and vanished into reflection. He began climbing his tether before Anika could stop him. The line led sideways, not upward. He followed it toward an image of the sun that moved beneath his hands. Anika caught his harness and pulled him back. Victor fought her with the blind strength of someone certain that rescue was inches away. His fin struck my mask. My breathing loop twisted, and cold water entered the mouthpiece before I closed it. I switched to bailout and cleared the loop while Anika pinned him against the mooring. The regulator released a stream of bubbles. They rose, touched the layer, and spread over us. Darkness thickened around the bubble lenses until the false ceiling looked solid. My light reflected into my eyes. For several seconds I could see neither the real cable nor Anika's hand signals. I recovered the rebreather and checked its oxygen values. The scrubber remained dry. My bailout had cost us only a few breaths, yet the layer had changed. It hung lower around the profiler, bulging like a heavy tarp tied out. Breathing gas was not merely trapped. It was being organized into the boundary. Celeste pressed Victor's spare mask against his face and blocked his view upward with her body. Anika adjusted his regulator to reduce wasted flow. I clipped a short line from his harness to the cage. He could no longer chase the false sun, but his remaining gas still ticked downward with every breath. I studied the steel frame again. Its lower rectangle was large enough for a diver if we stripped away the instrument and mesh panels. The frame could act as a doorway through the layer. We would need to hold it vertical, move 4 people through, and obey decompression limits above it. Any trapped air in a suit or bladder could still catch. I signaled the plan to Damon. He returned approval and started lowering tools along the rigid winch cable. Above us, the false surface trembled. A wave traveled across it from somewhere beyond our lights. The reflection of Wizard Island broke into rings, although the real lake remained calm. Something struck the other side of the boundary. The impact came from above, but it pushed the silver sheet downward. A second impact followed farther away. Sonar later showed both disturbances crossing the anomaly at walking speed. At the time, I told myself they were trapped bubbles shifting under strain. Then, Victor stopped fighting. He stared past me and pointed across the dark water beneath the false sky. A third depression moved toward us from the open lake. It was broad enough to contain a person. No bubbles marked it, and nothing appeared between it and the bottom. The depression reached the profiler and stopped. A human outline appeared in the silver plain, viewed from beneath as though someone were standing on translucent ice. I could distinguish 2 boots, bent knees, and 1 arm reaching downward. The figure had no body in the water above us. It existed only as pressure traveling through the false surface. Anika turned her helmet camera toward it. The outline knelt and placed a hand over the profiler cable. At the same moment, the cable twitched in my grip. Damon had moved beside the winch on deck. The figure was his motion, carried from the real surface and reproduced 96 feet below. The delay between his movement and its image was several seconds. That mattered. The layer was not showing us another place beneath the lake. It was repeating forces from the actual surface after storing them. Victor had seen daylight, footsteps, and the shadow of a rescue crew. Every signal encouraged him to treat the barrier as air. I sent Damon a stop signal. The reflected figure froze. We needed the deck quiet while we dismantled the cage. A hammer dropped above could become a blow below. A shifting crew member could send a pressure ridge through the only opening we had. The boat team secured loose equipment and moved only on Damon's command. The tool carrier arrived along the winch cable. Its stainless body crossed the layer, but the fabric pouch caught and spread flat. I cut the pouch away and recovered 2 wrenches, a compact driver, and a hacksaw. The removed fabric remained above us, outlined by trapped silver bubbles like skin pinned beneath glass. Celeste knew the profiler better than any of us. She guided my hands from fastener to fastener while Anika monitored Victor. Corrosion had not caused the jam, but lake deposits had locked one bracket. I used the hacksaw slowly to avoid vibration. Metal dust fell through my light and vanished into the dark moss below. The work consumed 9 minutes. During that time, our computers increased the stops required before surfacing. Cold began stiffening my fingers through the dry gloves. Victor's regulator developed a faint, free-flow hiss whenever he inhaled. His cylinder pressure entered the range Damon had designated for immediate extraction. Celeste transferred her backup regulator to Victor's harness. She retained enough gas for herself, but their combined reserve remained thin. I connected my bailout cylinder as another option. Every open-circuit breath would still join the false surface. We were exchanging time below for strength in the thing that blocked us. The final bolt came free. I expected the profiler to drop from the cage. Instead, it remained fixed within the silver boundary. The film had molded itself around every housing, handle, and exposed wire. When I pulled, the entire surface bowed downward. Reflections rushed toward the deformation from far beyond our lights. Anika clipped a lift line to the profiler and pulled from below. I pushed upward through the flooded sampling chamber. The instrument shifted an inch. The false surface responded with a deep vibration felt through my teeth. Victor's tether snapped tight and dragged him sideways. His line had become part of the layer. Motion anywhere across the sheet could travel along it. Celeste cut his tether below the trapped section, leaving him connected to Anika and the mooring. I cut hers next. On deck, their tenders felt both lines go slack and recorded the time as a loss of primary communication. I wedged the probe through the sampling chamber and used it as a lever. Celeste braced the cage. Anika pulled the profiler downward while keeping Victor behind her. The instrument tore free with a burst of silver threads. It fell several feet before its safety line caught it. The false surface recoiled upward through the empty cage. For one breath, the lower rectangle framed clear blue water. Then the film flowed around its rails and began closing through the center. The opening narrowed from the corners, behaving more like a wound than a liquid sheet. I shoved the profiler's long center tube through the frame. Its rigid walls held a narrow channel, but the surrounding opening continued shrinking. Anika added the stainless probe crosswise. Celeste inserted 2 tool handles at the opposite corners. Together, they formed a crude lattice across the cage. The film stopped several inches from each rigid piece. It could curve around a rail, but it would not bridge a tight angle between flooded metal surfaces. Our lattice divided the opening into smaller, clear panels. None was wide enough for a tank. Removing the rear mesh panel would expand one section. Celeste worked on the panel while I checked the ascent plan. Victor would go first, pulled by the winch cable through the framed opening. Celeste would follow using Anika's tether. Anika would cross third. I would remove the braces from below and follow the mooring cable through the collapsing gap. The order protected the weakest diver, but it left me alone beneath a barrier strengthened by 4 diverse gas. I accepted that because I carried the rebreather and the largest reserve. Damon accepted it because rescue command is arithmetic performed on people. We both knew that the last crossing would be the least stable. Celeste removed the mesh panel. The cleared space measured slightly wider than Victor's shoulders. We rotated him upright beneath it. Anika vented his buoyancy bladder completely. Celeste opened his dry suit exhaust valve and pressed excess gas from his legs and back. Without that gas, the water crushed insulation against his body. He became sharply negative and began sinking. We attached his harness to the winch cable with 2 short straps. The cable would provide lift above the boundary, while Anika controlled his alignment from below. Victor understood the procedure until he looked up. The opening showed a bright blue circle. Within it, reflected clouds moved across what seemed to be open air. His arms rose toward the image. Anika folded them against his chest and locked them under a recovery strap. Damon began the lift. Victor entered the cage helmet first. The false surface clung to the thin gas space around his mask and dry suit. Silver film slid down his body, searching for every pocket. His shoulders stopped halfway through, and the winch strain climbed. I pressed both hands against his boots. Celeste squeezed the last air from his suit. Anika kept his regulator seated as the boundary covered his face. The reflection made his mask appear empty, as though his head had vanished into the sky. The cage shifted sideways. 1 tool handle slipped from the lattice. The clear opening narrowed against Victor's chest. His regulator exhaust released a violent cloud, and the layer swallowed it. The film thickened until the blue circle turned black. I drove the stainless probe back into the corner. Celeste rotated the sampling tube against the frame. The rigid angles opened again. Victor moved another foot, then cleared the boundary with a sudden release. The winch line straightened above us. His video returned on deck. Damon halted him at the first planned depth. Victor hung in real water beneath the real sun, still believing the false one waited below. A tender held the line steady while the medic tracked time and gas. The first diver had crossed, but the cage had lost 1 brace. Celeste looked at her pressure gauge. She had given more gas to Victor than we calculated. Her needle was near the reserve mark. Anika offered my bailout cylinder, but Celeste refused the transfer until she reached the frame. She knew every bubble released below would tighten the passage around the next body. We began preparing her suit. Across the false surface, Damon's delayed outline moved toward Victor's ascent station. Another figure joined him. Their pressure images walked on the underside of the lake, while the real people stood nearly 100 feet above. The layer was learning the deck's entire shape. Celeste crossed more cleanly because she knew what to expect. We emptied her buoyancy bladder and reduced the air in her dry suit until the fabric folded into every joint. Anika attached her to the cable. I braced the remaining lattice while the winch lifted. The layer caught Celeste at her hips. A gas pocket had migrated into the space beneath her dry suit zipper. The silver film found it through layers of fabric and insulation. It wrapped around her waist, holding her between the real water and its reflection. Celeste opened her exhaust valve fully, but the pocket would not travel toward it. Her body angle kept the gas at the zipper. I rotated her downward while Anika controlled the cable. Cold water pressed the suit flat enough to force the pocket along her ribs. It escaped through the shoulder valve in a single bubble. That bubble spread across the underside of the layer. The grip around Celeste released, and Damon lifted her into clear water. He stopped her at Victor's depth. Their tender lines hung vertically now. On sonar, 2 small targets rested above the bright return while Anika and I remained below. Celeste had crossed with less than the minimum reserve planned for ascent. The medic sent a fresh cylinder down a rigid drop cable. It passed through the cage because Damon guided the metal bottle between our braces. Celeste switched gas above the layer and began her scheduled stops with Victor. Anika and I waited until both divers stabilized. We could feel cold consuming dexterity, but decompression rules did not change because the water was frightening. A rescue team that created 4 injured divers would only expand the incident. We checked one another's computers and preserved the original order. The sonar technician sent a warning through coded pulls. The anomaly had widened. Its edge now extended beyond the island shelf and into water too deep for the sounder's lower scale. The trapped gas accounted for only a small fraction of that expansion. Something else was making the boundary spread. Anika pointed toward the moss wall. The horizontal layer intersected the hanging plants and divided them cleanly. Above it, the moss moved with a faint current. Below it, every strand remained still. Small aquatic insects rose through the lower water, reached the layer, and crawled sideways along it without crossing. The profiler had not created the boundary. It had only punctured a structure already anchored to the slope. Our bubbles had made it visible and stronger. The sonar return likely began when the first gas collected beneath it. Before then, the layer might have remained acoustically thin and transparent. A pressure wave passed overhead. The cage rocked. Damon's delayed outline crouched at the winch, followed by the shape of a tender leaning over the stern. Their movements were growing clearer. The false surface no longer reproduced only pressure. It reflected posture, equipment, and the spaces between bodies. The sight pulled at my instincts. Looking up, I felt certain I was standing beneath a glass deck with my team on the other side. My computer said otherwise. So did the cold, the pressure in my ears, and the darkness below my fins. I narrowed my attention to those facts. Anika prepared to cross. Her rebreather contained less gas than an open-circuit system, but its counterlungs were broad, flexible chambers. The layer would catch them. She tightened their straps, reduced their volume, and shifted to a low breathing pattern that kept the loop nearly collapsed. We attached her harness to the winch cable. She entered the frame with both hands locked around the flooded sampling tube. Instead of lifting immediately, Damon held tension while Anika climbed. That allowed her to stop whenever the film pulled at a gas pocket. Her helmet cleared first. The layer pressed against her chest and flattened the counterlungs. Breathing resistance increased. She paused, exhaled slowly within the closed loop, and adjusted gas into the cylinder. The film loosened. She moved another few inches. Halfway across, Anika's right counterlung folded beneath a shoulder strap. Gas became trapped in the crease. The layer pulled the chamber sideways, rotating her within the cage. Her elbow struck the stainless probe. The brace fell free and disappeared toward the moss. The opening collapsed around her left arm. I caught the profiler tube before it shifted. With my other hand, I pressed Anika's rebreather against her chest. She could not reach the gas control. Her eyes remained fixed on her oxygen display while her breathing loop tightened. I released her shoulder buckle and pulled the folded counterlung free. The film lifted it toward the false sky. Anika vented the loop until the chamber became flat. Damon raised the cable one controlled increment. Her hips cleared the layer, followed by her fins. The moment she emerged above, the remaining braces twisted. Without Anika's body filling the frame, the boundary rushed inward. The sampling tube remained across one corner. Everything else became a solid silver plane. I was alone beneath it with one narrow flooded channel and an empty steel cage. Damon held the cage in position. Anika descended as close as she could from above and tried to return a brace. The film caught her rebreather before her hand reached the frame. She could not cross again without repeating the entire procedure, and her computer required her to continue upwards soon. I signaled her away. She resisted until I showed my gas reserve and pointed toward Victor and Celeste. The rescue was not complete while 3 divers still required managed ascent. Anika joined them, and the false surface swallowed the image of her fins. My hardwired communication line stopped working. It had stretched across the layer during her passage, and the film drew it sideways. I kept the line attached for pull signals. Damon sent a steady confirmation from above. I answered with the signal for stable condition, though the cage was no longer an opening. I searched the tools remaining below. 1 wrench, the hacksaw, 2 short straps, Celeste's cut tether, and the profiler's cylindrical chamber were within reach. My lost probe lay somewhere in the moss. The instrument itself hung beneath the frame on its safety line. The profiler included 3 aluminum support rods surrounding its central chamber. Each rod was long enough to span the cage. If I dismantled them, I could rebuild the lattice. The work required removing fasteners while holding the frame against a moving boundary. It also required time my decompression schedule was no longer willing to give. My computer added another stop. The display did not care that I was rescuing people. It measured pressure exposure and calculated consequence. I had enough breathing gas, but not enough thermal margin. My left hand had begun losing sensation, and a fine tremor ran through my legs. I clipped myself to the mooring and began taking the profiler apart. Each turn of the wrench produced a delayed vibration in the false ceiling. Far above, the real boat shifted under a growing afternoon wind. Its reflected hull appeared over me 1 plank at a time. Waves had started touching the Newston. Several seconds later, their pressure reached the buried surface. The silver sheet heaved downward, then rose. Each false wave passed through the cage and bent the cable. The rigid sampling tube knocked against the frame like a bell. The first support rod came loose. I wedged it across the opening. A clear, triangular gap formed beside the tube. The second rod resisted. I could either keep working or attempt the gap before the weather closed it. My training favored preparation, but my hands were becoming too cold to finish. Then the entire reflected hull moved sideways. The real boat had drifted against its station line. The winch cable angled several degrees, carrying the cage with it. The boundary tightened around the frame. My clear triangular gap narrowed to the width of my wrist. No. Damon corrected the vessel's position, but his action reached me late. The cage returned with a violent swing. Its lower rail hit my shoulder and severed the clip on my communication line. The line snapped upward and vanished into silver. With it went my final way to signal the surface crew. The boat stabilized. The false hull became still. I remained clipped to the mooring beneath a closed boundary, invisible to everyone except sonar. On its display, my body was only a small mark among trapped bubbles. If I stopped moving, Damon could not know whether I was working, unconscious, or dead. Panic underwater rarely feels like screaming. It feels like a persuasive sequence of shortcuts. My mind suggested abandoning the tools, inflating my suit, and forcing myself upward. It offered the false surface as proof that air waited within reach. I rejected each suggestion and returned to the next physical task. The cage had to stop swinging. I recovered Celeste's cut tether and looped it around the lower rail. The mooring cable stood several feet away. I crossed that distance, wrapped the tether around it, and tied a load-releasing hitch used in litter evacuations. The knot was simple enough for numb hands. I tightened the hitch until the cage stood vertically between the winch cable and the mooring. When the boat moved, the two cables opposed each other. The frame still vibrated, but it no longer swept across the boundary. That removed one variable from the escape. I detached the second aluminum rod. One end slipped from my glove and struck the profiler. The impact traveled into the false surface. A circular wave spread outward, carrying a reflection of my light around the entire visible ceiling. I caught the rod before it fell into the moss. The two rods crossed inside the cage. I secured their center with a short strap, forming a rigid brace. The boundary withdrew from the angles and left 4 clear openings. The largest remained too narrow for my rebreather. I needed the third rod to widen it. He sent a coded movement through the cable. The frame dipped once, paused, then dipped twice. It was the standard request for diver status when voice communication failed. I answered by pulling the cable 3 times. The motion reached the deck through steel, bypassing the layer's grip on flexible lines. Damon knew I was conscious. He did not know my plan, but our pre-dive procedures gave him limits. He would hold the cage fixed until I sent the ascent signal. If he received no response before my maximum time, he would lower Annika again. I had no intention of making her cross that boundary twice. The third rod came free. I placed it parallel to the sampling chamber and spread the crossed braces. The largest opening expanded enough for my shoulders and bailout cylinder. Silver film pressed between the rods without touching. The cage looked like a window divided by metal branches. Passing my body was only half the problem. The rebreather carried gas in its counterlungs, hoses, and scrubber head. The boundary would hold it more strongly than it had held Annika. I could vent the loop, but a completely collapsed rebreather would not support my decompression ascent. My bailout cylinder contained enough gas to reach the surface if I did not waste it. Open circuit would release bubbles beneath the layer while I crossed. Those bubbles could close the opening around my face. I needed to move exhaled gas through the boundary without allowing it to touch the underside. The flooded sampling chamber already formed a narrow tunnel. I placed its upper end several inches above the silver plane. The lower end extended beside my shoulder. When I released one test bubble inside it, the bubble traveled through the metal tube and emerged in clear water above. It was the first bubble I had seen escape the buried ceiling. It rose toward the real surface and disappeared. The sonar crew later marked that moment because a small target crossed the bright return instead of joining it. For me, the bubble was a complete rescue plan in miniature. My rebreather mouthpiece had an integrated bailout valve. In its emergency position, I could breathe from the separate cylinder while still directing exhalation into one side of the loop. I disconnected the inhalation hose and sealed its port. Then I fitted the exhalation hose over the sampling tube's lower end. The arrangement was not approved equipment practice. It created resistance and could flood without warning. I would use it only during the short crossing. Above the boundary, I could detach the hose and breathe normally from the bailout valve. I tested 3 breaths. Each exhalation traveled through the corrugated hose and entered the rigid tube. Silver bubbles appeared above the layer, then rose. None spread across the underside. My pressure gauge fell at the expected rate. The improvised chimney worked. I still had to remove the rebreather from my back. I shut its gas supplies, emptied the counterlungs, and unclipped the shoulder straps. Water flooded the breathing loop through the open connection. The unit became heavy and inert. I secured it below the boundary beside the profiler for later recovery. Without its backplate, my harness lost much of its structure. I attached the bailout cylinder close to my chest and used a tool strap as a temporary shoulder loop. I clipped the winch cable to the harness at 2 points. If either failed, the mooring tether would keep me from falling. I vented my buoyancy bladder completely. Then I opened the dry suit exhaust and folded my knees toward my chest, pushing gas toward the valve. The suit tightened around my legs. Insulation compressed against my skin. Cold entered with a force that felt almost solid. One pocket remained across my upper back. I could feel it shifting when I changed angle. That small volume could stop me midway. I rolled beneath the cage, raised the exhaust valve, and pressed my shoulder against a rail until the last bubble left. The bubble drifted toward the false surface. I caught it beneath my palm and guided it into the sampling tube. It passed through and escaped. The act was absurdly delicate compared with the weight of water above me, yet it prevented the boundary from gaining one more grip. I entered the cage head first. One hand held the bailout mouthpiece. The other kept the exhalation hose seated on the tube. My light pointed downward, away from the false sky. I did not want the reflection to show me an exit that was not there. The helmet touched the layer. Sound vanished. The pressure image of the Newston surrounded my face, including the reflected boots of every person on deck. They stood around me like observers at a grave. I breathed out, and the gas traveled through the tube rather than covering my mask. I pulled the winch cable once, then twice, then gave the ascent signal. Damon applied tension slowly. My helmet crossed. The layer caught the small air spaces inside my hood and mask skirt, but the cage braces prevented it from closing. I advanced until my shoulders reached the silver plane. The gas pocket behind my dry suit zipper had not been fully removed. It shifted beneath the fabric and flattened against the boundary. My ascent stopped. Winch tension increased, then held. Damon followed procedure and refused to pull harder without another signal. I could not reach the pocket's edge while holding the exhaust hose. Releasing the hose would send each breath into the layer. I hooked one elbow around the sampling tube and used that arm to keep the connection sealed. My free hand pressed the suit from my spine toward the shoulder valve. The pocket moved several inches and stuck beneath the temporary harness. I loosened the strap. The bailout cylinder swung outward, striking a brace. One aluminum rod shifted from its corner. Silver film poured into the opening and covered my right sleeve. I caught the rod with my wrist. My hand remained on the trapped gas. The boundary pulled both toward itself. For a moment, my body was divided at the shoulders, with my head in real water above, and my lungs still below a surface that did not exist. I exhaled slowly through the tube and pushed the pocket again. It reached the shoulder valve. A bubble escaped above my back, touched the layer, and began spreading. Before it could grow, I swept it toward the rigid channel. The tube drew it through like a drain. The grip released. I reseated the loose rod and signaled Damon. The winch lifted me through the remaining opening. My bailout cylinder scraped a rail. My fins struck the profiler, and the false surface tightened around my boots. Then, I was above it. Anika was waiting several yards higher, close to the deepest required stop. She descended only far enough to reach my harness. I disconnected the exhalation hose and cleared the bailout valve. The first normal breath released bubbles into the water above the anomaly. They rose without hesitation. Below us, the braced cage remained embedded in silver. I abandoned rebreather and the profiler hung beneath it. The layer closed around the rods, but the small chimney stayed clear. Bubbles trapped across the ceiling began sliding toward that opening from every direction. The flow accelerated. Silver lenses merged, narrowed, and entered the tube one after another. Above the boundary, a continuous column of gas rose past us. The sampling chamber was draining the breath accumulated by 5 divers, and the buried surface was collapsing behind it. The collapse pulled on every object caught within the layer. Cut tethers, the fabric tool pouch, and loose straps raced toward the cage. One line wrapped around my fin. Anika cut it before it tightened. The freed end vanished into the tube, jammed briefly, then tore away. The horizontal sonar return contracted toward the profiler. Its distant edges disappeared first. Moss strands that had been divided by the layer began moving together again. Aquatic insects crossed upward through the fading plane. For several seconds, the false sky became a shrinking circle beneath us. The final pocket reached the tube and erupted above the cage. It was larger than a lift bag and dark at its center. As it rose, it expanded. Anika and I moved away from its path while maintaining our depth. The bubble passed between us and continued toward the sun. The sonar return vanished. The sampling tube, rods, and cage remained in ordinary water. Nothing supported the cut tethers. They sank toward the moss. The reflected hull and walking figures disappeared, leaving only the real vessel far overhead. I wanted to follow the great bubble directly to the surface. My computer required patience. Anika checked my gas and guided me to the first stop. Victor and Celeste waited above with Damon's reserve cylinders. We completed each interval, while Cole shook our hands and the afternoon darkened. At the final stop, the large bubble reached the real surface. The Newston's stern camera recorded a broad, silent dome rising beside the hull. It lifted a sheet of lake water several inches, burst without foam, and released air that had spent nearly an hour beneath the false surface. We surfaced according to the plan, one diver at a time. Deck hands lifted Victor first, then Celeste, Anika, and me. No helicopter appeared over the rim. No miraculous current carried us home. We survived because everyone accepted the depth shown by instruments and completed the work that depth demanded. The medic treated all 4 of us aboard the Newston. Victor had moderate hypothermia, exhaustion, and bruising from the boundary and recovery straps. None of us developed signs of decompression sickness. Damon kept us under observation through the night because a clean ascent profile did not erase what our bodies had endured. Victor remembered the false sunlight more clearly than the rescue. He described the layer as an obvious exit that everyone else refused to use. Celeste remembered seeing deck boots cross above her. Both accounts matched the camera footage. Neither diver had suffered a depth-related loss of judgment before the anomaly appeared. We preserved every record before discussing explanations. The sonar unit, dive computers, mass cameras, winch strain logs, profiler data, and surface video were copied under evidence controls. No file showed a missing interval. Their clocks differed by seconds, which allowed investigators to match deck movements with delayed images beneath the layer. The comparison proved that the false surface reproduced pressure from the true surface. A footstep above became a human-shaped depression below. A wave striking the hull became a larger wave at depth. The anomaly did not invent the figures we saw. It converted distant force into an imitation precise enough to mislead trained divers. An unmanned vehicle recovered my rebreather, the profiler, and the remaining tethers the next morning. No boundary appeared on sonar. Water samples from the depth were chemically ordinary for that season. Temperature and conductivity profiles showed gradual changes, not a density jump. Microscopy found no film, colony, or unusual particle. The only physical mark was on the profiler cage. Each rail carried a pale band at the depth where the layer had wrapped around it. Laboratory cleaning could remove the discoloration, but it returned when the metal dried. The bands contained no residue detectable by the park laboratory. A review panel approved controlled tests using the unmanned vehicle. The vehicle released a measured volume of sterile air beneath the original depth. The bubbles rose normally, stopped at 96 feet, and spread into a disk. Sonar immediately displayed the same bright horizontal return. The vehicle pushed a steel rod through the disk. The film opened and resealed. A flexible line became trapped along its underside. A flooded metal tube pierced it and allowed bubbles to pass upward. Every rule we had discovered during the rescue repeated under controlled observation. The tests ended when the disc began reflecting the vehicle operator's movements from the deck. The operator lifted one arm. Several seconds later, a long depression formed beneath the water and lifted an arm toward the vehicle. Damon terminated the release and drained the trapped gas through a rigid tube. The final report called it a persistent gas-liquid interfacial anomaly. That phrase was accurate and useless. It placed the event inside familiar scientific language without explaining how a surface could exist where pressure, temperature, and chemistry showed only continuous water. Administrative diving in the area was suspended. The mooring remained active because long-term data had become more important, not less. Instruments could enter depths that people no longer would. The profiler received a rigid vent channel so any rising gas could bypass the plane before collecting. During the first severe winter storm, the deep mooring transmitted an automatic alarm. Cold surface water had begun sinking as part of the lake's mixing cycle. The profiler detected no chemical emergency. The alarm came from its upward-looking sonar. A bright return stretched above the deepest basin. It lay at the same depth as our original boundary, but its width exceeded the instrument's range. Thousands of small gas pockets moved beneath it. Researchers believed the gas had risen from deeper hydrothermal areas during the mixing event. The rigid vent channel released bubbles near the mooring. Everywhere beyond that narrow opening, the pockets remained trapped. They merged slowly across successive scans. By spring, the return extended from Wizard Island toward the eastern caldera wall. No diver was sent to confirm it. The evidence already existed, sealed in incident archives and repeated by unmanned instruments. Our rescue had not destroyed the second surface. We had only opened a doorway through one small part of it. I still patrol the overlooks. On calm days, the lake reflects clouds so perfectly that visitors lower their voices. I watch their footsteps near the rim and remember the delayed figures walking beneath us. Far below the visible blue, another surface is collecting breath from the depths. It is wider now. It is rising slowly. When the sonar is quiet, I can almost believe it will remain below. Then a wave crosses the real lake, and several seconds later, the buried one answers. Yosemite teaches visitors to look up. The cliffs command that much before anyone explains their names, height, or history. People enter the valley with their faces tilted toward granite, trusting the ground without thinking about it. By my 6th season as a park ranger assigned to search and rescue, I knew the cliffs were always changing. I still trusted the direction beneath my boots. That confidence lasted until a hot afternoon in August, when 2 members of the park geology team missed a scheduled check-in. They had climbed to a monitoring station on the south wall of Yosemite Valley. The station measured an exfoliation sheet, a broad layer of granite slowly separating from the cliff behind it. Daily heating opened the fracture by fractions of an inch. Night cooling allowed it to close again. Most visitors imagined rockfall as sudden bad luck. The actual process could unfold for centuries. Granite fractured parallel to the cliff, forming sheets that flexed with temperature, water, ice, and stress. Eventually, one bridge of intact stone failed. The slab detached, and gravity completed everything at once. The park studied those movements with crack gauges, temperature probes, laser targets, and vibration sensors. The equipment did not predict exact failures. It helped geologists understand which surfaces were active and how quickly they changed. The station in question occupied a narrow service terrace above a closed talus zone. Reaching it required ropes and permission. Leah Soren led the monitoring work. She was cautious, methodical, and difficult to surprise. Miles Cade maintained the instruments and handled the data recorders. Both were experienced on steep terrain. They had entered the closure shortly after sunrise, planning to replace a battery and inspect an irregular strain reading before the cliff heated fully. Their morning reports were normal. The fracture had opened slightly more than expected, but every anchor and access line passed inspection. Shortly after noon, the station transmitted a repeating vibration. The frequency sat below ordinary hearing. Its amplitude rose each time direct sunlight warmed the granite. At first, the signal resembled equipment noise. Miles rebooted the recorder remotely. The waveform disappeared for 11 minutes, then returned with greater strength. Leah sent a final data package containing photographs of the crack, and a note that both workers felt unsteady. Neither answered the next check-in. Dispatch activated a technical rescue response. I joined Rowan Pike, one of our strongest rope technicians, at the rescue cache. We carried medical equipment, redundant anchors, a litter, radios, and enough hardware to establish a separate system. I also took a handheld vibration meter from the geology office, mostly because Leah's final transmission had included the strange waveform. A helicopter could have placed rescuers near the terrace, but afternoon wind was already moving unpredictably along the wall. Rotor wash might also disturb loose rock around the exfoliation sheet. The flight crew remained available while we approached from above. Our first task was to determine whether the cliff could tolerate an aircraft at all. Rowan and I hiked toward the access point with Imani Cross, a ranger medic, and Adrian Voss, the park geologist assigned to the incident. Heat radiated from every exposed surface. The valley air felt still, yet pine branches above us shifted in short, separate motions. I noticed that before I noticed the silence of the birds. Adrian reviewed the sensor history as we climbed. The fracture had followed its normal thermal cycle until that morning. Then the strain gauge began opening and closing several times within each minute. Granite could flex, but it did not usually behave like a diaphragm. The vibration reading matched each movement. Near the closure boundary, we found Miles' spare equipment case beside the trail. Its latches were open. Batteries, connectors, and hand tools had been arranged in a straight line across a sloping boulder. Nothing had fallen. A round battery stood on its edge against the incline, supported by a loop of wire. That arrangement made no practical sense. Miles organized equipment carefully, but he would never balance loose cells above a drop. We photographed everything before moving it. Beneath the case, boot prints left the trail and crossed the dirt toward the cliff. The prints did not follow the normal approach. They passed a fixed handline and continued directly into a wall of granite. At the base of that wall, the dust held 2 knee marks. Higher up, gray smears crossed the vertical stone at the spacing of climbing shoes. Rowan studied the marks while Adrian checked the map. The service route climbed around the wall to our right. No route went straight up that face. The granite offered no holds, and the smears began without an anchor. They looked as though someone had crawled from the ground onto the wall without changing posture. We secured ourselves before continuing. The terrain beyond that point sloped toward a cliff band hidden by trees. Rowan established a handline from a healthy pine, avoiding bolts installed in the monitored slab. Imani remained at the upper station with Adrian while Rowan and I descended toward the terrace. The first fixed anchor passed inspection. The second had been cross-loaded. Its carabiner was twisted sideways, and the access rope ran upward across the rock instead of down toward the terrace. We followed the rope with our eyes. It stretched 15 feet across a near vertical face and ended at Miles. He was alive. He had wedged both boots into a shallow seam and wrapped the rope around his waist. His body lay flat against the vertical granite, as if he were resting on level ground. One hand gripped a crack above his head. The other pressed an instrument case against the wall. From our position, his posture should have been exhausting. His legs should have slipped within seconds. Instead, he appeared relaxed. When Rowan called to him, Miles raised his face and looked past us toward the empty valley. His expression held the irritated confusion of someone watching furniture slide across a room. His radio worked, but his explanation arrived in fragments. He believed the terrace had tilted. He believed Rowan and I were hanging sideways from a wall that used to be the sky. He knew his compass and inclinometer contradicted him. That knowledge had not changed what his body felt. We anchored a rescue line above Miles and prepared to lower Rowan toward him. I checked the handheld vibration meter. The display showed a low repeating pulse, stronger through the granite than through the air. I could not hear it. My chest felt each cycle as a small pressure beneath the sternum. The pulse increased. Pebbles near my glove began trembling without rolling downhill. Dust lifted from a narrow seam and formed parallel stripes across the stone. Rowan stopped moving. His eyes shifted toward the cliff, then toward the valley as though one of them had changed places. My inner ear gave a single violent correction. The ground beneath my knees seemed to rotate upward. The vertical wall beside me became level. The valley opened below my shoulder like a shaft. Every muscle in my body tried to turn me toward the granite. I caught the handline before my boots left the ledge. Rowan dropped to one knee, but his knee moved toward the cliff instead of the ground. Miles released his seam and began crawling higher across the blank wall. None of us heard a sound. The vibration meter climbed through its warning range. My eyes still showed trees standing upright and ropes hanging correctly. My body rejected that evidence. It insisted that the cliff was now beneath me, and that the actual earth was a wall from which I was about to fall. For the first time in my career, I understood that knowing the direction of gravity and feeling it were separate things. The granite had taken control of one. Our survival depended on trusting the other. The handline pulled across my harness in the true downhill direction. I concentrated on that pressure. My body claimed the rope was dragging me sideways, but the anchor above remained solid. I locked both knees against the ledge and clipped a second connection before doing anything else. Rowan had moved closer to the wall. His hands were spread on smooth granite, searching for holds that did not exist. I reached his pack strap and pulled him toward the anchor. He resisted without understanding why. The false orientation had recruited the same reflexes that normally prevented a fall. I clipped Rowan directly to the main line and tightened it until his weight entered the harness. That gave his body a mechanical reference, stronger than the sensation from his inner ear. He stopped crawling. His breathing slowed, though his eyes continued tracking a horizon rotated almost 90 degrees. Miles was less protected. The fixed rope around his waist had begun sliding through the carabiner. He climbed another foot across the wall, trusting friction that could not support him. When the vibration peaked, his right boot slipped. For a moment, only one hand and the rope held him above the lower cliff band. I sent an emergency haul signal to Imani. She and Adrian tensioned our upper system. Rowan attached his descender and moved toward Miles on the main line. He kept both feet away from the granite and advanced using his arms. Without contact beneath his boots, the false floor had less authority over his movement. The pulse weakened before Rowan reached him. My sense of orientation did not return gradually. The granite beside me became a wall again in one sickening instant. The ledge dropped beneath my knees. The valley swung upright, and my stomach reacted as if I had been thrown from a moving vehicle. Miles experienced the same correction while clinging to the face. His body went rigid. Then he fell. The rope around his waist slipped free, but Rowan caught his harness, and the upper line took both their weights. They swung away from the granite together. Their pendulum carried them toward a rib of rock. Imani locked the system while I redirected the rope around a protected edge. Rowan absorbed the impact with his boots. Miles struck the wall with one shoulder, but his helmet and pack protected his head. We lowered both men to the service terrace. The false orientation had disappeared, leaving intense nausea and poor balance. Miles could not stand without assistance. His eyes made repeated corrective movements, as though his nervous system still expected the world to rotate again. Imani descended to assess him. His hearing remained normal, and he had no obvious head injury. Pulse, blood pressure, and oxygenation were acceptable. The main concerns were hypothermia from sweat, dehydration, shoulder damage, and the possibility of another exposure before extraction. We secured Miles inside the litter. A conventional carry was impossible on the steep route, so the upper team built a hauling system. The litter remained attached to 2 independent ropes. During any new pulse, the anchors would determine its path, not the balance of the rescuers. Before the haul began, I asked Miles to describe Leah's last known location. He struggled to arrange events in sequence. His memory remained intact, but every direction in it had changed. He repeatedly pointed into the wall when he meant down and toward the valley when he meant above. He and Leah had reached the monitoring terrace shortly before the vibration strengthened. Both felt pressure in their chests and a sensation that the ledge was steepening. Their instruments remained normal. Leah hung a small wrench from a cord and used it as a plumb line. The wrench contradicted what they felt. They shut down the data recorder. The vibration continued. Miles disconnected the battery and removed the sensor leads. Nothing changed. Leah concluded that the equipment was recording the pulse, not producing it. The source lay inside the exfoliation fracture. A thermal probe behind the slab had stopped transmitting. Leah crossed the terrace to inspect its cable. During the next pulse, she perceived the cliff as ground. She moved onto the granite before Miles could restrain her. Her safety tether remained attached, but it led toward the monitoring station rather than the access anchor. Miles followed because leaving her alone seemed worse. The two moved across the slab on hands and knees. In actual orientation, they were traversing a steep face above the lower cliff band. They passed through areas where the effect weakened, then entered another pulse zone. Leah reached the crack opening near the slab's eastern edge. Miles lost his footing before he could follow. He slid toward the terrace, caught the fixed rope, and wrapped it around himself. When his normal orientation returned, Leah was gone. Her tether still ran into the fracture. The monitoring station stood 40 yards beyond us. Its support frame was bolted to the suspect sheet. A thin cable ran from the station toward a dark opening behind the granite. That cable was Leah's last known route. Our immediate job was removing Miles. The vibration meter showed the next pulse building sooner than the previous one. Imani covered his eyes to reduce conflicting visual cues and secured his head inside the litter. Rowan and I clipped short tethers between our harnesses in the haul line. The pulse arrived during the first raise. The terrace seemed to rotate beneath us. My boots pressed against what my body identified as a wall. Every instinct demanded that I grab the granite and resist the rope, pulling me toward open space. I watched a weighted equipment bag hanging from the main anchor. It pointed toward true down. The bag looked impossible, suspended sideways from a rope that should have fallen. I forced my hands to copy its direction. Rowan did the same. We moved the litter upward in measured increments. Each action followed the system diagram we had built before the pulse. Imani managed Miles's airway. Rowan tended the edge. I advanced the haul line. None of us improvised from bodily sensation. The granite trembled against my boots. Dust gathered into dark bands several inches apart. Between those bands, grains bounced high enough to catch sunlight. On the bands themselves, the dust remained still. The pattern resembled sand on a vibrating metal plate, except the plate was part of a mountain. Our route crossed 3 quiet bands. Each time my boot touched one, the pressure behind my eyes eased. The false tilt weakened without disappearing. Rowan noticed the same change. The vibration meter recorded lower amplitude directly over the bands. The pulse ended as the litter cleared the terrace. Normal orientation returned, followed by another wave of nausea. We completed the haul and carried Miles beyond the closure. A ground ambulance transported him to the park clinic. The helicopter remained unused because no one could yet confirm the slab's stability. Leah was still inside the fracture. Her tether remained visible, and the sun continued heating the granite. The interval between pulses had shortened by nearly half. Leaving her until morning might have reduced the thermal movement, but it also meant abandoning an injured person in a crack that was actively opening and closing. Adrian downloaded the final station data from a remote link. Wink. The strain graph showed the slab moving outward with every pulse. A second trace marked the low vibration. A third trace came from Leah's tether sensor. The tether still carried load. Every time the granite pulsed, the force rose by the weight of a human body. Incident Command closed the trail system beneath the south wall and cleared nearby structures. A falling slab would not respect the smaller closure. Rangers moved visitors toward the center of the valley, while the geology team reviewed laser scans and temperature data. The rescue operation continued above them. Miles's extraction gave us 3 useful rules. The pulse affected orientation without changing gravity. Contact with the resonating granite strengthened the effect. Rope systems anchored outside the exfoliation sheet remained mechanically reliable, even when every person attached to them felt sideways. The quiet dust bands offered a 4th rule. Adrian identified them as probable vibration nodes, narrow zones with minimal movement between areas of stronger oscillation. Their spacing changed across the slab, revealing variations in the hidden gap behind it. The broadest cavity lay near Leah's tether. We tested hearing protection during a weak pulse. Foam plugs, sealed ear cups, and a climbing helmet changed nothing. The vibration reached us through boots, knees, hands, and hardware touching the rock. When Rowan hung free on the rope, his false tilt weakened. When his toe touched the slab, the valley appeared to rotate again. That difference determined the rescue plan. We would not climb across the exfoliation sheet. We would suspend a traverse line from anchors placed in stable rock beyond both edges. A second line would carry our weight from above. The system would allow us to reach the crack without using the slab as a floor. Establishing the far anchor required a route through trees above the fracture. Another team circled around the closure and reached a granite buttress confirmed by older laser scans. They installed redundant anchors beyond the moving sheet. We fired a lightweight messenger line across the face and used it to pull heavier ropes into position. The completed system resembled a narrow rope bridge without a deck. A tensioned horizontal line controlled our lateral position. A vertical line from above carried our weight. Separate safety ropes backed up both systems. If perception changed, the geometry would not. Each rescuer wore a short plumb indicator attached to the chest. It consisted of a weighted cord inside a clear tube protected from wind. Reflective marks showed true vertical. The device looked primitive beside the vibration meters and laser rangefinders. It became the instrument I trusted most. We also placed colored markers on the tensioned ropes. Green identified movement toward the fracture. White identified retreat. Red marked the points where quiet bands crossed our route. During a pulse, directions would be defined by color, not by words such as up, down, left, or right. Imani prepared a compact patient package that could pass through the crack. The full litter was too wide. We carried a rigid backboard, pelvic harness, head protection, warming wrap, and a small breathing kit. Leah's load sensor suggested she remained suspended, but it could not tell us whether she was conscious. Before committing people, we sent a camera along her tether. The camera traveled across the slab inside a padded carriage. During the next pulse, its horizon stayed level because machines had no vestibular system. The footage gave us an objective view of terrain our bodies might misinterpret. The station appeared intact. A toolbox rested against the vertical frame as though gravity held it there. Closer inspection showed that Leah had tied each object in place. She had known her perception was unreliable. She had built a small world that obeyed the direction she felt without allowing its contents to fall. Her tether entered a fracture barely wider than a person. The opening curved behind the sheet and disappeared. Fresh scrape marks crossed its lower lip. A dark stain on the rope suggested blood, but the camera could not determine its source. We advanced the camera another 20 feet. The crack widened into a chamber between the exfoliation sheet and the main cliff. Its depth varied from inches to several feet. Temperature probes and sensor cables ran along the inner wall. Dust covered every surface except a path of handprints. Leah's helmet appeared at the edge of the light. She lay on the inner face of the slab, which was nearly vertical in true orientation. Her safety tether held her against it. One leg extended into a narrowing section of the fracture. Her face moved when the camera light reached her. She was alive and responsive. She shielded her eyes, then pointed toward the main cliff behind the camera. Her motions indicated that she believed the outer slab was level ground, and the stable cliff was a ceiling. The false orientation had persisted between pulses inside the cavity. Adrian believed the gap concentrated the vibration. The sheet and main cliff formed opposing surfaces around a changing volume of air. Thermal movement altered that volume, but the measured frequency remained almost constant. The cavity behaved like a resonator that adjusted itself while it opened. That behavior had no accepted geologic explanation. Natural fractures did not normally preserve one subaudible frequency while their dimensions changed. We did not need an explanation before entry. We needed a way to prevent the chamber from turning our rescue system into part of its false floor. Rowan and I would cross the suspended traverse. He carried the patient equipment. I carried the camera, vibration meter, and anchor material. Adrian remained at the control station, watching strain data. Oh. Wee. Imani managed the medical and hall systems from the near edge. We attached small accelerometers to our boots, harnesses, and helmets. If the effect depended on transmitted vibration, the data would show where it entered our bodies. The sensors also fed warning lights on our wrists. Amber meant a pulse was building. Red meant we stopped all voluntary movement. I entered the traverse first. The vertical rope held most of my weight. My feet floated inches above the granite. I pulled along the horizontal line until I reached the first red marker. The slab beneath me looked solid and harmless. The warning light turned amber. Pressure formed behind my eyes. The rock seemed to rise toward my boots. I resisted the urge to stand on it and clipped both hands to the rope, Hi. Rowan stopped at the previous marker. When the light turned red, the valley rotated. Suspended without contact, I felt the change as a slow roll rather than a violent turn. The granite became a floor beneath me. The rope seemed to pull my harness toward the sky. My legs reached downward on their own. My right boot touched the slab. The effect intensified immediately. I felt my body land on level ground, although the rope still carried my full weight. The cliff above appeared to extend forward like a road. The monitoring station looked upright at the end of it. I closed my eyes. The false floor remained. Vision was not causing the illusion. I opened them and focused on the plumb indicator. Its weight pointed across what I felt was open air. Every tool on my harness hung in the same, impossible direction. The quiet band lay a few inches beyond my boot. I pulled the traverse line and placed my toe on its red marker. Pressure eased. The rock became uncertain beneath me, neither wall nor floor. I lifted my foot and allowed the rope to take me again. The pulse faded. Rowan joined me at the station. We clipped into an independent anchor connected to the stable buttress, never trusting the bolts in the sheet. The fracture opening waited beside us, dark and narrow. Leah's tether moved once, then tightened. The slab shifted outward by another fraction. Granite scraped against granite inside the crack. The sound was audible this time, but it came after the vibration, like an echo from an event that had not finished. Our wrist lights changed from green to amber almost immediately. The next pulse was arriving without the usual interval. We had reached Leah, but the cliff was no longer cooling between cycles. The fracture admitted one person at a time. I entered first with my body attached to the external haul line. Rowan fed rope from the opening. The outer slab pressed against my back, while the stable cliff remained inches from my chest. Farther inside, the space widened enough to turn around. The temperature changed immediately. The sunlit slab behind me radiated heat. The main cliff remained cool. Air moved through the gap in short pulses that matched the strain graph. Each outward flex drew air downward. Each return pushed it past my face. I did not mistake that movement for breathing. It was pressure created by tons of rock changing position. The distinction mattered because fear encourages simple explanations. A moving slab was dangerous enough. Treating it like an animal would not improve any decision. The vibration meter showed greater amplitude against the outer sheet. The main cliff carried a weaker signal delayed by a fraction of a second. I kept my knees and shoulders against the cooler surface whenever possible. Contact there reduced the false tilt. At the first widening, I installed removable anchors in a crack on the main cliff. I tested each placement from the external line before transferring any load. The anchors created an internal rail that followed true orientation, independent of Leah's tether and the station bolts. Rowan entered with the medical package. The new pulse reached us before he cleared the narrow section. The two granite surfaces seemed to trade positions. The cooler wall became a floor above my head. The outer slab became open sky beneath my back. My harness pulled toward true down. Every reflex interpreted that pressure as a fall away from the floor. I gripped the internal rail and watched my plumb indicator. Its small weight pointed toward the fracture opening. That direction became our only usable definition of outward. Rowan's boot touched the heated slab. His body twisted violently. He tried to place both feet against it, forcing his shoulder into the main cliff. I pulled his tether until his boots lifted free. The reduction in contact allowed him to regain controlled movement. We waited through the pulse without advancing. Dust rose from the outer sheet and arranged itself in narrow, branching lines. Unlike the straight bands outside, these patterns curved around hidden attachments between the slab and cliff. Adrian later identified the quiet centers as rock bridges, Those bridges were the remaining pieces of intact granite, holding the sheet in place. The dust gave us a map no laser could see. Several lines ended abruptly near the station. Others converged around the chamber where Leah waited. When the pulse faded, we moved along the main cliff. The chamber widened to nearly 4 feet. Leah lay across the outer sheet with her harness tethered to a sensor bracket. Her left leg was trapped beneath a loop of cable and a broken granite flake. She had treated the vertical sheet as a floor for so long that her equipment had been reorganized around that belief. Her water bottle, notebook, and light were tied beside her in a row. A chalk mark defined an upward arrow that pointed directly into the valley. Her face was pale and dried blood covered one sleeve. She had a deep cut near the elbow. Probable ankle injury, dehydration, and prolonged suspension stress. Her mental status remained clear except for orientation. She understood our rescue plan intellectually. Her body rejected every direction it required. We attached her harness to the internal rail before touching the trapped leg. Rowan stabilized the granite flake with a small inflatable wedge. I cut the sensor cable and removed the loops. The leg came free without increased bleeding, but Leah reacted sharply when we moved it. Her ankle had swollen inside the boot. I splinted it in place. Rowan applied the warming wrap and secured her to the narrow backboard. We kept her face visible and marked the board with the same colors as the traverse. Green pointed toward the opening. White pointed toward the chamber. Leah resisted when we tightened the hall connection. From her perspective, we intended to pull her upward from a safe floor into an open shaft. We gave her a plumb tube and placed her gloved hand around it. She watched the weight while Rowan transferred her body onto the internal rail. The effect inside the chamber never fully disappeared. Even between pulses, I felt the outer slab beneath my boots. The false floor gained texture, distance, and weight. The stable cliff behind us began to feel like a low ceiling. Time within the vibration was training our balance systems to accept it. Adrian sent a halt signal through the rope. The strain gauge had recorded a sudden permanent change. The sheet had not returned to its earlier position after the last pulse. One rock bridge had probably fractured, leaving fewer connections to carry the load. We needed to remove Leah before the next cycle. Rowan positioned himself near the opening and pulled the internal rail. I guided the backboard from the chamber. We moved her several feet before the warning lights turned amber. There was no safe place to stop. The narrow section ahead could close if the slab flexed inward. Remaining in the chamber exposed us to falling flakes and a failing sensor bracket. Could you all wiry? We was in wire. We continued until the backboard entered the constriction, then locked every line. The red warning arrived. The pulse forced air through the gap and pressed dust across our masks. The false orientation rotated farther than before. I felt the outer slab beneath Leah becoming a steepening slope. My body demanded that I stop her sliding toward the main cliff. In true orientation, she had not moved. Rowan held the haul line from the opening. Imani controlled it from outside. The system was stable. I repeated those facts silently while my arms tried to push the backboard in the wrong direction. Leah released the plumb tube. It fell toward the opening and stopped at the end of its cord. She reached toward the heated slab instead. I secured her wrist to the board before she could grab the sensor bracket. The granite flake we had moved lifted from the outer sheet. It did not defy gravity. Vibration walked it upward across the rough surface in tiny jumps. When it reached a quiet line, it stopped. Smaller fragments followed, collecting along the hidden rock bridge. That motion revealed why Miles' tools had remained on the wall. The vibrating surface could move loose objects across itself during pulses. The false orientation had persuaded people to arrange their gear there, while the granite's oscillation kept it from falling immediately. The pulse intensified. One accelerometer exceeded its range. My vision shook, though the chamber remained clear. Rowan's body turned toward the outer slab. His brake hand loosened on the internal rail. I locked his descender with a carabiner before his grip failed. The backboard settled against its safety tether. My own sense of down shifted until the fracture opening seemed directly overhead. Beyond it, a rectangle of bright valley looked like sky at the top of a shaft. Then, one of the dust lines disappeared. The quiet band around a rock bridge erupted into motion. A sharp crack crossed the chamber, followed by a drop in the strain reading. The outer slab moved away from us by nearly an inch. The added space freed the backboard, but it also confirmed another bridge had failed. Imani began hauling on our emergency signal. Rowan regained his brake hand. Together, we guided Leah through the constriction while pieces of granite rattled along the gap. Her board reached the opening first. Imani transferred it to the external system. Rowan followed, then turned to assist me. As I entered the narrow section, the outer slab moved again. My pack caught between the two surfaces. I released one shoulder strap and pushed forward. The pack remained wedged, still connected to my harness by a gear tether. It held the vibration meter, camera, spare anchors, and our strongest physical record of the chamber. Keeping it could trap me when the fracture closed. I cut the tether. The pack vanished into the gap behind me. The camera continued transmitting as it fell, showing curved dust lines, broken sensor cables, and the inner surface of the exfoliation sheet. And its final image showed dozens of parallel black marks on the granite. They were too regular to be fractures. Each had the length and shape of a climbing shoe dragged across stone. They continued into darkness far below the monitoring station. I cleared the fracture without my pack and clipped into the external system. Rowan checked my harness while Imani's team held Leah's backboard beside the station. We had recovered the patient. We had not yet crossed the moving sheet or reached ground that belonged to the stable cliff. The pulse continued instead of fading. Our wrist lights remained red. The false orientation became steady enough to feel ordinary. The outer slab was a floor. The real ledge beyond the traverse was a vertical shelf. The valley occupied the place where a wall should have been. Our plumb indicators disagreed with every nerve in our bodies. Mine pointed toward the lower cliff band, which I perceived as empty space. Leah watched hers with both hands secured to the board. Rowan kept his boots suspended above the granite. We connected the backboard to the vertical haul line and the horizontal traverse. The upper system took her weight. A tagline controlled rotation. Imani moved to the near anchor, while Rowan remained beside Leah. I took the forward position along the traverse. The first pull moved us away from the station. Leah's board floated several feet above the granite in true orientation. To my distorted senses, it rose from a floor and hung over an abyss. I had to watch the colored rope markers instead of her body. At the first red marker, the slab's vibration weakened. The quiet band crossed beneath us. Rowan lowered one boot onto it and reported reduced disorientation through a hand signal. We allowed Leah's board to touch the band lightly while the upper team reset the haul. Her body relaxed as soon as the board contacted granite. That reaction was dangerous. The false floor comforted her because it confirmed what her inner ear believed. We lifted her again before the next oscillation shifted the quiet line. The monitoring station failed behind us. One bolt pulled from the sheet with a burst of pale dust. The steel frame rotated outward, still attached by sensor cables. In my altered orientation, it looked like equipment tipping into the sky. The frame struck Leah's abandoned tether. The line tightened and pulled across the traverse system. Rowan cut it before it could drag the backboard toward the slab. The free end snapped into the fracture and disappeared. Adrian's strain alarm changed to a continuous tone over the radio. A third rock bridge had failed. Laser targets showed the center of the sheet moving outward faster than its edges. The granite was bulging into the space occupied by our ropes. The horizontal line touched the slab. Vibration traveled through it immediately. My carabiners buzzed against the trolley. The false tilt strengthened, even though my body remained suspended. Rowan began pulling himself toward the granite with both hands. I locked his trolley and pushed the line away using a padded extension pole. The contact broke, but the slab continued moving outward. Within another pulse, it would press against the traverse again. We could not keep the original geometry. The vertical haul line remained clear because it descended from anchors high above the sheet. It could carry Leah and both rescuers, but it could not control sideways movement. Without the traverse, we would swing toward the cliff or lower band. I signaled Imani to release tension gradually from the horizontal line. A load-releasing hitch at the anchor allowed her to pay out rope without disconnecting anyone. The line sagged away from the bulging granite. Our vertical ropes took more weight. We now hung like pendulums above the face. I used the tag line to pull toward the stable edge. Rowan guided Leah's board. Each haul advanced us several feet, followed by a swing that brought our boots close to the vibrating slab. The dust bands provided timing. As a quiet band approached beneath us, we allowed brief contact and pushed away. Between bands, we kept every body suspended. The method was slow, but it reduced the pulse entering our legs. Halfway across, the false orientation rotated again. The stable edge seemed to move above us. The outer slab became a steep road falling toward the fracture. My body no longer believed the haul line could support me. It felt attached to nothing. The next move required stepping away from what I perceived as solid ground. I knew the granite was vertical. The plumb tube proved it. The rope carried my weight. None of those facts made the action feel survivable. I released my boot from the quiet band. For 1 second, every reflex declared that I had jumped into open space. My stomach lifted, my hands seized, and my legs kicked for the vanished floor. The harness caught me exactly where the system predicted. Rowan copied the movement. We pulled Leah between us. The upper team hauled until the next green marker reached my trolley. The stable edge stood less than 10 yards away in true distance, though my altered vision placed it overhead. A section of the monitoring frame tore free. It slid across the vibrating slab rather than falling. Steel legs bounced over the granite, following the dust bands toward us. Sensor cables trailed behind it like loose ropes. We could not outrun the frame while hauling Leah. I clipped the padded pole to my tether and extended it toward the nearest leg. But the impact drove the pole against my shoulder. I redirected the frame toward the sagging traverse line. Steel caught rope. The frame wrapped once and loaded the far anchor. Imani stopped hauling before the shock reached Leah. Our horizontal line was now attached to several hundred pounds of moving equipment and a slab preparing to detach. The line had to be cut. Its near end remained part of our lateral control, but the vertical system could hold everyone. I moved hand over hand toward the snag, protected by my upper rope. Rowan kept Leah from rotating. The false floor pulled at my boots. I ignored it and followed the plumb indicator toward true down. At the frame, vibration blurred my gloves. The rope sheath had already begun melting from friction against steel. I had placed a safety knot on our side of the snag and attached the remaining tagline. Then I cut the loaded traverse rope with a hooked rescue knife. It parted before the second stroke finished. The far section vanished with the monitoring frame. The near section swung toward Imani's anchor. Leah's board rotated, but Rowan controlled it with the tagline. Our vertical ropes remained intact. Without horizontal tension, all three of us began swinging across the face. Movement felt like falling across a floor that had turned vertical. We timed the arc and pulled the tagline at its highest point. We shall win the old Ouija. Honey see. Me. Sure. Way hard. We timed the arc and pulled the tagline at its highest point. Each swing carried us closer to stable rock. The main pulse reached its strongest recorded amplitude. Dust lifted across the entire sheet. Quiet bands brightened as sunlight caught millions of suspended grains. For an instant, the hidden structure of the slab appeared as a branching map beneath us. Most branches ended. Only 2 rock bridges remained active near the eastern edge. One lay directly below our escape line. The other surrounded the fracture chamber we had just left. The bridge beneath us broke first. A crack like a rifle shot crossed the face. The granite moved outward several inches. Our rope snapped away from it, increasing the swing. Leah's board passed close enough for the sheet to scrape one corner. Imani's team hauled continuously now. Rowan reached the stable buttress and clipped Leah to its anchor. I followed on the next swing. My gloves touched cool granite that did not carry the pulse. The world did not correct itself, but the vibration weakened. Rowan and I lifted the backboard onto the service ledge. Imani secured Leah behind the buttress. The upper team converted the system for a vertical raise toward the access trail. Everyone remained tied in because our balance had not recovered. The last rock bridge failed while I was clearing the tagline. The fracture opened with a deep tearing sound. A large section of the exfoliation sheet detached around the abandoned station. The slab did not fall as one piece. It separated into broad plates that rotated away from the wall. Sunlight entered the fracture for the first time. The inner surfaces flashed pale gray, crossed by the black shoe-shaped marks from the camera footage. Gravity finally became visible. Thousands of tons of granite dropped toward the closed talus zone. The air filled with impact, dust, and fragments. We sheltered behind the stable buttress while the upper team locked every rope. The ground shook hard enough to imitate another pulse. This time, the plumb indicators in our bodies agreed. Rocks moved toward true down. Dust climbed the valley wall. The sound overwhelmed every radio channel. When the major impacts stopped, we began the final raise. Smaller stones continued falling, so we kept the buttress between the team and the source. Leah reached the access trail first. Rowan and I followed under independent lines. We carried her away from the cliff before stopping for full medical treatment. Her ankle was fractured, and her arm required sutures. She had no spinal injury or serious crush syndrome. Miles remained under observation at the clinic. Both would recover. My sense of orientation returned almost an hour after leaving the slab. Until then, the trail felt steeply tilted toward the valley. I walked clipped to a handline and watched the plumb tube. Trusting my feet would have been easier. It would also have taken me over the edge. The review began before the dust settled. Incident Command preserved the vibration records, strain data, radio traffic, laser scans, medical observations, and every camera stream. Our wrist accelerometers had captured the pulse at several points across the slab. The evidence came from independent systems with synchronized clocks. No recording showed gravity changing. Hanging equipment always pointed downward. Falling debris followed normal trajectories. Rope loads matched the geometry of the rescue. Only human posture changed, often before rescuers consciously reported a tilt. Helmet footage showed our bodies leaning toward the granite in near unison. The movement began through ankles and hips, like an automatic balance correction. During stronger pulses, our heads rotated and our eyes made rapid compensating motions. We were not choosing the false floor. Our nervous systems were placing it beneath us. Medical testing found temporary vestibular disruption in everyone exposed. Miles and Leah showed the strongest effects because they had remained in contact with the slab. Rowan and I recovered more quickly. Imani experienced only mild tilt while working from the stable buttress. Hearing tests remained normal. Conventional low-frequency sound exposure did not reproduce the event. A laboratory vibration platform using the recorded waveform caused subtle postural sway at safe levels, but no subject perceived a wall as ground. The rescue site had delivered something the surviving instruments did not fully measure. The accelerometers offered one clue. Sensors on our boots recorded a clean, repeating vibration. Sensors near our heads recorded additional frequencies that were not present in the rock data. Those frequencies appeared only when a human body contacted the slab. Investigators considered ordinary resonance within bone, equipment, and soft tissue. The values differed between rescuers, yet the false orientation remained nearly identical. Some process was using different bodies to produce the same directional error. No accepted model explained that consistency. Geologists examined fragments recovered from the talus after the area stabilized. The granite itself was ordinary for Yosemite. Its fractures, mineral composition, weathering, and thermal expansion fell within expected ranges. The slab had failed along known exfoliation structures. The stable frequency remained unexplained. A resonant cavity should change pitch as its dimensions changed. Our fracture had widened, narrowed, and partly collapsed without shifting the central pulse. Even after the slab broke apart, several fragments continued vibrating at the same frequency for minutes. The black marks on the inner surface survived the fall. High-resolution photographs confirmed parallel streaks of rubber, leather, iron oxide, and organic material. Some matched Leah's boots. Most did not. Several marks contained rubber compounds no longer common in modern climbing shoes. Others held fibers from wool, canvas, and old cotton webbing. Corroded steel fragments lay inside two streaks, shaped like piton tips worn smooth by repeated contact. No reliable date could be assigned to the marks. The fracture had protected them from sun and rain, while periodic movement disturbed every layer. Investigators could only conclude that people had entered the gap before the monitoring station existed. Archived reports provided possible connections. Over many decades, Yosemite had recorded falls without surviving witnesses and rescues involving severe disorientation. Heat, dehydration, head injuries, exposure, and panic explained most cases. A small group remained difficult to classify. Those reports shared three details. Weather had been hot and stable. Rockfall occurred near the time of disappearance. Personal equipment was sometimes found arranged on steep granite above the victim's last confirmed position. None of that proved the pulse caused earlier deaths. Incident reviews do not improve by forcing unrelated tragedies into one story. The pattern justified wider monitoring, not certainty. The park installed remote vibration sensors across several exfoliation sheets. Cameras, thermal imagers, and laser targets operated from safe distances. No person entered a monitored fracture. Rescue plans for those zones added plumb indicators, external anchor requirements, and suspension procedures. For the rest of summer, nothing repeated. Granite expanded and contracted with daily temperature cycles. Small rock falls entered the database. The low waveform remained absent, and closures were adjusted according to ordinary hazard assessments. The first new signal appeared after autumn snow closed the high roads. A sensor beneath Glacier Point recorded the same central frequency. The local cliff showed no unusual strain, and air pressure remained normal. The pulse lasted less than a minute. 3 days later, another station detected it across the valley. Then a third sensor responded near a dome in the high country. Each event occurred in stable weather. Each instrument registered the vibration through bedrock before it appeared at the surface. The detections did not spread like seismic waves. They occurred separately, sometimes hours apart. Their frequency remained identical. A map of the sites showed no fault line, rock-type boundary, or thermal pattern connecting them. Wildlife cameras provided the only behavioral evidence. During one pulse, a mule deer on a sloping granite apron lowered its body and pressed both knees against the rock. It remained there until the signal stopped. Then it stood, staggered downhill, and left the frame. Another camera recorded a black bear crossing talus. The animal suddenly turned toward a vertical boulder and tried to climb it. Its claws left 4 bright lines in the lichen. When the pulse ended, the bear dropped, backed away, and ran. Those videos ended any theory that expectation or rescue stress had created our experience. The animals had no knowledge of the incident. They responded to the same impossible floor. The park did not announce a supernatural hazard. It expanded rockfall closures, continued remote study, and trained responders in the procedures we developed. Public warnings remained focused on unstable cliffs because that danger was documented and sufficient. My own plumb tube hangs beside the rescue cache. It is scratched, clouded with dust, and less precise than our electronic equipment. I still carry it into every technical operation near exposed granite. Why? Months after the rescue, Adrian asked me to review a new waveform. The signal came from a sensor mounted in stable bedrock beneath the valley floor. No exfoliation sheet surrounded it. No hidden air cavity could act as a resonator. The pulse was weaker than the one at our rescue site. It lasted several minutes and moved from one buried sensor to the next. The sequence traveled beneath campgrounds, roads, meadows, and buildings before reaching the opposite wall. Nothing fell. No visitor reported dizziness. The instruments returned to normal. Yet the direction recorded by each 3-axis sensor changed as the pulse passed. The strongest vibration always pointed toward the nearest cliff. I watched the data in the geology office while my plumb tube hung from a cabinet handle. Halfway through the recording, the floor seemed to tilt. The sensation was mild, but I recognized the pressure behind my eyes. I placed both hands on the desk and watched the weight inside the tube. It remained faithful to gravity. My body insisted that the wall ahead had become level ground. The recording contained no audible sound. The office sat miles from the nearest active station. Nothing around me was vibrating strongly enough to feel. I stopped the playback. The false tilt remained for several seconds, then released me. Adrian felt nothing. Neither did the technicians in the next room. That was when I understood the part our report had avoided. The granite had not changed gravity, and the pulse had not simply confused us. It had given our bodies a new direction and taught them to remember it. Whenever the valley sensors detect that frequency now, I do not look toward the cliffs. I look at the plumb tube. If its weight ever turns toward the wall, the problem will no longer be perception.